little gap on top of all those because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so crazy.
Tunison is
Oh
dead.
my
Like,
God, he's got nothing left.
The military. He's gone.
It equaled out. He's still because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an interesting fight.
He's gonna start spitting. Not gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
gonna
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here made it through. That's terrible. This is why you have to micro the Axemen. They're all dead. The only thing that could kill them was those. Yep.
The Wadjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the appropriate respect.
He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This man is all uniting. Look at he's bringing in the
wait. Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has 170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out though. I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on the Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wadjets to hit the...
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's 100% hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happens. The poor Wadjets. Yeah, that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and Wadjets just die.
But the Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the Axemen. The Axemen were attacking the Cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean, he has numbers, but he's lost quality. But will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
there it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neemian Ryan Laws are coming out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll can be big. Hits them all.
That's so good.
Jet
in the back.
I think the Chimera's coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is going to finish that one too.
And it turns out the Chimera is better than Wadjet as well. Suck on that one.
The Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This is over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away.
Yeah, this is going to be rough in the second here.
From a GG. 15 seconds left in his Ancestors. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability, because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for a whirlwind ride.
Didn't even want to see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus, though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
okay, that was a big hit.
That was huge, actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's backing up now, but the hero Thomas
are through. Sanders!
Tuesday is going to be going down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the myth units, and that was his one hope, his one way of holding here, and it's dead. Yeah,
the Satyrs were like the one thing that was kind of clinging on to hope for him, but they're gone.
So we do have a move out onto the Ox's front side. Meanwhile, these Oracles are getting every ounce of information.
Oh my God, no! This is not how this day ends. This is not how this day ends. It is. It's how the day ends. No! What did that just happen? No, Tiger! No, dude!
Do you know how I would rate that play? Oh God, that was horrible. The temple wasted. Caladria are just going to try to base the fire.
Yeah, dude, that was actually a lot of wasted shots.
He's still doing it. Like, he's A-clicking.
He's losing so much for nothing. What? Oh my God.
That was vile.
Gonna be a lot. Just gonna go for the dive here, I guess. Grass may have sensed the mythic coming in. Here's the hailstorm.
This is an absolutely huge Tempest. No retreat available right now. All of those units here for Vortex going to be losing that attack speed. Raiding Cavalry getting around the back of those slingers there with a huge taunt from that rock time.
I mean, like right here, could you imagine if the RC were on the other side? Right?
Yeah.
Right? It's like Grass needs to play first around here. Here's the Vidar. You don't see the Inferno just yet. It should be coming in as soon as the retreat. Here it is.
That's
No
gonna run
reaction
straight
for Vortex. Everything's gonna die.
Well, that was a good usage there. That was awesome. They're all gone. How does he deal with this? He just needs a ton of hoplites out.
Ooh, the shockwave right on top of the Carnivora again. Oh boy, this just isn't looking good for Pegasus now. This is going to be so many
coming
units
onto
lost.
Pegasus' units. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
Hoplites, they hold their ground. They're still alive. A fresh wave of reinforcements comes in. The Minotaurs are still on the field as well. So much damage comes in. Oh,
Pegasus, what? I mean, he's still sitting underneath this town center fire. For the longest time there, the Minotaur is actually tanking it, but now hoplites are tanking it. Jason's going down. The rest of the units are falling. Population is dropping drastically here for Pegasus. It does not look like this is working out for him.
Gonna need the frost here, probably, right?
Well, these pretty cavalry aren't upgraded.
Wait, are those?
Don't think so.
I don't think that's really bad. I don't think it's gonna matter in a second. The battle board are just gonna toss them all with like a little shockwave for free, and everything goes down.
Can really shift this game. So Recon's gonna be careful.
Oh,
He drops the earthquake in.
How is it? How's the damage? Oh, we were not prepared. We were not prepared.
No, no,
Oh,
sir.
no. Everything dies. See.
And Shelty's doing a great job right now.
Oh, another
and then-
shockwave on the eco, and this time it's a lot. Oh, but the counter shockwave in the Gulimbursty, slapping down on the economy. Or sorry, on the
you just have to
military
return.
defending his economy.
You just
What
have
a
to run. Maybe drop Chaos here if you really want to.
I just want to be your friend, says the Gulimbursty. And here's the chaos, but he didn't get the Gulimbursty in it. That's good. And that was also kind of a big chaos. The burst attack from the back line, the Draugr getting their damage off, but was the damage too much here?
And I mean, as good as this Gulimbursty, as good as this Gulimbursty is, the population is just so high for Shelty at the moment. He's nearly, well, he's got 40 more population.
Shockwave on the main army here. Tempest gets dropped down and into the. Wait, you can go out on the gold
He can
field.
go onto the gold. He's going onto the gold.
We'll see.
Well, no, you can always retreat back through that.
Here on the main.
Big
group
taunt
here.
coming through for the Rock Giant.
I don't think it's enough. Well, the Draugr is shooting away. The front lines for Quintarius kind of going down. We do see several units were getting converted, and the damage just actually does seem to be there.
The Rock Giant was just tanking everything. There's no cure to take it out. We see Carnivora getting dropped down onto those throwing axemen here, but
And the Rock Giants are here. The taunt comes in. The Draugr lines up, but there's only one Draugr remaining. The AoE damage isn't quite there, but the taunts are coming in. The throwing Oxmen, they have the damage. The building, it goes down. No palace for you. The Berserk's getting surrounded on the Arcus. It might be a counter, but there are Huskarls mixed in, and Huskarls eat Arcus for breakfast again? I don't even understand what's happening.
villagers
Why?
though,
What is
the villagers,
Being caught by the Burns.
they're going to get out through the wall though. The wall's paying for themselves in a big way there. Terma trying to take the fire on the front, but the Hippias going to be rejoining into this one to clean up the Terma. The infantry units are getting caught because the wall's going up. He hasn't been able to break through that there. But where's the Aphrodite? Where's the curse? It's not in just yet. There's a lot of resources
Going to win
currently
the back
stuck.
of this fight, I think.
Not going to be a difficult switch for him.
I might have to see the turn here. The roar comes out. Cool down. Here's the curse. There's the roar. The Hypaspis is going to be having their way with the front line. The Murmillo is going to get melted here, leaving just the Terma in the back to deal with anything. And it's just not going to be enough. The numbers are in. The stun comes out. First stun comes out. Second stun comes out. Third stun comes out. There's no movement on the blue side of things. Shelty just has to retreat. He has absolutely no answer to this Hypaspis army until he's up in age, unless he really wants to commit to Carlos. Does not really answer. Another stun, another stun, another stun. And everything is going to go down without even a chance to fight back. Shelty, his tournament life on the line, back up against the wall. Lions clawing at his face. What could he do against Grass here? Grass just seems so potent. Oh, there's nothing.
Fast. and you just ensure that you're not overlapping the stuns.
We're gonna get the fight. He's just going for it, YOLO style. Flaming Weapons comes out. Not really getting the RC in the right spot to kill the throwing axe, but maybe just hoping that if he kills the front line, it's gonna be enough. But the Rock Giants, there are just so many of them.
And he's just tagging. Look at the back line of Rito. It's just throwing all of its axes into one of those Rock Giants. Rito's got to retreat. He's got Flaming Weapons and he's got to retreat. Pegasus's army is absolutely gigantic.
Especially with
it's
many
not just
Rock
that.
Giants, you can get taunted into a chaos.
Exactly. You just can't do anything against it. He's going to be going for the fight. The Hursa are gone. I don't see any Hursa left. There's Goaty, but look at how much damage they're doing to the Rock. The Rock Giant just doesn't die. It's just sitting here laughing at those Goaty throwing their spears. The entirety of Ryudu's army just gets absolutely deleted.
Hero counter, by the way. That's a mid-unit counter right there. Oh my gosh, they just don't kill them. Here's the Inferno right on top.
And there it goes straight to the pound center.
Oh no. They're gonna go in, pop out.
Happy Sunday and welcome one and all to EGC TV's Genesis Retold. That's right, we are so deep into the tournament now. I'm, of course, Killer Pigeon. Joining me once again from across the globe, it is Boyp. To experienced players from all around the globe. And, well, boy, we've got a fun day ahead of us. I mean, you know, all these upper brackets, all this winning, maybe you survive. Who cares about that? We've got a day that is built like a Greek tragedy.
That's right, KP. I mean, it was an awesome day yesterday. So many crazy good games, some crazy good moments. How was Mr. Little Chink in the Armor on the way to his second S-tier tournament win? Some very, very fun moments, hey?
Yeah, an Achilles heel cracked, right? Like, finally, one game. I mean, it sounds so pitiful, but at the same time, it's like this guy is unbeaten. He's an unslayable god.
That's right.
To see that, I mean, it holds hope because, you know, I'm a Mr. fan, you're a Mr. fan. Everyone's a Mr. fan, right? Like, we keep our unbiased notion, but the idea is that you want to believe someone can beat him. And that gives a little bit of hope up there. But, you know, we can have a look at the brackets and see how things have been trending because something funny is happening in those upper brackets. When we get to it, we'll dive into it. But we are going to be focusing on that lower bracket to begin with for today because, of course, we need to catch up. There was just so many incredible series in those upper brackets, and we've been lagging behind the lower. But you can see how things have started to paint the picture here, right? Some people slithering on by, people that I had high hopes for, like Kavov, staying alive in this lower bracket. We're going to get some intense matchups today with Vortex versus Pegasus on this channel, as well as checking out good old Superfim versus Tunison. An important series to look in on, considering that is the man who found a chink in the impenetrable Mr. Armor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Super FM, he's a guy who's been actually quietly really, really strong in Age of Mythology for quite a long time, but just didn't really ever put a whole lot of time into the Titans expansion. He was actually a vanilla player, which means he just played the original game, but he played all the gods on the original game to a really high level, and you're seeing that translate through now, and that's why he's been able to get this far in this tournament and also do so well against the best player currently in this tournament. But what I'm interested in is going to be our first matchup, KP. Vortex versus Pegasus. I think these two players are arguably top 5 right now, just in terms of raw talent alone. Both incredibly high APM, EAPM even, incredibly strategically minded, and I think this is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, I think, you know, watching Pegasus coming through in the last few weeks, obviously always a talented player, but I think you could agree when the game first came out, really just focused on the Greeks, right? Like, I remember watching this guy before Zeus got nerfed and that particular Minotaur rush got nerfed. He was borderline abusing it in the top 50. But now we're starting to see a more robust player, which is critical considering we're past that BO3 phase into the best of 5s, where being a one-trick pony, one Pantheon pony doesn't get you any deeper.
For sure. I mean, it's 5, best of 5. It means you need, to have 10 gods, 11, 12 gods unlocked. Because you have 2 bans. Well, basically, you can have 6 bans against you plus your ban. And then you need 5 gods after it to fill up your roster in a way. So you've got to have the entire roster on lock. And Pegasus definitely has that. I think Vortex has also got that. He had a very tough series yesterday against Magic, but you know, it's a different player, it's a different type of thing. We're going to be seeing Kronos versus Isis on Alfheim to kick this one off. This is a good matchup for Kronos, if I had to say so. I don't know. Lots of people like harp on how good Isis is, but Kronos is a bit of a menace here.
It's also, I think this will be the pick for Vortex that almost becomes his comfortable, solid go-to, right? Like, yes, it's the last thing he drafted here, but if you think about Vortex as a player, he's this relentless aggression, right? Like, to quote a French man, a champion from another scene, he goes ape all the time, right? Like, Marine Lord always quoted him as the most aggressive player, and Kronos is one of the most aggressive gods. The Atlanteans, most definitely. So, I like this. It's pretty ballsy on a map like Alfheim that is historically defensive. He's looking to take an insanely aggressive note.
Yeah, I mean, there's two types of Alfheims right now. There's a closed one and there's a really weird open one. So we'll see which one we're going to get. We're going to be getting into that game very, very shortly. Kronos versus Isis on Alfheim. Oh, I'm excited about it. Let's make it happen.
Let's get into lower bracket elimination on the line. No more mistakes allowed in this Elim best of 5. In the blue, kicking this series off with the most aggressive civs for the most aggressive players. We've got Kronos being manned by Fox's Vortex.
And in the top side of the map, in the red color, playing as Isis, going to be on the defensive for a lot of this game, but it is one of the weird timing attack style civilizations in the Egyptian pantheon. Red color is Pegasus.
And it is going to be an awkward way to defend because we talked about the two types of particular spawns you can get in Alfheim, and we've got the dream for an aggressive player here, an open battlefield.
Yeah, this is going to be great for Vortex. He's going to be able to go into Terma. He's really, really confident with him. He's got some of the best micro out of anyone. And honestly, Egyptian, it's challenging to deal with those Terma early on in the best of times. Now, there is one strategy which I know Pegasus knows about. We'll see if he's going to go that way. But this is the Priest Siege idea for Isis. Works on an open map to some degree because your opponent can't like wall you off. And you can push in, hit an Ancestors Eclipse timing with a ton of priests, and you really hard counter those Terma. So Vortex has got to read the situation perfectly here, not go too heavy onto it. We'll see if he knows this matchup. I know he's been the victim of this strategy at least once in this tournament so far, but we'll see if he's got the answers now.
I wonder if you could also just go the Kitty Cat strat route, right? Because we talked about the fact that, you know, you probably want a more defensive map against a player like Vortex with this Civ matchup. Because now it's open, you're worried that Vortex is going to send it. But in theory, you still have that powerful timing with the Cats and the Eclipse. And when you look at this spawn, you know, compare it to a typical Alfheim, someone gets an opportunity to wall themselves in, right? They can guard themselves. So that aggression can go both ways here.
Yeah. There's lots of different options. And honestly, part of what makes Myth so great is that you can almost just decide what you want to do regardless of what the map spawn has some of the time, just because it's like you got to be so metagamey about it. Your opponent expects one thing, you do a different thing. We're seeing the Temple come forward here for Vortex, so he wants to get aggressive. It's a really, really fast advance, it seems like, for Vortex. What is that, 15 population advance? You don't see this very often.
No, and it means the Pharaoh is going to feel pretty useless in the defense here against the initial Clayman, right? Like, usually, if you have kind of mirrored timing, he can help assist in keeping you up here. But likely some idle time achieved. The upside, at least for Pegasus, is that he does have that back gold. Love the way that you've just got Vortex shuffling around the map, just trying to get every piece of info, whereas sometimes people like to just stand still with these oracles to maximize the favor.
Oh, here come the Promethean KP. He's going to be jumping in onto those villages. A very, very safe defensive play here now from Pegasus. Just going to pull into his main base. He can eat the cows if he wants to, but lots of idle time going to be caused here. Vortex does need to get damage, though.
Yeah, it's going to force an idle on the food. The gold has already been vacated, though, and you know this is where Vortex might actually benefit from just having the oracles a little bit more static. He's using the one there on the tower to draw fire, but I mean on the west side here, you could have stayed under the tree line, right? You could have got maximum favor, but also you wouldn't have had to make this wider rotation that's kind of worthless right now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say he hasn't got anything done with this, but it's the small little bits, right? What Vortex looks like he's doing, and I could be wrong about this, but I think he's going for a second town center behind this. And effectively, this early attack has just caused idle time. Now, idle time is worth something, but advancing fast
Ooh.
is challenging to deal with as well with your own economy. Deconstruction down onto the temple forces another temple to come up. Means that Sphinx might be a little bit later to the party, but I think Pegasus is going to be okay here.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have held on a little bit longer, maybe got more. Like the Prometheus are going to be a little bit annoying here, but the Priest are already out. This is the thing, if you stopped it before the Priest spawns, you feel a lot better. Because he's out here, you should eventually get contested, whittled down. But you're right, we've been seeing two styles of Kronos, right? And it's crazy, it's the same type of opening. It's always the double Promethean into relentless aggression or greed behind. And the crazy thing about, I want to say, with Kronos is he's always been strong, but I'd say there were more potent picks, especially with the Chaos builds we were seeing a few weeks ago. Kind of felt like Kronos became a bit of a sleeper pick. Everyone now picking it up because if you are able to make this move, if you are able to be the ones with the options, you put your opponent in a reactionary phase, which inherently has a habit of putting them behind.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be... This is something that I've talked to Mr. quite a bit about it, and he's like, yeah, you can go for these aggressive or greedy economic plays, but, you know, if you put pressure onto your opponent, you make them make mistakes here. Now, Pegasus, you might say, he hasn't necessarily made any mistakes thus far, but he's off his game plan right now. He's clearly going for a fast heroic behind this, but it's not how he wanted to be going for the fast heroic. His villages are in a different spot. His armory might be a little bit later than he might like. His wood villages are a little bit later than he might like. So missing out on some upgrades potentially as well. So while Vortex does kind of hurt himself slightly by doing the fast advance time and putting that pressure on, and maybe doesn't go straight onto the economy like you could get, he has put damage onto Pegasus, and it's in a different spot than it otherwise might be, just taking everyone out of their comfort zone and making it a little bit more about maybe like in-game decision-making and in the moment rather than pre-planned kind of strategic decisions, so to speak.
I think one of the things that's quite nice here, at least from Pegasus' perspective, is that I'd say the 2DC boom doesn't really have as much value on this spawn of Alfheim, right? Like if you check that second town center, everything is forward spawning, right? So if you go for a more greedy line, you are exploitable. For example, if pressure comes here, you know, when you think of a standard TC setup like the home ones, you can fall back to the south side. Here, you'll just find the edge of the map.
Yes, it's totally true, and this is setting up for Pegasus to do something like getting a gold star started, but you know, you've got gold mines on the left of the map, you've got gold mines on the right of the map. You can do a little bit of the shuffle between the two of them and keep yourself alive. But the big question really is going to be, what is Vortex doing behind this second town center? Because it kind of looks like a 2-town center fast heroic, which opens up a whole lot of new options for him.
The question is it going to cost you to get there? We've got the Sphinxes on the way. So that timing looking like it's going to line up quite nicely for Pegasus. The problem is finding a value target right now. You can see actually the Vortex has set up those oracles on the flank. So a nice spread of vision without much exposed economy currently.
Yeah, so that's the big question. When you're making units in the classical age, you've got to find something to do with them. At the moment, Vortex has got everything nice and defended. The Sphinx coming in to try and find some value here, but the villagers will simply just pull back underneath that town center. He does have the Valor to use very, very shortly as well, which will keep the villagers alive. If they're getting targeted down, no problem. And even he could convert them in and just take a fight here. There's that Valor, and the Sphinx has to retreat away.
Yes, he is. And he min-maxed it to get as much damage back on the Sphinx as possible, so that's going to kind of slow things down a bit. We don't really have any priests nearby, so likely Pegasus doesn't want to risk this one. He would like to have to just peel it and send it all the way back.
Yeah, that movement from Vortex has done so much for him because he just gets so much time now. Because now he's going to the heroic age. He's going to be about 75 seconds, a minute behind Pegasus's heroic age. So there is a lot of time right now that Vortex needs to buy to get him sorted. Now, the question is he going to go for those Contarius? Is he going to go for Arcus? He's put a lot of effort into getting into this heroic age, but he has to make a decision on what sort of units he's going to go. Great Spearman raid coming through for Pegasus at the moment. As the Ancestors Eclipse going to come down really, really early here. Can you get any kills with this one, though?
Forces them to be idled up, running back towards safety, but not able to clip or grab any of them straight away. It is idle time, but realistically, you need more out of this. He sends the injured Sphinx in deep. I think that was an intentional bait, but doesn't work out for him. Does still get killed. Citizen's still able to escape. We've got a lot on the gold and now being harassed out by the mummies. He's going to force a full garrison there. So a lot of idle time being achieved with this big play, but And although it has 50 seconds left, he needs to start finding these worker kills.
Yeah, there's nothing. All of this idle time, fantastic. But if you don't get any kills here, this is 2 town center. You're behind by 22 population right now. He's getting kills on the left town center, it looks like. That's going to be huge. Where's the Migdol going up for Pegasus is the big question. And he's not going for, he's going for Priest behind this. This is going to be a really, really difficult strategy to execute now after this, because this just was not the economic damage done at the moment. And I think Vortex can possibly just sit in his base for the next 5 minutes or so, muster up an army to 2 town center levels, and be completely fine here.
No, I agree. I think also, yeah, he lost a set here on the outro, right? So he's myth scaling a little bit weaker, but the reality check of this is that he still has plenty of favor gathering across the map, right, that he can achieve. It's now going to be the onus upon Pegasus to keep pushing forward, which means things like a second TC himself don't really seem realistic at this stage. I think you have to take that 40 military lead and now convert it into a siege.
Yeah, this is, it's not, there's no options for second town centers without getting some villager kills first. There is a world where you can get a whole bunch of military kills, not touch the citizens, and then get to the mythic age. Very, very small world that you're living in to make that happen, but I've seen it work time and time again. But you have to get the pressure on, you have to get really good fights happening. And Vortex, I mean, he's been a little bit greedy with those citizens. He's got back wood lines. The priests are going to put some pressure on. No siege just yet for Pegasus, which he needs to start actually pushing in. But the question is, what is Vortex really going to do? He's going for Contarius. He needs to get them out, but the spearmen are already being made as well for Pegasus, though not very many of them out at the moment.
No, but this is a problem. There's more priests there than you'll find at a Catholic convention. The problem with that is this defense of chaos doesn't really work against them, right? Like, you're looking for that kind of counter-on-counter type unit situation. It's unlikely to be grabbable here, and even worse now with the fact the siege is already arriving.
Well, yeah, you can't use chaos on this unless you're actually going for the big fight. Because if you do, sure, the priests will back each other for a little bit, not going to do all that much damage, but then they're just going to immediately heal themselves back up. So the only answer for Vortex is get full pop, and then you can probably even sack the town center. Just don't lose any citizens. No problems there. Make sure he slaps down a mark, get some trading going onto wood and food, and then engage when he has the military lead cut down. Right now, it's very, very difficult to make a fight happen, though he's trying to as he pushes forward.
Darius, right around the side. The spear's going to be there. The chaos gets activated on the entire army. That means it's not going to last for very long here. So he needs to target down those spears as quickly as he can. Choke point is being held. A thin line of spears holding the way back. And Siege Tower, it may actually open a wider fight here. The question is it going to be wide enough? It looks like the Kataria, they have to back away, not able to clear those spears. And it looks like a loss of a fight for Vortex and an overwhelming military lead now for Pegasus.
Yeah, this was him wanting to hit that one just a little bit too early. There's really no... Like, losing buildings is bad, don't get me wrong, but losing military here means that your need to get onto that second gold mine is even more important. We do see that Vortex is actually sneaking a second gold mine at the moment. This is dangerous. It's spotted by the obelisk. There's going to be priests heading over here. The villagers can do the little shoot, like the scoot around the map and just run away when the units come there, but well, we'll see. But Vortex does have the speed advantage, so he can kind of cut reinforcements off or cut that maneuver off a little bit with those Contarius. He is starting to get to population here, though.
Arius, they are going to go in. Sphinx is intercept. Scorpion Man as well. A lot of focus fire coming in on him, so he's going to pull away. And the priests are exposed now, but the spears are seemingly being ignored. There's not many of them, but if you target the priest, it means you will eventually get wiped out by spears. Sayers and the Arcus is trying to help now, but the TC has gone down, and it feels like the exhaustion is starting to set in for the army here. Vortex barely holding that 40 pop, doesn't have a front line anymore. These priests will now trade much favorably against the remainder.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible fight, in all honesty, for Vortex. Like, he didn't win it, but he's like getting rid of the spears, and he's got that gold mine still gathering. He's going to still have the population advantage, even though he's lost the settlement in economy, right? Mm-hmm. So he just needs to spend the resources that he's got coming in and take one more fight. But he's basically got one more fight left in him at the moment, which is going to be the challenge.
And he's getting split now. The Spearmen have arrived rather on the gold. So it's going to be a shove back there, and it means you're kind of starved when it comes to gold. Nothing in reserve behind this. The Priest Army is going the wide way around to kind of assist this, but just the idle time alone, the blocker there, is going to prevent Vortex from affording that next army we talked about.
Yeah, and now Vortex has got he's got a lot of villagers on wood right now. He's got to mark it up so he can sell wood for gold and start selling. It looks like that's what he's doing. I could be wrong, but he's getting some farms down. Okay, so like I said, he doesn't need to be on that gold mine just yet. He's got a little bit of time to play with. It's not a lot of time. It's maybe like 2 minutes of trading before it starts to get really, really bad. But he's at 137, 155 pop. He only really needs to get out another, 20, 40 more pop of units. So it's possible for him to get there and then take a really good fight while moving on to that gold mine and then create a competitive game here.
Great reaction by Pegasus there, though. Saw the Kentaris trying to flank, so sent a group of Spearmen there. Pretty much no Spearmen left in reserve because he noticed that Vortex pulled the entire cavalry battalion. Siege now moving on to the primary town center. That is going to force an engagement. One that's questionable whether Vortex is ready for right now. Doesn't have the favor to use any god powers here. Just has to start committing. The backstab does come in from the Kentaris. Scorpion has to pull away. Arcuses are being ignored. The priest instead focus firing upon the cavalry here. Decent chunk of them being taken out, but it seems like it simply isn't enough. And I think we are going to have an opening win for Pegasus here. An overwhelming military lead. And way too many priests for an atheist like me.
Way too many priests indeed. Vortex just kept on forcing these fights way too early. He's back on the gold though for the moment, so he's not giving up just yet, but he's on 0 town centers. He's still got the civilian unit lead somehow in this game. But he's about to get cut off gold, and that's going to be the end for him, most likely.
Yeah, this is the tax of the church that we're seeing right here. Literally
You must
reaching
pay.
your
You
pockets.
must pay your taxes. We need to build a bigger church. We got too many priests.
I'll tell you, mate, if these guys were in charge of making sure you paid your taxes, Jimmy Carr wouldn't have tried it in the first place. They look vicious. Moves in again. Arcus is once again outnumbered. I mean, Vortex, he has somehow scaled his army up again a bit. But it's just those gaps, right? It's the aftermath of the fights, the length of time he has to wait to get any more gold that is simply killing him. The Scorpion men now moving in, and just one touch, one little sliver in on those Arcuses is all it'll take to finish this one off.
Yeah, this has been a really, really well executed game for Pegasus as Vortex does decide to tap out there. I think Vortex was in a position where making the correct decisions, he may have found himself in a favorable position, but just trying to take those fights a little bit too early and not being able to get up to full population. That's where you start really dominating the fight. Full population on those Kentaris, there's not enough spears to really matter. The Kentaris can come through, sweep, and take out all of the priests with the high pierce armor. But a solid start here for Pegasus. I don't know if Vortex is going to be too upset about losing that one. He's got a lot of really strong gods left in his draft.
Yeah, and it's an OG strat, kind of looking like an OP strat if you're not familiar with it. We did mention that, although Vortex did draft this at the end, I would say it seems kind of like a high value god to him. However, there's plenty left in the chamber. And I think if you ask most players to kind of pin their numbers, like what is the best tier gods here, a lot would probably rate Isis higher in terms of her variability in maps, right? Like just a very potent god. Also, I'm thinking, did he get his hands on some kind of aggressive active gods? I think he picked things like Loki, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Okay, so Loki, yeah, so you got Loki, Odin. So what I'm thinking here is, I usually like Isis to be removed if you're looking at heroes like Zeus, because you think about things like the curse strat, right? These powerful timings that require you to target the enemy army. It kind of feels like Pegasus actually got a good opportunity to use Isis in this opener, because Vortex, I wouldn't say he really has that many active targeted god powers if you're looking at Age 2 and Age 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it's kind of what the god draft is going to be looking like. When we've got Savannah, we've got Odin, we've got Hades. If I'm playing this, I actually think this is a really challenging matchup for both sides. There's lots of ways you can go wrong. You've got the mobility from the Odin, and you've got the power ball of units that the Hades can make. So, I mean, there's two ways to go for Hades. There's a couple of ways to go for Odin. We might see a whole bunch of Minotaur. We might see a whole bunch of Cyclops. I don't know, KP. Who are you taking in this one?
I'm kind of liking the Hades pick. I've been seeing Hades in a new light recently, right? Especially maybe
Yep.
if we see the greedy opening, which I think you can kind of get away with up against Odin, because it feels like you're going to be playing defensive in your base anyway. So going for the vaults isn't necessarily a terrible idea here. Maybe just play a little bit more eco, stay hunkered down. I'd expect Odin just to try and go into the raiding cavalry to begin with, right? And then I think the weird thing about Hades is, like, compare it to some gods, what they want, they go for straight away, right? Like Poseidon, you want cavalry, you go for cavalry straight away. Usually with Hades, like, obviously what you really, really want, deepest of hearts, is mass archers. But you never want to go for it first. So, like, being forced to counter raiding cavalry things like Hoplite as an opener, and then gradually getting into your true comp, I could see this working pretty well for Pegasus.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting one for me because Odin and Norse, like you say, you want to go for the raiding cavalry first. But if you know what your opponent wants to do, then you can just counter that before it starts to happen. So the question is there maybe a meta game that exists to kind of play around, like my opponent knows that I want to do this, so he's going to do that, so I'm going to do this type thing. And I have this feeling that there's this world where you go Freya as Odin, you get Mass Hersa and Throwing Axeman to kick the game off, so you deal with the myth units and the hoplites, and then the Hades player goes, "Oh damn, I've started with the wrong thing," and then you're one step ahead of the curve for the rest of the game. Now, I don't know if it works or not. I'm thinking out loud here. That's all.
Well, you're doing the I always, the classic metaphor I use for it is you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Right?
That's
you
right.
Activate my trap card. Activate your trap card. Activate my trap card. And, like, you're exhausted at the end. You're just trying to skip towards the end and be like, look, just let me play the black hole, right? So I like that idea. Something that also works well for Odin on the aggressive presence is that he will have things like access to the hunt, which he performs better on than other civs, right? So, like, you leverage that, then the hidden information. I mean, there is a world in which Pegasus does just trip up, simplifying the process too much. But let's find out. It's time to hop in to map number 2 of this lower bracket series. The first, an interesting one, and the second, we're going to be kicking this one off with Fox's Vortex on Odin in the blue.
And in the red, Pegasus currently 1-0 in the series. He's got all the momentum right now. He's playing as Hades.
Yeah. Now, the question is whether he's going to have the momentum coming out of the gates, because the funny thing is he has the momentum in the series, but in game 1, he wasn't the one that began with that momentum. If you remember that open with the aggressive play from Vortex that was swatted away, there's an interesting mantra in RTSs, which is attacking is easier, but when you're a master, defending is an advantage. So curious to see if Pegasus is the master Greek we've known him to be in the past.
Well, I mean, he's got so many years of experience playing Zeus. Hades is very similar in one style. Zeus has got kind of known for 2 styles, right? He's got the Athena with the Hoplite Toxite kind of idea, and he's also got the Centaur Hippias kind of style attached. Hades doesn't have that Hippias Centaur style because it doesn't have access to Hermes. But Pegasus is going to be very, very aware that he can go for Hoplites, he can go for Toxite, he can go for Minotaur here, he can go for Cyclops here, he can do whatever he wants with regards to that. We do see something very, very interesting here from Pegasus. A little bit of information in the build order. He's going for Fast Vault of Erebus, fastest temple he can get out right now, and he's skipping the storehouse to get it up even faster. This will give him a big, big boost, and I expect to see him going for a 1 town center play with this type of opening.
Yeah, we talked about this in the pregame, the potential for this to come out, because you are expecting Vortex to be the aggressive party. So I think from my perspective, if you're playing Odin to get up against this, especially when you consider you're going to have to deal with the defensive god powers, right? That are just going to make it very hard to breach Hades. I would say the best approach for Vortex, probably just play onto the flank resources, make sure you're always on the hunt for the better gathering rates, and possibly just try to rush into Age 3 here, right? Because we've seen how difficult it can be if you want to go 1 TC yourself to break these turtling Hades players.
Yeah, you don't want to be really going into the main base all too much. Like, you can rush in with some raiding cavalry if there's not really anything there, if you catch your opponent out. As soon as he's got some units in his main base, it gets really, really challenging. Watchtowers, sentinels, all that stuff is tough. I think you're onto something 100%. when your opponent goes for these sort of greedier openings, grabbing up those special technologies, advancing a little bit later, your best bet with a lot of civs is just to move onto your forward resources nice and early. Save your back resources. You can see on the map there's back hunt in the south corner for Vortex. Doesn't need to grab that straight away. He can go to the east and be completely fine to start with, and then later move back to that back hunt and kind of avoid any sort of mid-game timings that Pegasus might be trying to go for. Ares is the god of choice here for Pegasus, KP. We're going to see some Cyclops. Yes! Finally!
Oh my god, finally. Dude, I feel like I've been waiting for this for so long. No, to me, yeah, Minotaur's, I don't want to say easy to execute, but easier to execute. But like at a high skill level, especially if you're against a civ that might blob you, Cyclopses are incredible for that ability to pick up and essentially play bowling with their victims.
Oh yeah, Cyclops they're really, really good. They can, if your opponent's got that Archer Ball, which we see time and time again, you can even get an Archer Ball with Norse kind of constructed with thrown action, which can be really, really strong as well. But if they've got any amount of Archer Ball going, you just grab 3 Cyclops with Will of Kronos, the upgrade for them, making them into those Elder Cyclops. 3 Cyclops, throw a unit at them, and they can all die. So it's basically like the Mangonel of Age of Mythology at the moment.
Yeah, I like that most civs have that, right? For the Norse, it's usually going to be having the hill trolls, right? Just lob the rocks. We've seen how that can turn late game situations when things get really dire. But curious to see if he is going to try to invest. I mentioned this idea of age 3. What I really like is the thought of just playing into Njord here, right? Like if you know your opponent is likely to play into archers as time goes on while hunkering down, Njord's going to be really effective for that walking woods, because you know you're going to have to deal with all these static defenses, and of course they don't really care about all these arrows being shot into them. I mean, they are already, in a way, giant arrows, right? They're made of wood. Both of them are. It counts.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think Njord is good for so many different reasons against Hades. You get the Ring Giver tech for Jarls, you get that Mountain Giant to tank up, you got the Walking Woods to pressure a defendable position. You've got some synergy with Freya, getting that Thundering Hooves tech to boost your cavalry. So yeah, you can get some really, really nice counters started here for Vortex, but it's a different type of game here that Pegasus is going for. Pegasus doesn't want to put any pressure on. He just wants to sit in his base, take 0 damage, and muster up a death ball. That's what he's going for. This is a death ball comp. Archers, Cyclops, Heroic Age. Let's see if we can make it happen, and if Vortex has got the answers here.
Now, the interesting thing is if he does reach that critical mass on the death ball, you might actually see Skadi just get forced because Vortex won't have anything to reset the fight. So, like, there is an interesting dynamic that could get Pegasus a very easy win, because Skadi may be forced, but it buys you time. It doesn't win you a fight.
No, I mean, there is an idea behind, like, if you have Frost Giants, technically, you said Forest Fire coming down, not going to do all too much. But yeah, there is technically Frost Giants that can kind of one-hit, so to speak, a Cyclops, because they freeze it, and then it's dead, it can't do anything. But getting out the Frost Giants and keeping them alive against those heroes of Greek, or dealing with the heroes as well, it's a challenge. So yeah, I'm not even sure if that's the way to go. If he has to go that way, it's going to be a tough one.
It's also the favor spam requirements, right? Like, if your opponent's going for a death ball, it's kind of awkward as Norse because you're not getting that trickle you're looking for, but this could be a good start. Doesn't care for Cyclops. Did anyone leave this horse behind? Here, have it back.
He didn't really get any. It's fine. No, he got a village. He killed a little bit damage and got out of there. Yeah, nice. That's great. Good right there.
I'd give that raiding cav a 7 out of 10 on the landing. You know, I've seen better at the Olympics, but not bad. Achilles found as well.
A couple of front flips.
I mean, the fact he kept rolling so close to the floor is the part that flabbergasts me. Can we get a surround? We might be able to here. That's plenty of cavalry, so yeah. Gonna have to out-micro him here. Unfortunately, the main comes in, so it looks like Pegasus can end up losing Achilles, an expensive unit to be throwing away like this.
Yeah, solid control there from Vortex. You can't be sending out your Achilles like that against the speed of those raiding cavalry. But Pegasus gets information from that. Expensive information, but information. He sees all the raiding cavalry. Doesn't know this town center's coming up just now, but you might be able to take a little guess on what's going on. But there's the Cyclops. There's the Will of Kronos. Elder Cyclops, going to be strong. Picks it up. He could throw the thing into his main base if he wants to and maybe actually get a kill there, but decides to toss it back to the army.
8 out of 10 on that one. Landon looked a lot better. Didn't kind of flounder around like a fish. But yeah, I think the problem here is he may suspect the TC, but we talked about this issue of rushing to bulk archers, right? And how it can backfire, especially when you're up against cavalry like this. When you look at the Cyclops count as well, it's not really impressing. So can't help but feel that I'm leaning towards Vortex here. This TC game is looking a lot better than the first.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the momentum in this game currently because he's got the units out on the map, he's got everything, but this is just the way that Pegasus wants to play it. He's got Apollo coming through. He's got the Pegasus out. We've actually seen this already in the qualifiers. There was a game, I believe it was Recon versus Soup, and Soup went for this strategy against Recon's Loki, and I think the difference here is that Vortex is going to have 2 town centers. He's going to be able to move around the map a little bit more. He's got a decent amount of Hursa out as well as raiding cavalry. So long as he micros this fight well, when it actually comes through, he's going to be in for a good time here. I want to see him get that Sesrumnir upgrade as well, make those Hursa a little bit stronger, such that he can actually survive the Toxote Ball and take out those Cyclops.
Okay, and here comes the Skadi. So he did go that way in the end. I don't mind this against the Underworld play, right? Like, you can just block him out. If you actually bait him away from the teleportation, you can just freeze the army and then get rid of the retreat. So pretty interesting layer of strategy here, but it does require succinct timing from Vortex.
You're right. Skadi is the god. I mean, I do think that Njord has got a lot more potential here, but Skadi is like the one that makes you feel safe, right? Mm-hmm. You have it. At least you've got an answer with Frost Giants. If things go if things aren't going quite so good, you take a fire. You can make a whole bunch of Frost Giants, and then you can freeze the Cyclops and just take them out of the equation completely. But you're missing out on those big Jarls, which just don't die to archers at all.
Yeah, and right now, I'm wondering, you can see that Vortex is trying to get a little bit extra damage done. The problem he has here is Age Freeze upon us, and you can see the gold is only half tapped, right? So Pegasus, he's still got some time before he needs to move with urgency. This is really important for getting that bulky front line of Cyclopses up. And it's unfortunate for Vortex, because now you have to be starting to feel a little bit of pressure, right? Like, you are hoping your opponent will start getting a bit risky with his economy right now. That's where the raiding cavalry tends to pay off best.
Yeah, I mean, he's not. The other thing, right, is when he goes for this underworld, sometimes you see people trying to go for like counter attacks. But when there's an underworld there, you could just jump from the main base to your opponent's main base and back to your main base, and there's no weaknesses. And the other thing we haven't really talked about is while the Cyclops is amazing at taking out human units, taking out balls of units, it also has a lot of crush damage. It's got 24 crush damage. That'll erase the Norse buildings.
He's a battering ram in his own right. But one interesting thing here, you mentioned the whack-a-mole strat. It is good, but it comes down to the use of that freeze, right? Like, if you actually, this is an interesting thing you can do in this matchup, is if you see your opponent goes for the trade in your base, frost them in your base, and then you can dive theirs, right? Like, you're able to get an eco trade and then shift everything away from your primary.
Yeah, there was, I don't know if it's possible in Retold. I don't think I've seen it yet, but there was a kind of mechanic in Legacy with with Frost and Underworld where you could actually dodge the Frost if you time it correctly. We see the Underworld coming through. Will we see it happen or not is the big question.
He's also in trouble, and there it is. There's the freeze.
Too quick, not possible.
He comes back, though. He's came back. So he's going to try to demolish the Underworld and then take the fight here. This is the other option. And considering production is now on his side, if this army gets wiped, Pegasus could be in mortal peril here.
Yeah, this is a huge amount of population advantage for Vortex. But does it matter or not is the big question. Does it matter or not? These Cyclops are going to be really, really strong. And the Toxotes, I don't know. We'll have to. We got 15 seconds to kind of wait and see here, KP.
I feel like there's not enough Hearst here. This might be problematic. And also, that hill fort is not going up quick enough. He gave up on it because of the pestilence here, right? Wouldn't be able to operate for another 25 seconds. Meanwhile, the frost is going to run out in 2. So that's 20 seconds to fight before you'd even be able to use the defenses. But here we go. Stuck in the choke point. Unable to escape here. But the Cyclopses, they're not attacking right now. They get a few dwarfs on the backside. But really, you need the kills on the military, not just on the eco. So swarms from the south. A lot of the army is just getting erased here. It looks like the Myth units clustered up like this may have done Pegasus a better service than it done Vortex.
Yeah, that kind of went about as expected there. You are totally right. Not enough heroes at all as the Cyclops just dominate everything.
Wow.
And Vortex says, I'm out of here.
Whew, in a game of Myth, you need your heroes, and simply not enough there. Vortex, and, you know, this comes back to the thought of what I was talking about. Instead of attacking that army, what if he was already in position? What if he just dove the main, done damage there? I mean, raiding cavalry on that count should have got several eco kills at least, might have even been able to take down the defenses. And also, on top of that, you could have just dove into the enemy's base and deleted the safe underworld, right? So even after they unfreeze, sure, they can wreak havoc on your economy, but you've got double the villager count. Like, in theory, you can afford those trades, but can't fault him at all. I mean, Pegasus, no panic. I mean, he couldn't have panic if he wanted, boy, right? Like, his only choice from that position was to fight.
Exactly. And like, that's exactly right. Pegasus needed to take a fight there. He was falling behind on economy. Vortex didn't have to. There's other gold mines on the map he could have gone to. He could have gone, all right, I'm going to kill the underworld. I'm going to move my dwarfs to the right side. I'm going to pull back, wait for this pestilence to go down. I'll sack some buildings, no worries. We'll get out some more goatee, and then we'll take the fight a touch later when we've got like another 10 heroes in my army to deal with the 16 billion Cyclops that Pegasus was making. And maybe that would have been the difference. But yeah, bunching up onto one spot, Cyclops do area of effect damage. And you saw the raiding cavalry, they just get absolutely annihilated. Everything gets annihilated by those Cyclops on that spot, but except for heroes. And
Yeah,
that's what Vortex was missing.
I mean, the crazy part is at first, you saw it start the fight, right? He kind of peeled the raiding cav back, almost like he was aware of what was going to happen before realizing, oh, I don't have a front line here. I have no way of actually keeping him trapped. So, yeah, a bit of a brutal one. And, you know, with the way he got in his god powers, he had that freeze, but he didn't have anything in there that could have maybe, you know, utilized that small choke point. So, awkward series now. I mean, you know, you look back a few weeks, everyone's talking about Vortex as potentially one of the kings, right? His route to improvement, his rate of improvement was insane in a lot of people's eyes. Yeah. Pegasus, we talked about him up in his game, but I feel like it almost seems like a combo of the two, right? Like Pegasus is playing phenomenally well, but Vortex, we talked about the first game kind of getting caught off guard by the strat. This second game, the way he was caught off guard, it's almost like he hasn't had enough time to practice that particular matchup, that particular situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is no secret about Cyclops, I don't think. If you've been paying attention to anything in terms of pro scene, there's even in content creation world, we've seen the Cyclops being very, very effective in a lot of different ways. So to say that Vortex didn't know that existed, that strat didn't exist, I think would be, I don't think that's the case. I just think that he maybe overestimated his position there, which is very easy to do. Or maybe overestimated how many heroes he had. I'm not sure. But we've got a new game coming. We got a new chance here for Vortex. But KP, slight bit of history here. Vortex played this matchup. Pegasus played this matchup against Recon not 2 or 3 weeks ago in a smaller tournament, and he beat Recon there. So Zeus versus Gaia.
Yeah.
Well, Vortex is a different type of Gaia player, though.
Yes. Like, it's weird to say, because Gaia is, you know, historically been known as the defensive civ, but we've seen it prove to be more aggressive these days. We're going to have to find out which way he wants to utilize it. It's time to hop into game number 3 to see if we can get a longer series, because this one's just feeling a little bit too short. So hoping to extend his life in this tournament, fighting for his tournament life in the lower bracket. We've got Fox's Vortex in the blue on Gaia.
In the red, on his main civ, up 2-0. He is playing as Zeus, and his name is Pegasus.
Oh, and what a map to get it as well. Yeah, this is one of the type of maps where Zeus feels pretty content, right? It's not quite your Anatolia, but Kalauga having that similar effect. If your opponent tries to play into water units, you can just bolt down the first one and then build an edge here. So curious to see how Vortex wants to approach this, because we were mentioning just before we hopped into game, he's not your average Gaia player.
Yeah, he's not your average Gaia player at all. And recently we have been seeing, especially with recent buffs to Gaia, we've been seeing Gaia players getting really, really good with not just their mana placement, which pushes Lush out onto the map, but also building economic guilds. So for those of you still trying to catch up on how these gods work, Gaia unique ability gets Gaia Lush, gets 1 HP regen on that from base. There's an upgrade for Gaia called Channels, which then also gives you Zerg-like movement speed on the Lush. And then on top of that, you've got economic guilds, which kind of work like the little, I can't remember what they're called. It's been so long since I played StarCraft 2. The little tumors or whatever, can move them out.
The cyst things, or are you talking about the ones that deploy?
That's the one.
Yeah, the cysts. I think it's tumors. I can't remember. I forget. It's been a while for SC2 for me too.
Yeah, so there's some pretty crazy amount of speed and map control you can get with that with Gaia, especially with those Terma and especially with Vortex's micro. And then even on top of that, once he gets into Arcus, if he's still on that Lush, you get the Arcus move speed plus the range. They're almost become like mini chariot archers when they're running around on that Gaia Lush. Creep tumors. Let's go, chat.
Yeah, creep tumors. There we go. We're testing. We knew this one. It's also not just from the movement speed, right? It's like down the line. It's the sustainability you get from it as well, right? Like I think it's proved that Gaia isn't as defensive as we once thought. I think it's just obviously when you look at her powers, the fact she can build her own tree lines to protect herself, she's always been seen that way. So kind of curious how Pegasus wants to address this, because you mentioned that strategy. When I'm looking at a player like Vortex, I'm thinking that strategy. Think game 1, think game 2. Every step of the way, this guy is looking for a way to spill your blood.
Yeah. I mean, Pegasus's like keys to success here is to not try and engage the Terma on Vortex's terms. You got to try and force the fight when you want the fight to happen. Otherwise, you're just going to get kited around the map. So things like underworld timings, things like getting yourself maybe Spirited Charge, Thracian Horses, Cavalry to actually push some like movement speed back in your direction. Not sure what Pegasus is going to go for, but he knows this matchup inside and out. So the question is, how well does Vortex know the matchup?
There we go. Athena on the way. So, wondering, Vortex, is there something unorthodox you could do here? Because we're probably just going to be getting Oceanus, right? Like, I don't think... Have we had a single Leto game so far? I don't think so.
My brain is blanking. I think we have seen maybe Kavoth trying Leto. Two Leto against. I think we saw Kavoth go Leto against Mr.
I think I briefly remember that, but we didn't get to mass automaton sage at all, right? Like, which is, in theory, if you can find the blobbing, it's not a bad idea. But it's got to be Oceanus, right? Like, we've got the awkward water element there, the potency as well. This also does alleviate some concerns if you're up against things like a myth spam here from Zeus. Hard to do these days, but feasible. And if that does happen, you do have those slows, those maims that are incredibly effective against small groups of units.
Yeah, well, Classical Age coming in now. Oceanus was actually the decision for Vortex, and we already see military academies coming on. We haven't talked about it just yet, but the map is Kurlalga, and the big unique part about Kurlalga is these rivers are shallows, right? So you can just run on. You don't have to build navy. You can just run on with human units. You can build some navy if you like, but you could just go on raid fishing ships, and they're out in the open. You can take them out straight away. There's no base there to defend it. Sure, you can garrison in the docks, but the docks won't fire back against human units there. So we're going to see Pegasus going straight for that fishing line with the Minotaur, with those hoplites, but Caladri's going to come through. It's going to be a little bit challenging here. Servant also out for Vortex.
Yeah, so he needs a unit now to heal. That's where this can really actually work out from the fight against the Minotaur. You do have decent movement speed, so you can actually just kite away from the hero indefinitely. And the Caladria is here to assist. But, I mean, right now what I'm seeing is one player has myth units, the other has heroes. This is not a good way to try and hold this for Vortex.
No, and I don't think... Has he thrown down any military buildings yet? It doesn't look like he's going for a town center. He's going for a town center, KP. This is very different, and this will play into Pegasus's aggression quite a bit because he's just going to lose all the water. And beyond that, the natural progression here for Pegasus is just to get to the heroic age and then go for a gold staff. There's gold mines all over the map though, so it's not a simple gold staff to come through. But this is going to be another situation where Vortex, the player who's the aggressive player, will be on the defensive in this game.
Hold up. Carnivore into Bolt. So it looks like he did actually get a ship out to try and fight back. However, he's not really running away quick enough. So the army is catching up. Nice heal there. So Caladria able to save the day. Does actually cut the Minotaur from the group. So might try to poke back against the heroes. But it looks like Vortex's intent is generally just to try and fight Navy into land here. Can work in the right situations, but can also prove difficult if you're overwhelmed. And if we're bulking in one location, which that will force, there's still things like the Restoration that could just give Pegasus an overwhelming edge.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Pegasus, he doesn't know that this town center is up, but he's going to see this lush on the map, and that gives away that it's there. He sees the lush, right? Or maybe he doesn't, I'm not sure.
I mean, it kind of stands out against the white, you know? Like,
well, yes. And you see it on the minimap as well, right? Yeah.
So we'll know about this. He's poking down to deal with the backup dock. Once that's gone, he can just converge on the secondary town center. Now, in theory, this could be part of the plan for Vortex, right? Not huffing the opium, but more the case that if you're attacking to the west, you're not attacking the east where he actually has gold. And we can see, by the way, that Vortex is stockpiling. This looks like it's going to be an age-free play.
Wow, this is insanely greedy, but he's making it work because he's actually forcing the units to fight these navy the navy of Vortex here, and that just means he's not getting touched anywhere else. So sure, he loses what, 9 fishing ships? That's nothing. That honestly is not that big of a deal. He's going to be able to get to the third age. He's going to be able to get Arcus out, and that gives him a pretty nice counter to these hoplites. But Pegasus, he's aggressive. He's going to see no military, and he's just going to say, I'm just going to go straight after your town center. Hoplites of Zeus get that bonus damage versus buildings, and those buildings aren't going to last very long.
Go for the pop lock. Back-to-back mana is an easy target for him as well. It's hilarious, right? That fishing boat pull, it was almost like Vortex like, yeah, please chase me across map. Pegasus immediately alarm bells were going off about it. So he's going to dive underneath the town center. Citizens force the garrison here. The Millers have been heroed up, but they're not attacking when they need to. The Carnivore is going to get spawned, and there isn't a vault to deal with that. So we'll have to shift the hero units around to quickly clear that up. Restoration is going to be popped. A lot of damage under the primary TC here. The Carnivora has been finished off, and I actually think this TC is going to get finished off as well. The Citizens are trying to save the day, but the Minotaur shuffling around, finally blocked out by the Mamillos. Health is low. Looks like he's also targeting down the Caladria, so no heal, no debuff coming through there. More Citizens being lost, and that is town center down. Vortex about to be stuck in a corner with no gold.
No gold at all. He's also, I mean, he has to fight with Citizens now. These hoplites are strong. They've not only have they got medium upgrades, they've also got Sarissa. They've also got that Athenian shield as well. So it's just like all of these Murmillo are just going to get absolutely massacred here.
Yeah, like this looks brain dead to just watch as it's practically just Hoplite being spammed. But folks, like the elegance with which he executed this entire series and this game cannot be stated enough. It is going to be a 3-0. Fox's Vortex, one of the favorites to go deep, will be eliminated, and Pegasus continues deeper in the lower bracket run.
I mean, this was just as solid execution as it gets. Vortex here just disrespected Zeus to the nth degree in this game. Zeus is you should know Zeus. If you don't have anything there, he has siege weapons in the classical age. Hoplites just burn through everything. You've got to have some units out to defend. And Vortex, he realized what was happening too late. He got a couple of Murmillos, but a couple of Murmillos are just not going to cut it against Restoration and a bunch of Hoplites with Minotaurs to boot. 3-0 KP. What a dominating series from Pegasus.
I mean, in some ways, I feel like Vortex was trying to debate Pegasus like he's a fat kid looking at candy here, right? Like, he shows him the shiny bauble once. He shows him the dock, kill the dock. Shows him the second TC. Please come kill the TC. You can see what the intent is. We talked about it for Vortex. He's trying to sneak that age free for a recovery arc. But the problem is, I don't want to say he didn't give Pegasus enough credit, but his game strategy seemed to rely more on his opponent's foolishness, right? To follow the trickle of treats rather than go for where these things have been made. So great read by Pegasus not to take the bait at all. barely any time wasted on the side distractions there. And as a result, it gets him a very swift 3-0, which means we are going to be looking to hop into the other series to try and catch up, as the players for the second series aren't ready yet. Blimey.
Yeah, well. What's the other series? Kavoth versus Ulysses?
Yes, I believe they've just finished game 2. So yeah, that kind of shows you just how quick this was. Usually when series with Vortex is this quick, I mean, usually you expect him to be the winner, but no, guys, I've cast Vortex for 3 years. Whether he wins or loses, yeah, series are just in general this quick with him.
Yep, well, we said it at the start. Both these guys are aggressive players. They're both APM players, and when it's that type of player, sometimes you can see 3-0 and you can be like, "Wow, what a dominating performance!" But in reality, it could have easily been 3-0 the other way.
Yeah,
in
especially
just
with
the
this
same amount
draft.
of time.
Especially this draft, man. Like, we were talking at the beginning, it did feel like there's some good ones in there. I love the fact that Pegasus kind of left himself open to counterattack this aggression as well. Because, like, looking back at the draft, things like Freya, Alfheim as an opener, I really thought he'd go for that. But I think, compared to Isis there, if you've gone for the Freya pick, I don't think you have as much counterattack in the first few minutes, right? Whereas, as we saw, if the Kronos play slips up, if something unorthodox happens, Isis has a much more aggressive timing with the Sphinx into the Eclipse to kind of punish that type of play. So I like the approach Pegasus took, not just from a drafting perspective, but then how he applied it on a map-to-map basis. Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
I mean, you can probably go back and do some reflection on exactly what was picked through that draft, right? Like, Pegasus picked Isis on Alfheim. He picked Hades on Savannah. He picked Zeus on Kerlalge. And moving on in this tournament, you start getting a little bit of a sense of like how these players like to play these drafts. The more of these sorts of draft situations we start to see, the more information you get, and the more kind of like, okay, well, I'm not going to play this against this player because they do that thing, so I'm going to play something else. And you can start seeing the kind of decision making in the draft get even more complicated. It's almost kind of like start to become a poker game to kick every single series off. But it looks like we might be moving into game number 3 of Ulysses versus Kavoth. Is there a cheeky little draft we get to look at, or?
I think we're confirming whether we're in game 2 or if game 2 has finished. So we're just trying it in the very robust spectator tools of AOM. But yeah, I love, by the way, just to highlight for people, it's not that we are murderous, cruel individuals that stick people up against their teammates. It's just there's so many Keen and Fox members, this just happens. Same with Ace in the higher brackets, upper brackets. We have a lot of players just kind of facing off against their teammates. So Elusius versus Kavoth, game 1. Oh, we missed a Ghost Lake. That's unacceptable to me, boy. I love my Ghost Lakes. I don't like missing a single one.
We've coined it as Goats Lake at the moment. I think that's the Winston Waffles. Was that you? Can't remember.
That sounds like Winston. I think, yeah. This is I mean I also love the way with Winston sometimes he tries to force things. Like we have a tech in AoE4 called Preservation of Knowledge. It's like, yeah, POC. It's like it's actually very efficient to call it POC instead of the full thing, right? Like Vaults of Erebus, just call it VOB. Vo rather, call it Vo, right? Vaults of Erebus is cheaper. It's much more cheap on your word economy. But most people are like, no, that just seems wrong. Why are we doing that?
I want to say the long name. I want to be like, what was it? When I remember when League of Legends was becoming kind of like quite what was already quite big, but like the commentary was kind of starting to get to that high level, and all the casters like started going, I just need to say the full name of the like ultimate or whatever that the players were using in their characters.
Hey,
And that's
I
what
worked
that's what it
hard
was.
to remember the name of this thing, okay?
That's right.
Like,
That's right. You gotta know it. You have to know everything.
Talked about this before, like in Dota 2, there's a bit called Sanity's Eclipse, and everyone just calls it dropping the hammer. You're like, I remember the full name. We should call it the full name. And then obviously we always have the things historically, how are you pronouncing them? Is it correct? Like I don't know why I have this obsession with calling hoplites hoplite, which is technically correct. By Latin, right?
I've given up on pronunciation. English is a language which has been as Australians, we butcher this language on a daily basis. So,
As English, we butcher this on a daily basis.
that's right. Exactly. That's right. You go 2 meters down the road and someone speaks completely different, right?
Oh, mate, yeah, don't get me started. How many different ways can you say water in a small size country? We really took it to the extreme limits. But I'm just confirming, we might actually go... We're going to see if Ulysses versus Kavoth is possible to hop into, because we're searching for the game now, and apparently it is like the Holy Grail at this moment. If not, we have got the players prepping to get drafted for the second series of the day. So if we're not able to deliver you this delicious treat, we should be back in a few minutes for Superfam versus Tunison, a Fox v Fox showdown. Either way, hang in there, and we'll find out in just a few minutes. Ray coming in.
Oh, look at that picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response here, but this is much worse than forest fire. This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position. Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe
pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
Are we going to get gold
under
pads?
the stronghold? Oof.
Tunison,
and
there we go.
And there's the counter.
Activates.
Is that the Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming in from a long range away, though. The stuns as well are controlling. The Stone Giant can't be accessed.
He needs to bring him in through that little gap on top of all those, because he's got the splash damage with the pig. That'd be so crazy.
Tunison is dead.
Like,
look at the military. He's gone.
It equaled out. He's still because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an interesting fight.
Gonna start spitting. Not gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
gonna
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here, made it through. That's terrible. This is why you have to micro the Axemen. They're all dead. The only thing that could kill them was those.
Yep. The Wadjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the appropriate respect.
He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though. Yep. Much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This man is all uniting. Look at he's bringing in the Ravens.
Wait. Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has 170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out though. I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on the Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wadjets to hit the...
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's 100% hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happens to poor Wadjets. Yeah, that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and the Wadjets just die.
But the Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the Axemen. The Axemen were attacking the Cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean, he has numbers, but he's lost quality. But will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
there it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Nemi and Ryan Laws are coming out.
Really good damage, though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll can be big. Hits them all.
That's so good.
Chimera.
In the back.
I think the Chimera is coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is going to finish that one too.
And turns out the Chimera is better than Wadjet as well. Suck on that one.
The Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This is over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away.
Yeah, this is going to be rough in a second here.
From a GG. 15 seconds left in his hands. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability, because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for a whirlwind ride.
Didn't even want to see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus, though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
okay, that was a big hit.
That was huge, actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's backing up now. But the hero Thomas
are through. Sanders!
2 is going to be going down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the Myth units, and that was his one hope, his one way of holding here, and it's dead.
Yeah, the Satyrs were like the one thing that was kind of clinging on to hope for him, but they're gone.
So we do have a move out onto the Ox's front side. Meanwhile, these Oracles are just getting every ounce of information.
Oh my God, no! This is not how this day ends. This is not how this day ends. It is. It's how the day ends. No! What did that just happen? No, Tiger! No, dude!
Do you know how I'd rate that play? Oh God, that was horrible. The temple wasted. Caladria are just going to try to base the fire.
Shots. Yeah, dude, that was actually a lot of wasted shots.
He's still doing it. Like he's A-clicking.
He's losing so much for nothing. What? Oh my God.
That was vile.
Gonna be a lot.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. It's time for our second series of the day. In fact, a culling of foxes here. They're cute, they're adorable, they're huggable. One of them is going to be put in a box and buried in your backyard. Super Efim up against Tunison in a best of 5, and we have a live draft underway.
Yes, we do. We've seen the Uranus Ra bans here. I'm still not sure who's good to ban at this point. You know, like what do you do? Are you banning because you think your opponent is good with that Civ, or are you banning because the Civ is OP, or you think the Civ is OP, or what are you doing? I don't know. But the gods are coming through. What do you think? If you were playing in this tournament, KP, and which god do you want to ban the most?
The god that I shouldn't ban the most, because
no, the god you want to, the one you don't want.
No.
See...
But
okay,
no,
all right, go for it.
Because my strategy is the other way, boy. Right?
Okay.
I've only got one ban, so I might as well have you thinking about why I banned it for the next 4 picks. Right? And but what you do is you've got to be live streaming at the same time. Just make sure your opponent doesn't look, and you just play marbles to decide which one you're going to ban.
True.
So there's no look. You don't get bogged down in the thought of why you banned, but your opponent is spending the entire draft process going, what is he planning to pick because of this? There we go.
You know, it's interesting you say that, not on the fact that it has any merit, but but if you ban let's just call it a D tier god, one that just never gets picked. There aren't any D tier gods in Myth because the game is actually balanced in a way such that every god shines in different sort of situations.
Yeah.
But let's just say there's a D tier god and you ban that god. That just means that you've opened up another slot for yourself to potentially pick a really good god.
Depending on what you're banning, right? Like that's always been an argument in different esports, not just AOM, not just AoE 4 or 2. Like Dota 2 has had this for a long time, right? It's the first pick advantage, right? And then also there's advantages. So for example, in Dota 2, you can choose which side of the map you want to be on, or you can choose like, you know, do you want to be first or second? So like they try to balance the dynamic there, but people a few years ago figured out, oh no, you always take this side of the map, and then you like force them to give you second pick, right? So it's like very big brain, deep in the woods thought processes for a game of 120 picks. And I think it's similar here, where I mean we saw it for Wallalow, right? Like I saw it in the 4 grand finals. We had it in Myth as well, where you can essentially ban the second best god, and then you just go to your opponent and go on. Like, are you going to ban it, or are you going to leave it open, right? Is there something you need for your draft? And I just get it for free. So it is a thing. I don't know if we've got the perfect drafting solution for AOM. It took Age of Empires 4 about 2.5 years to get there, I want to say, to get a really, really good one. And I imagine we'll see some iterations over time of Myth, especially as new gods get added in.
Totally. And it's like, for Myth, these players, this is the first time, or second time with Wallalow. This is the first real big, long-form tournament that we're seeing drafts being used.
Yeah.
And we are seeing players getting better at this, I would say. So as strategy comes through and everything gets like a little bit more, well, like you say, I'm not going to ban the best god because I'm first pick, or I'm going to target ban my opponent, or I'm not going to ban a specific god because my opponent can play them all. but I'm going to open myself up to get these picks instead, and you start thinking about it down the line. Yeah, maybe there needs to be some changes. Maybe there doesn't. At this point, I'm like I said at the start, I don't even know. If I was playing this, I don't even know what I would ban.
Yeah, because like one thing that you're saying, for example, that gods have all these different situations they can shine in, but there is
Yeah.
an element of like, oh, I'm hard counterpicked on this specific matchup, right? And
Yeah.
something that 4 didn't have at first, because when 4 first came out, Age of Empires 4 that is, not the God 4, you could have mirrors was one thing that we've now done
Yeah.
away with. And another thing was that um, we used to have drafts, they had to be set up in a way that even when we got rid of mirrors, you would pick 5 picks for a best of 5, like we have here. Now, what we do is, for example, if you have a best of 7, you draft, say, 5 picks, and then you redraft after game 4, right? Which is
Yeah.
very interesting because the whole goal of that is, drafting should be a skill, and you should have an opportunity to outdraft. But there's nothing more underwhelming than just this idea that the draft decided the outcome of the tournament, right? So, yeah,
Totally.
there's a lot of
Yeah,
cool things
that
that could
last
happen.
game 5 for sure. That makes a lot of
Right.
sense. Last game
Yeah.
5. If I know what the god's going to be, then if I'm up 2-1 in a series and I see there's like my opponent's got 2 gods left and I've got 2, and I see, well, one of my gods counters this god, the other god counters both the gods, so I can just throw game 4 and get a really easy game 5 win.
And
Yeah.
that would happen. That was a very big problem. It's a hard one to solve. It's also why I'm never a believer in one game advantage grand finals from the upper bracket, because
Yeah.
you already create a sloped environment where someone can toss away a good sieve. Like to one of the most memorable examples I have is Vortex, who was playing earlier. He had a series against Marine Lord in 4 in the early days, and Marine Lord just threw he threw the worst sieve in the game at the time up against the best sieve. He knew the best sieve was coming, right? Because Vortex was behind. He has to. So, yeah, it's fun discussing this. I think I'd love to see what kind of ideas the community can come up with around Myth, because I don't think EGC would say they've come up with the perfect solution straight away. Like, that's rarely ever the case. But there's so many different angles you can go for. Like, in a best of 5, do you just have, for example, 2 BO3 drafts, right? Like, where you draft 4 gods and then you reset halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, can you, in that situation, then you could probably also say, well, you can redraft but not pick the gods you've already picked as well, right? So you can have,
If you want to get creative, yeah. Like, there's loads of cool systems.
especially when you get more gods added into the game, like China's coming. That moves us from
Yep.
13 gods up to 16 gods. So that's a lot more options there. And then we got another DLC coming, who knows when, with another 3 gods getting added in. And then we've also got potential for the extra
Goes on.
Greek, Egyptian,
All the ones being theory
Atlantean.
crafted on Reddit. Yeah, I've seen them and the YouTube
Yeah,
videos.
so there's so much potential to come through. And we've also got already, there's a shout out to modders out in the community. They haven't quite made it into Retold just yet, but in Legacy we had, I want to say we had like 15 fan-made gods that were made playable and really high quality, in all honesty. So there's so much potential to get this game going from, it's a fairly big amount of pickable gods, but it could get into that crazy amount, and this drafting thing can get very, very complicated very, very quickly.
Dude, I mean, obviously, when we've done it all round it all out, Hestia is going to be bestia. That's obvious. But the thing is, to that, I started my esports career in Dota 2, and Dota 2 has about 100, over 120 heroes now, right? About 122 when I started. So think about that for a second. Like, unique picks going to be picked once. You have 10 bans, 10 picks in total in the game, right? Like, you see how this adds up, like the amount of permutations. Now, that sounds overwhelming, especially for anyone who's nerded on YouTube for 20 plus hours sitting at a time learning build orders. But that's where the importance of focusing on your own strategy comes in, right? So, like, to bring the whole conversation back to the opening bans, your focus shouldn't be on, what's OP right now? As you said, the balance is in a fairly good position. Your focus instead should be, what is the cornerstone of my draft, right? I'm focusing on these gods. These would be my preferable gods. If I get 2 out of the 4 that are my best gods, what counters them the most, right? Remove that from the pool instead.
Yeah, totally. Well, the draft is over, KP.
It is. Did
Hades,
they
Zeus,
remove
Gaia,
it?
Poseidon, Isis versus Set, Loki, Thor, Odin, Kronos. Blue Lagoon first game. Zeus versus Set.
What? Like, so we just basically got someone showing they're a Greek main versus someone showing, well, they're mostly a Norse main. They just hate Freya. Um, you don't often get this kind of divide, right? Especially when I think Greeks and Norse are in particular involved because they still have some really volatile picks. Things like Loki and Thor come to mind. And then on the other side, I mean, Poseidon has been ban-worthy in a lot of players' eyes. Hades, I think, has one of the highest pick rates in the tournament so far, if I'm not mistaken. So not often you see this type of divide.
There's a funny stat that it doesn't apply to Retold, but in Legacy, there was not a single Norse player that won an S tier tournament.
Really?
Greek, on the other hand,
Oh, he goes.
very, very, very. The Greek and Egyptian were the gods that kind of had a lot of success in those very final games. I do expect that to be very different. We've already seen Norse winning in the finals, right? So it's already different. But yeah, the only problem with picking Norse in tournament is that it's just a hard civ to play. It's just hard. It's not that it's weak. It's just like you can't make any mistakes. You got to use your infantry to build. You can get yourself on the back foot, and as soon as you're on the back foot, it's over for you. I'm excited to see Tunison play with this though, because he is a Aranos player, he's an Atlantean player at heart, but he can play all the gods at a high level. Super FM the same thing. He's an Egyptian player at heart, but can play all of the gods at a high level as well. Both of these guys are getting one of their like main civ, Isis, Kronos, and the rest are kind of, yeah, like you say, Greek versus Norse. It's going to be exciting.
Especially with what you just kind of lined up and the way it's playing out, where like the Egyptian main is going to be up against it. But you know what, folks? Let's kick it off. We are going deeper into the round of 8 here with a Fox team showdown in Genesis Retold. Here on the blue side, the first Fox member in this series is Super FM on Zeus.
And his teammates, unfortunately, colliding at this point in the tournament. In the red color playing a Set. His name is Tunison.
Fun one to open up on with Blue Lagoon here. You know, like it's kind of interesting how many clashes we've had between teammates, but we were saying on the broadcast, it's not really because we've lined them up against each other. It's just there's a few teams and they've stacked a lot of players, right? Like I think, what was the most recent one? Was it Tunison or Super Fim, right? Because Vortex was the one that Fox definitely made a big deal out of, given his legacy. But I think if they blow it up to 3 or is it 4 team members now for the Fox clan?
Fox, I think there's 4 from memory. One Fox member didn't get through the qualifiers, had a tough draw. But yeah, most of them did qualify. So they've had a really, really good showing. Aces, on the other hand, is the other big kind of esports team with Mister and Crew Rappel going at it. But you're absolutely right. There's just not that many teams. That's why we're seeing them jump into it. But we've got our matchup. We've got Blue Lagoon. We've got Set. We've got Zeus. The first keys here for Superfim to kind of unlock and get himself an advantage here is find this priest. If you find this priest, you can whack it with the Katoskopos, you can bolt it if you want to, and you can shut down a big part of what makes Set function, which is that animal conversion in the early game.
Well, he's kind of been tipped off to it because he just yoinked a bunch of sheep running on by. Oh, he goes south side though, so the problem with this as well is like the bolt is so valuable that the longer you wait, the more you hesitate to find this, the less valuable it would be to do in the first place.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are some tricks you can do to kind of see if your opponent's at a location once he converts one of those animals. Yeah, it looks.
Well, you can't
a
go
little
guy
bit
units in
funky
this, can we? Yeah.
With a guy, well, Mother Nature. One of those Mother Nature units. It actually starts to look a little funny through the fog of war. So you can kind of get tipped off if you're looking for it. But Tunison gets lucky. He's stealing Hunt away from that town center. That's actually kind of big because oftentimes we see Zeus wanting to go for a far second town center of sorts. And while there's going to be berries there, you can't steal the berries away. Stealing that Hunt does really hurt going for that second town center early.
It does feel tough to try and go for a second town center in this matchup though, right? Because Set has that really potent timing where they can even just pull workers to attack your second town center. And with the animal kingdom behind them, we've seen plenty of players fall victim to it.
Yeah, the only way you can make it guaranteed to work is have that ceasefire. So you see homies coming in, it's there. You don't really want to use it to get the town center up. You're absolutely right. You want to save it for ancestors, or maybe to defend against the tornado timing, or just a shifting sands later in the game. But if you have to, you can do it. But there's another option as well where you jump in straight with a couple of Hippias, shut down all of the line of sight, shut down all of the potential options. We see a stable coming through for Super FM, and then you get that town center a little bit later and play around the shifting sands a little bit. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
I wonder.
We'll see what this can go for.
There's no way you open cavalry here, right? Like, we've seen sometimes used to do that for a little bit of poke and prod, but again, set, that would feel like a death sentence. I mean, he has got the stables down.
It's I guess that the thought process is it's a counter in a way to a naked far second town center from the set player, which probably isn't meta at the moment or at any point, but in this matchup, but you know, it's definitely always on the cards. And if you get caught out and be a little bit greedy and go a different route, the set player can find a slight advantage going that way. That's my only thought. I don't know if it's accurate or not.
I mean, at this point, I think no matter the Civ on our screens, we've got to be worried about second town centers, right? Like, Kronos has been doing it a lot. We've seen Set doing it more and more here. But yeah, we are at least going to have Hippies coming. Additional Centaurs also being added in. Not a bad choice, because although Tunison is going into Spears, he's got a very immobile ranged formatting here, right? Like, he's got the Wajits, which are not going to be able to react quickly, and doesn't have many priests either.
Yeah, there's still the Bolt, so we can get rid of one of those myth units if need be, but those get massed really quickly. I've been seeing a lot of Egyptian players, Ra and Set alike, getting up to 4 of these Wajits and going for villager raids with them. If you hit 4 spit attacks before hunting survival, what's it called? I've forgotten what it's called. Survival equipment comes in the heroic age. 4 shots, it dies to poison. The villager dies to poison. So you can get in, get a whole bunch of shots off on different villages, and you can kill so many straight away. It's going to be a really, really strong way to play. But it does require you, like you say, very mobile army, and allows your opponent to play around you a little bit and try and find value elsewhere.
Now, if this drags out in H2, this is going to become a matchup of forcing the god power, right? Like on both sides, because we mentioned the ceasefire and how invaluable it is. I'd say at this point, ceasefire probably easily top 2 in terms of H2 powers. Is good enough to be an H3 power in most cases. On the other side, shifting sands is what enables the Wajit strategy. Without that, you can't go raiding onto these economies you just mentioned.
Yes. Shifting sands. Ceasefire. Maybe it's worthwhile to do it anyways, just to get ceasefire off the table for later power spikes, right?
Interesting, yeah. And then I guess in H3, yeah, you do have some potency there. I think maybe something like, what would you go for? Locust, maybe?
Nephthys Ancestors is my
Ancestors is better.
guess, but actually, there's also Segment, right? Without any timing attacks involved, but just Segment,
you're right, yeah.
later shifting sands and scarabs could take down a location pretty brutally. But yeah, we don't even need the shifting sands because he just walked across the map right now with this immobile army, and Super of him is now having to retreat back. This is a little bit of damage that I don't think he's going to be happy to be suffering. Doesn't take any villager losses, but lots of idle villager time. Watchtowers is up.
Close though. It's so close to the base and the gold as well, and the idle time could hurt a lot. So
Yeah.
Obelisk, as you said, is going to be coming up. We've got a little bit of poke coming in. The spits come out. Let's go force it back quite early here. As you can see, that damage already stacking up. Waited around a little bit too long there, so villagers starting to get targeted down. Love that as well. Tunison, that centaur shot isn't going to deter your Wajits, so you just leave them in range, let them keep poking, and then afterwards you can just kiss the boo-boos better, right? They only take like 10, 15 health off.
Yeah. I mean, I love this here from Tunison. He's got the obelisk up as well, so he gets to see everything. This is something that Mister's been kind of innovating a bit, is these aggressive obelisks, just so, you know, when your opponent's going to be engaging, you can set up and reformat, that's not the right word. Fix your formations in the army. Fix the formations of your army so that you can defend everything that's coming at you. But also, just being able to push in with the Wajits is really, really strong.
This is so uncomfortable what Superfim is doing. Bolt comes in on the separate Wajit, commits the hippies, is into mass spears, has to relocate on top of the Wajit to try and be safe, and the shifting sands is going to be there, but he screws up! The spearman, he fumbles, 5 of them get left behind. The primary army is out, but that's still additional losses that should have been completely avoided for Tunisia.
That was such a good engagement. We were talking just before about line of sight and how important it is, but Superfim, he groups up like 3 separate groups of units there and just surrounds perfectly. Maybe Tunison could have hung out there and actually taken the fight. He would have lost everything, but he would have made a decent trade. But now he's downshifting sands. Ceasefire is still on the table. Superfim can grab a town center. He can go heroic age. He can do whatever he wants. Now, he's got to be feeling good moving forward, right?
Yeah. And the other thing as well is like the patience Superfim showed. Like if you look back at that era where they fought, he waited until Tunison walked beyond the goal. That was intentional. He wanted to engage when there was no choke point so that a small group of spears wouldn't be able to protect the budget. So that was elegant from Superfim. Very high level. But with Age for on the way, like there is a bit of a conundrum coming in. You mentioned the possibility of something like a second town center. Superfim, he has got a strong army. Although the military count seems against him, the centaurs cannot be written off easily here. I am a little bit surprised that he stayed at home after forcing the shifting sands.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have...
Forever. He's staying at home forever. Never are they going to move again. They just stay there until we're ready to go back. That's the power we have here on the EGC TV broadcast. If we need a coffee break or we need a sub break, because I haven't seen enough subs in chat recently, so you guys need enough time to enter your credit card details to subscribe so you don't have to worry about ads for the next several hours and then the next weekend. And then we can unpause the game and continue on. Boom.
Well, what we can do during this slight moment of technical difficulties is we can talk about this situation right now in the game. It's 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. We can kind of predict a little bit of what's going to be happening here. Ancestors comes through. Gold mine for Superfim is going to be expiring within the next, 2 to 3 minutes? So, big fat fight coming in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're playing as Zeus? Yes, you still got ceasefire, but that's only going to cut 30 seconds off the Ancestors. Still going to be some stuff coming in. What do you do to survive where that's concerned?
I think the advantage you at least have is if you play forward of your base, you do have a cavalry comp, right? So after your opponent kind of goes a little bit ham, you can run away. He would have committed the Ancestors, then you ceasefire. Or if you ceasefire in the mid-map, you can potentially still buy time. It's a little bit awkward, though. I think you're right. Like, if Superfim reads through it and just... Tunison reads through it and says, oh, I just go, he can just park himself in your base for the end of the ceasefire. So I want to almost say maybe something like as simple as walling, right? Like, when you ceasefire up, take the opportunity to throw down some walls.
I love some walls. There was about... okay, so I have a love-hate relationship with walls.
Okay.
I know how good they are, but I just refuse to build them. Not because I don't want to, but just because I'm just lazy. It's just like I'm just late. I can admit I'm lazy, and I get bitten in the bum quite a bit when I'm playing. But you're absolutely right. A little bit of walling can be the difference between 10 seconds and a new unit coming in, or like just losing the game. You know,
I'm with you, by the way. Like if I spend resources on walling, walls aren't going to kill people. You know.
That's right. That's exactly right. Why would I want to send a villager out there to build a wall when I could leave it in my base, get more resources, get more dudes to throw them at my opponent?
Are you that guy like me in an MMO who gets given $1 million gold to budget for his equipment and spends it all on the weapons because armor isn't going to get me the kills, but
that's right. Yeah, no,
better
you're absolutely
spears.
Right. I can just go and buy a one-hit kill dart. Big boss is dead.
Mate, I can tell you've played some MOBAs in the past. We've got the same mentality there. They look at my inventory, they're like, where's your defensive item? Defending? So, I think we're just confirming now. We should be able to get back into that. Apologies, folks. There's a little bit of a hiccup there in the replay. So we should be able to hop back in just a few minutes. If you're just tuning in, by the way, this is our second series of the day. You did miss out on Vortex versus Pegasus. That's right. We're looking like the Fox fan club here so far. But as we get deeper, we should be seeing a mixture of other names in there when we get into the next round of eliminations, which will be kicking off straight after this one. Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple
hear
minutes.
I think we're speeding through it.
Minutes.
Yeah, you make it sound like he's just going through at 1 times speed.
I'm not going to say anything about replay and the speed. You can go through them out. All right, we're just gonna go in with Zeus versus Set. This is everything that I care about right now. The game is the game.
So you can't just click on a time bar where you want to go. Okay. We don't have that technology.
I can actually explain how this works. So the technology is not there. So the way that replays work in Age of Mythology is that when you're playing the game, the game actually records your action that you make throughout the game. So that when you're actually watching the replay, you're not watching a video of the game. You're actually just watching the players play it again with the actions that go through. So in order to actually speed that up, the game actually needs to have a fastest speed that is possible to play at.
And that is done for a reason, right? So basically, folks, that if you don't do that, you can cause desync, which would then make the replay inaccurate to what actually happened. It's the same reason why for years RTSs have used peer-to-peer lockstep. The whole idea is that you send your command to your opponent, their version simulates the command, and then they do vice versa. It keeps you in lockstep. Recent additions have started to come out, newer generation games, things like Stormgate, that when you look at the tech side of things, have some really impressive things happening. Help with that process. It doesn't need to rely on that old system. But yes, typically the other reason you do this is that by basically giving commands instead of keeping full recording, it keeps the size of the replays down because you're just being sent a list of commands. So there is a bunch of reasons why it's viable. It's also why you don't see many RTSs having the idea of hot join, because the problem with hot join is in a peer-to-peer lockstep system. The way it does that is it's keeping a backlog of all your moves. So if you were to join a 20-minute game, you'd have to download potentially download logs that are 400, 500 megs big, depending on how inefficient they are on their storing, right? That's why games a long time ago looked at the idea of doing hot join and went, it's really not worth it, especially in primarily a 1v1 genre, because if someone's disconnected, they're piecing out anyway, right? Like they're probably even just 30 seconds of them being AFK before you realize and pause could be enough to have decided the game.
Totally.
All right, we nerded out hard there. I think
that's big nerds.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I play a game that's based 6,000-ish years in the past. It's got mythical beasts in it. It's got
you could have stopped it. I play a game that has build orders. All right, that sounded nerdy enough.
I have a game that requires a fair amount of study to play at a competitive game. You can't just jump into this game and button mash and expect to beat someone.
but wait, are you sure, boy? Because I heard that APM wins RTSs. I mean,
does it?
I don't know. That's what people keep telling me. Isn't APM button mashing?
Is it?
If I drag my face across the keyboard, I have very high APM.
Oh, that's true. If you play Oranos, you can put your face on the keyboard and then you can win. I've heard that one before. Yeah.
Well, okay, no, that's unfair to Oranos players, boy. Okay, I'm going to have to refute that statement. They do have to accurately build 10 oracles first before dragging their face across the keyboard. All right, it looks like we're ready to get back in the game. Apologies for that, folks. We are back where we left off, the stare down between Super Efim and Tunison in this opening game.
Yes, and we were talking about where this game's going to be going. That gold mine for Super Efim is going to be expiring. He's going Heroic Age now, so he's going to have bronze and something to use, but there will be an Ancestors. There's a lot of Spearmen. Super Efim's still going into Cavalry here, not making any effort to build any sort of infantry units, though. Once he hits the Heroic Age, he gets access to those Opacipists, which are counter-infantry units, which can absolutely demolish this Spearman army. The question is, will Tunison be able to adapt to that and get his gold starve happening? Or, will Super Efim be able to completely dominate here?
I mean, Tunison is a struggle to even reach out to that north side gold, right? Because the thing I'm thinking is that high ground can be exploited to kind of ambush your opponent with the widgets. So, like, terrain can actually play an impact when you consider both of these sides are using a very important backline. The slight mispositioning could just immediately lose you the fight. But Afim, he's looking to pressure here. He has the Ancestrals at the ready. It looks like we have got a move out. He doesn't want to have it cast into his base. He's going to try to force something a bit more defensive out of his opponent here.
Yes, and we're seeing Superfin move in. You're absolutely right. Keeping Tunison back allows him to get that defensive ancestors potentially on the and that's what's happening right here.
The body blocks weren't there quick enough, and he actually did use the ceasefire, so he was a little bit paranoid that the main was going to lose him a few units on the retreat. Not to mention, if you think about it, the formation shuffle would have put the centaurs at the back where they would have got clipped by melee units. So I'm not against this, and we did talk earlier about the idea that if you force the ancestrals here, it's much harder now for Tunison to leverage the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Wait,
there's almost
my brain on the wrong side.
Tunison has the ancestors.
Wait, you're right. The names on the top are the wrong way around. We're having that moment. Tunison is playing. There we go. Thank you. Bloody hell. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen when we came back. And well, it looks like the mummies have found needful children here. Several villagers going to get picked off on the flank.
This is at least to get something out of the ancestors. But now the power balance swings back into Super FM. He's got some ability now to utilize bronze and make a push happen. But he needs to not be too quick about it. You know what I mean? If he goes right now, he's down 50 population. That's a lot. So he does have a lot of myth units which work really, really good with that bronze. Obviously not against those priests that are doing divine damage, but it looks like he's going to be going for it. And Tunison may just be able... He's got the high ground here, KP.
Well, let's see if he's Anakin and Obi-Wan in this situation. Shots come out from the Centaurs. A big hit on the spears, forcing them back. And the bronze has been activated, so the Hippias not feeling countered for two reasons in this fight. Able to start spamming over that wave of spearmen. Does pull the Hydra away before it gets sniped down. The Centaurs should be getting the recharge shot coming through to try and wipe that high ground. And we still have 25 seconds more of this armor. Military lead, however, is heavily in favor of Tunison. The Hippias have been thinned through. Yes, they took a lot of spears with them, but that was not a favorable resource exchange, especially when you consider Tunison was also raiding the base.
That's absolutely wild. He literally just held that push while having basically 20 population of his army not in it.
I am flabbergasted right now. Not just that, right? Like, when you consider those initial centaur shots, Tunison's reaction wasn't swift. He took a lot of saturation damage there, and it still didn't matter.
I guess this means just one thing, KP. Set OP, right?
We're nerfing Greeks, yeah? Is it time again?
Yeah, nerf Greek again.
They won all the tournaments in traditional, and the winner of Red Bull Wall was Greek, so I'm on board with this. Yeah, let's nerf the crap out of them. And immediately a GG call. So Tunison gets the opening game in this Fox showdown.
I mentioned it, right? There's no way that Super FM can take that fight being down that much population. When you're playing against Egyptians' advantage is that they spam units. They spam units faster than you. Their units cost less than you. Their units are worse than yours in terms of stats. But they get more of them. So the way to win is when does that spammage advantage stop being a factor? Well, it's when you get to population. So you've got to get to population first, and then your units are just going to start winning.
I mean, the crazy thing as well is, like, he weathered the storm, right? We already saw the ancestors get used. That was the panic moment. The moment that has been disposed of, you can go back to playing the game as if you're playing a cavalry civ, because you are playing cavalry, right? So flank, raid, poke. We're also so deep in the game that, you've already had to come out onto the flanks to find resources. Your opponent is going to do so as well. But, at the end of the day, I think we shouldn't be surprised by this outcome. I mean, we love vodka, but there's a reason he's observing and not playing this tournament. He shouldn't have been trying to fight up against Tunison. Just noticed that.
Vodka versus Tennyson. It's close. He got a lot of unit kills. He did have more unit kills. A lot of that is in the animals though, which aren't really worth anything. But better luck next time, Vodka.
Nah, we'll let Fox's teammate take over now. We'll get Super Finn back in the action. So, game 2, and it is going to be more of the Greeks. Finn seeming very cozy. Remember, the majority of his draft is Greek, so we kind of expect this. Is this a better outlook for Super Finn or Tunison for game number 2, though? Because this time it's against Odin.
Well, it's traditionally a challenging matchup for Poseidon, just on the fact that Odin has got a boost on Berserks, which are an infantry unit, and Poseidon's got a boost on cavalry, which get countered by infantry. But that being said, I don't actually think it's that big of a deal. You can make Toxotes, you can make Sentai, you can make Hoplites, all of that stuff is going to be enough to counter a whole bunch of Berserks that come through. And you're just going to probably end up seeing most players go into mass raiding cavalry versus mass hippias to kick the game off anyways. So it's going to come down to raids. It's going to come down to multitasking, defending, making sure your villagers don't get caught out, working out where your weaknesses are. It's on Savannah, so nice and open map. So a perfect setup for 2 raiding civs.
One thing I do like here actually for Odin is like if you have to take a slightly more defensive angle, usually the problem there is, I think this is part of why Poseidon feels so good, right? Is you go cavalry, you take control of the map, and then you have a choice, the branching choice. All in, or I like TCs. And we've seen Poseidon's very good at taking either option because you have that map control. And because you are, I'd say, a bit more lean cavalry-wise, you might be favored there against Odin. But the cool thing, at least about Odin, is they can scout where other civs cannot. They've always got the Ravens, and if this is a mass hippias type strategy, there's no easy way of blunting or preventing that vision entirely. So I could see a world in which Odin takes a more defensive footing here. But the question mark is, after that opening game, does that really fit into the Tunisian plan? Because I feel like you kind of expect Set to be the aggro party there, but he was really trying to send it from a very early point with that widget strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the idea of if I'm aggressive, I get an advantage. Or at least I can force my opponent to make mistakes. So he does have Odin. Odin does have that great hunt, does get to sit in his base for longer, does get to get like a little bit of extra resource income to spam units out in the early game and get on the front foot. But what can he attack? We'll have to wait and see. Savannah going to be kicking into it relatively shortly. KP, I don't know. This one's a tough one to call. It's all going to come down to skill, and I love that.
Exactly. I'm reading the rest of the draft deeper. I think Super Fame's draft gets a little bit better in the later games. Got good defensive civs with defensive maps. Tunison's entire angle remains aggressive, from the set pick to the Loki, 4, who's rewarded for that aggression by getting economy, Kronos. Like, this is very much a more aggressively drafted approach from Tunison. Kind of feels like he needs that quick series. And when you think about the maps being selected, it is at least favoring him, right? We have Blue Lagoon. Now we have Savannah. I think we're ready to actually hop into it. Tundra comes to mind. Anatolia games can get very snowbally. We've seen that. I mean, upside for Tunison as well is that Zeus pick was already removed. And there we go, we're good. So with the Zeus pick being removed, I don't think you have to freak out about Anatolia as much as you normally would. I imagine it's a Gaia pick there for him, which would leave Hades for Alfheim, Isis, Tundra.
I'm honestly thinking Loki on Anatolia. This is hidden OP pick. Berserk Narok is unstoppable on that map because once the gold mines expire in your main base, you have to move on to the middle. And as soon as you're there, all the villagers turn into Berserks. Flaming Weapons comes in, and everyone cries except for the Loki players. Finally, we see advantage Norse player.
We have seen Kronos there as well, actually.
Kronos is also good there, you're right. Yeah. Isis is also good there. Hades is actually also good there as well.
Everything is good there, is literally what we got to was in the end.
I'm trying to say that. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, that's the way you want to draft. We talked about this, right? The elegance of it. You want to keep your options open. But I think I do recall a particular Kronos game that we were robbed in the last minute of, but it turned out to be one of the insane games of the tournament. So surprisingly effective when they can come out in Anatolia. We are just rejigging the stream right now, guys. So I know there's a waiting for the game to start. We will be getting in a sec. You keep hearing the wonderful voices or noises rather inviting us in. But yeah, I don't know. I like this approach to drafting. I feel like we've had a lot of talk about drafting today, but it is. I think it's something that sometimes gets forgotten about in RTSs because when you think about the big RTSs people are familiar with, like a lot of people think StarCraft, there's map draft, but there isn't Civ draft, right? So you just focus on the players within. Age of, we're familiar with it in Age of Empires 2. If I'm not mistaken, the OG Age of Myth tournaments typically didn't have as much banning picking, right? Like I think there were a lot of tournaments where you're allowed to kind of repick the same Civ, right?
Yes, actually, that's the way that we played Myth for, I don't know, probably like 15, 16 years, right?
Yeah, if you're a
Like,
Zeus
I
main,
think
every single game.
yeah, it's funny you say that. Like we have the Mister versus Magic history, and not only could you pick the same god every single game, you
They
could also
did.
pick the same map every single game.
Wait,
so
what? I didn't know about that part. What?
There was a very silly tournament that happened eons ago. Mister will tell you about it. He's probably still salty about it, to be honest. Magic, I think he won one game to kick it off.
Mhm.
It was whatever. And then the next game happens, Mister wins, and loser picks the map.
Mhm.
And Magic would just go, Isis at that time was the strongest god on
Yep.
Anatolia, and he would just pick Anatolia, win, and then next map, Mister would pick a map, win, Anatolia again, win, Anatolia again, and then he cleans the 7 game series 4-3, winning on Anatolia 3 games in a row.
Isn't this better, folks? I mean, it's
What
interesting.
we did say though, what we did say, just as a quick aside, is as we've already mentioned it, as balance and God's strengths kind of move certain ways on certain maps. We did get like how do I say this? We had a tournament where we tried to get as many different maps thrown in at once. Oh, we're going to be jumping into Super
Yeah,
versus
we
Tunisia
have
now.
we don't have to repeat maps.
I'll come back to
anymore.
my story.
We will get back to the history of Age of Mythology shortly after we make some new history here as we hop into game number 2. Super Efim trailing here is looking to rely on the Greeks again, this time in the blue as Poseidon.
And in the red here, trying to continue what he started in game number 1. He's playing as Odin, and his name is Tunison.
So, first things first, we've got to kind of look at the map spawns and figure out, like, is there any exposure point? Because one big thing on this map, especially when you play Odin, you want to find a way to use that hunt. You start off with a decent amount, but gotta say, looking at the spawn, his movement is kind of predictable, right? Play 1 TC, shifts outside. So that could be an exposure point, right? If Poseidon sees that, if Superfim reads the map that way, he can easily use that to kind of spread you between the hunt away and your resources at home. Because the other tough part on this spawn for Tunison is the map has divided gold and hunt pretty aggressively from each other.
Yeah, this might even be a situation where you just don't leave your base as both players. Just on the fact that how are you going to set up a position that you're just going to be stuck on the hunt. You're not going to be able to move your army away, otherwise you're going to lose all the villages there to a random raid from raiding cavalry or Hippias. So maybe the idea is Superfim's got a pretty crazy idea that he could just drop lures in his base, 30 favor, never have to leave. And Tudis can also drop great hunts in his base. Not the best idea, but he could do it. But just go straight into farms, like eat your berries, eat your chicken, eat your goats, farms, and just say, yeah, I'm behind, but at least I'm not going to be losing villagers throughout this entire game and having something be very, very messy.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here to that point as well is, like, when you think about the idea of leaning on Gaia, Superfim will be favored there, right? Because the problem with the dynamics of this matchup is, how is Tunison going to generate favor? You're either going to build hearses or you're going to fight. And what is Poseidon going to do? Build cavalry. So Hearses sounds terrible to spam because you're primarily just going to be up against units that will counter you. And going for fights is going to be difficult because your opponent has cavalry that can just walk away.
Well, we're going to be seeing fairly shortly the way that they're going to go. Freya, Hermes, no surprises in all honesty. One day we're going to see an Odin player try Heimdall out.
Right?
It's not going to be this day.
Like maybe
Actually, I
in the
learned
next
something
decade?
today. I learned something today, KP.
Oh yeah.
Undermine affects a settlement that's under construction.
Ooh.
Didn't know this.
Yeah.
What does that mean? It means if your opponent rushes a second town center up or it gets caught, and you can catch it really easily with Norse, I'll tell you exactly how. But if they go for that town center, you can click undermine when it's at like 500 HP, and that's lost resources. And the way you do it is you just drop a house on both the towns or both the settlements, and there's no way for them to get the town center up.
So
Happened to me today. I got caught out.
So what you're
There you go.
saying is we just need a map that has water on it where the meta is to go to TC.
That's right.
We're not asking much.
I wonder if those maps exist or not. I don't know.
I don't know. There might be some for it. We might have had a series today, but I think that was unraveled without the need for an undermine. We have got pressure coming in versus. I mean, this is what we talked about, right? And this is before we even get to the mass hippias. This is just the initial heroes, which are better quality for the Greeks. Just makes it difficult to fight.
Yeah. So Super of him be having this moment to put pressure on, but this moment gets very, very quickly out of hand if he stays here for too long. He has to get this perfectly timed, get the damage in, sniper berserk there, nice play. But soon we're going to see raiding cavalry coming through, and Super of him, he's going to have to get out of here. But how much damage can he really get done is the big question.
He can keep poking, even use the centaur over that wall that's been constructed. So it's going to dive in. Nice strike there, forces a lot of idle time. We have at least got more cav coming, but it's always the issue is even if you manage to pinch this army, it's not ideal, but he can just use the ceasefire to get away, easy peasy.
Yeah, you don't. Well, ceasefire is always going to be on the table, so we have to get rid of it. Getting rid of it early, better than later, I guess.
I mean, I'm just interested in this new god power called Mute, which means you can't hear anything. We are aware of this, folks. Don't worry. We'll look to get it resolved ASAP. It's just unfortunately one of those things when we had to reboot into the replays, so we should have it back shortly.
I could start making the noises.
Can we make the noises?
Skip on.
Oh, well, actually, we're looking at dwarves, so we just have to sing the song. Ho, ho, hi, ho. It's off to work we go. Okay, I know the dirty version of that song, so I'm going to stop singing before I accidentally sing it. We have got the cavalry coming. Rohirrim riders on the way across to do some return damage. So, Afim, his reaction is about as quick as a goldfish here. Finally pulls away. It looks like one villager should be struck down. So, good start there for Tunison. Able to get a kill that matters. And in fact, okay, that was almost a catastrophe. Superfim can't really afford to be losing the heroes this early when the cavalry is already scaling like this.
Yeah, this is great now for Tunisia. We're talking about how this kind of situation flips on its head very, very quickly in the early stages of the game, and getting a villager kill this early for Tunisia, plus also distracting this massive, really, really high quality units, Centaur, Atalanta, Hippias. Tunisia now, he's going to be very, very comfortable. We've also seen him getting himself Thundering Hooves, prioritizing that really, really early. So not only has he now pushed Superfin back, but he's also now going to have the speed to run rings around Superfin moving forward. Also, Sess Rumner pre-queued this technology. He gives 15% bonus HP on those Herser, which, if you know anything about the difference between a Hippias and a Herser in terms of trading efficiency, the Hippias normally edges out just a little bit. But once you get Sess Rumner, now the Herser start trading kind of equally in the actual fights against not only those Hippias, but also the myth units that Superframe obviously wants to be building as well. So it's really, really nice tech, really, really nice decision making from Tunison. Superframe might need to consider making some hoplites here.
Of course, the other big difference between Hippias and Hursa is most of the letters in their name. But you know, I agree. It's kind of interesting because it gives you an off ramp into a more static comp. Like it's good to have these raiders, but we know as the game goes on, Poseidon scales really well with that. The centaurs also become more of a bit of a sore thorn in your side when you start to clump cavalry this large, right? Because that saturation damage then begins to really pay off.
Yeah, and at this moment, it's all just poking, right? So the speed is and the momentum for Tunison, this is everything. But great walls up for Super from great house walls here. The chickens are a little bit exposed. Maybe Super Film could position his army a bit better. The raiding cavalry coming through. Not going to get anything happening, but
Quite enough. But wait, we got the second group here. So this is about to turn into a game of Benny Hills. And it's difficult, right? You don't want to have to use that ceasefire, especially so early. Love these diving with the Ravens there just to try and draw any fire away from the infantry coming in. But you've got like, what, about a minute, 20 seconds to try and stall here. And behind this, Tennyson, he ain't going to skip a beat. He's aging up himself as well. Njord about to trigger.
yeah. Aphrodite, Njord. And interesting decisions from both players. You've got Super from here. You could have gone for Dionysus. He's already making those Hippias. Getting Thracian horses in would be a real big advantage considering Tunison doesn't have access to Bragi, which is getting deep into some weird technological theory here, but Bragi has really, really strong herdmen, which are a great counter to Thracian horses, cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have that. So opting in for the Aphrodite instead, going into hoplites, he's going to have to move into something else apart from these Hippias. As Tunison, he's got Njord, which gives him really big Jarls, which obviously you're going to need some counters for those.
Yeah, so we are going to actually have a situation where Superfim is essentially going to be locked in his base by the looks of it at this pace. Tunison just trying to be relentless with the pressure as he does set up the proxy bases. Just on the edge. Now, we do have the curse, which is a big deal here. So the problem I'm seeing right now is, as it currently stands, Tunison doesn't really have the god powers that line up the same way, right? Even when we reach this age 3, Walking Woods can be good, but it requires you to kind of force a fight elsewhere before it becomes accessible. All of the FIM's tools are designed to enable a very big critical engagement.
If only you could forest fire Walking Woods, then you could use it anywhere.
I'm telling you, yeah, just move it on the go.
That's right.
At that point, you just got like a Red Alert 2 demo truck, and whoa, Curse comes in. Body blocks the back line of it, so has to commit in. The Walking Woods is going to come through to try and just layer in the cake here. The Nemean line getting some good roars out. Isn't being focus fired down just yet. Can the Hippias line hold out with the whole potato on the front here? It's looking reasonable for Efim. He still does have the ceasefire if things start to get bleak. For the time being, the pressure is good. He is going to have to retreat a bit here. Nemean line should have the roar available, but no trigger coming out. So shifts at the backside with only 1 HP. Does get it out of there. Could still go for the roar. Is going to get it just before the strike comes through. So that delays part of the army attacking. Will still go down. And the pressure still being mounted, but Tunison's army has been heavily relieved of its life here. Down to 29 pop, and Fim now building a lead.
Yeah, I think Tunison just needs to retreat here. He thought he had enough of an advantage or enough of a counter with Walking Woods versus that curse, but reality there, that army was just so strong for Super FM. But can he figure out how to delay here and get himself back into this game from a military standpoint? Villagers are now outside of the base. They're on that second gold mine.
We've got the front
raids
line
are happening.
well. I mean, the raids are just being mirrored out, though. Funnily enough, it's mainly just Atlanta. Centaurs need to really be addressed. They're dealing with this clump up quite well. The problem is we just don't have the hero units to make this a quick snipe. So fights seemingly getting harder and harder for Tunison now. He's barely got any frontline left over. The Giant is going to go down. At this point, it's a trickle of troops versus what might just turn into an unrelenting wave of Greeks.
Yeah, this is where things get really, really challenging for the Norse player. When you're on the defensive, you have to just pull back into your base, and there's nothing left there. You can't build buildings anymore because you need to have them fighting just to stay alive. And you have to throw everything into the fight, and Tunison here, he's about to get gold starved. He's got very few gold in the bank. We are seeing some Valkyries coming out, which are going to be very, very strong here. But, Superfim is going to have access to Atalanta and Hippolyta very, very shortly to deal with those. Just needs to invest in them. once he realizes all of those myth units are coming out, and he can return back into the fight and be completely fine.
He's going to push back again. So Eco becoming harder to access. Now, Tunison is playing Gamble on the south side. He has got a bunch of people gathering Guy down there just to give him the food required, right? Berries as well. But for now, it isn't noticed. However, we mentioned earlier with a predictable split of resources, it should become obvious quite quickly in a game like this to affirm where the economy has moved.
Should be obvious, but where is it? He's got access to the Pegasus as well, so he can have those flying scouts to get all across the map and prevent any of these sneaky shenanigans from happening. Another really great way to play around this sort of like, where is my opponent getting resources, is to send villagers around and build buildings on all the important gold mines, hunt packs, everything. Especially when you're playing Poseidon, if those buildings go down, you just get militia for it, and that's always nice.
Well played there. Forest fire as well. Whoa! What? He walked straight through it! Huge damage on the army. That's going to force a full migration of the Eco away. Fim, he thought he found the secret passage. There's a passage to the afterlife there. Barely gets out. Mainly crossed and covered in third-degree burns. That is not a pretty-looking army.
Oh my god. That's... I mean... I've heard people complaining the forest fire is not very strong. I don't know exactly how much damage it did there, but it seemed like it did something.
Well, everyone's walking around right now looking like Two-Face. I think it done a bloody lot there. Valkyrie's now able to gap close onto the Centaurs. So wiping out that. Has this game shifted at a critical moment when Tunison needed it most? Can he actually bite back? Because although the military count heavily favors Fim, the health bars do not.
No, and he's got no way to heal his units. He doesn't have Apollo. He doesn't have Temple of Healing. He doesn't have Restoration. He has Ceasefire, but that's not going to help him out with those health bars. And, I mean, the problem is, though, that population-wise, is still very much in favor of Superfim, and he's going to be heading straight back onto this gold mine, or at least maybe he's not. He's going to turn around and say, I want to be elsewhere, taking out the buildings first. Giving Tunison some breathing room in this game, but Tunison, he needs to get units out. He needs to get units out fast.
Another thing that could be interesting here for Tunison is, like, as he fights like this, we are getting close to another god power potential. I mean, if a forest fire is that good, we should look for another one. Obviously, some ways off, but beautiful thing is if you do want to stockpile up with the fighting that happens, you can get that favor quickly. It looks like instead we have got extra myth units coming in. So I guess Tunison's just going to try to keep raiding with Valkyrie until he's at a point where he can directly contest this. But this might be a problem. Centaurs, quick reactions from Tunison before it becomes a real issue. Still going to lose some eco, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how quick your reaction is. If the Centaurs stop chasing, maybe it does. But generally, like, those Centaurs are just going to chase you down forever, and you're just going to lose everything back into the main base. You've got to get walls up. That's the only way. And there's just no time for Tunison to do that. He's in full scramble.
I mean, he needs all of his economy gathering, right? None of it can afford to be building walls. That's taken away from him trying to reach that equality in military count. We do have Axemen now starting to be spammed up by Tunison. Long way to go, though. This army, this blob, is still lethal. Yes, the health bars are low, but kind of like our discussion before the game. Why build defensive items if you have enough attack items and everything dies straight away? My effective HP doesn't matter.
Yeah. There's one question that I've got right now. If your opponent is trying to raid you with cavalry, and you're in the heroic age and you have a stable, why are you not getting some prodromus out? They're fast enough. They kill those raiding cavalry off beautifully. Life's great. But yeah, no, we've just seen him try and just chase around four cavalry with a blob of infantry units. He's kind of role playing as Egyptian in a way. He's the Egyptian main. Just sees spears. He's like, I can build spearmen. Get him with the spears.
For people watching later, there was in fact background music. It's just we got DMCA'd because it was Benny Hills on repeat. You know, there's only so much that you can play because right now this is a Benny Hills game. That is what, like 40 military chasing after 8.
This is what we like. This is stock standard Age of Mythology. This is the peak gameplay, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like I'm watching like a 60s British sitcom where like policemen are just running back and forth across the screen looking for someone. He is at least starting to kill buildings, right? The best part is it's like short-term memory issues. Super if him chases, goes, what were we doing? Oh, kill the houses. Kill the buildings over here. Let's get rid of this. And this will be a big hit. The Centaurs, they find it on the south side. So now, bigger problems here. Gold and food starting to get harassed out. There's going to be a counter dive coming in. The raided cavalry trying to do the same the other way. Those health bars looking low, but he needs to strip Greek for all it's worth, as it's still over a 10 villager lead now for the Greeks.
Yeah, we were talking about how messy these sort of Norse versus Greek games can get, and Tunison is trying to make it as messy as he possibly can to keep him moving through here, but he's also sustaining damage while he's inflicting this, and it's not going all too well. But with these throwing axemen out, with good micro, this could be a very, very big challenge for Superfim to overcome here, and he's got a nice choke point there to walk through as well. Great micro from Tunison.
From the forest fires.
Superfim here. There's no forest fire remaining.
No.
It's gone.
I was going to say, from the forest fires to the focus on axes, this man seems to hate wood a lot. I mean, this is ridiculous. So many of them. But the movement speed, Malice, it's a problem here. Once that poke starts to come in, once that ripple begins, you begin to lose it all. And now, because his focus is elsewhere, he's not tracking his cavalry anymore. He's so fixated on keeping these boys alive. I think Tunison is about to lose that one edge he's had, which is the ability to raid.
Yeah, and the population. It's 100 population difference right now.
Oh, he lost that a long time ago.
It's all over for him. Superfim levels the series. Solid play here. Even with the ultimate forest fire, it's just not enough.
So what you're saying is forest fire needs a buff. There we go. I mean, I think that's the best forest fire I've seen all month, and still it wasn't enough to really matter.
I don't even want a buff. I just want forest
More
fire
forest fires.
on walking woods.
I
You might classify that as a buff, but that I just want that because it seems really cool. Like you run in with the trees. Forest fire gives the trees like I don't know, let's say 30 seconds of lifespan.
Yep.
And they're just doing AoE damage as they walk around. How sick would that be?
They lose health as they go, and then also they get a custom noise. So like the noise they make will just be So they become the Screaming Woods. I mean, I'm actually for that. The alternative is we just make it so you can like dip all your weapons in the fire, and then all of your units just run around like giant demos waiting to destroy stuff. But we are going to be going to Anatolia next, and we talked about a few possibilities here. I thought maybe Kronos could be on there. You mentioned Loki; it's going to be appearing. A little bit surprised we got Hades instead of Gaia, but I don't know. Superfim is like he's calibrating, right? Like game one with the Greeks didn't work out. Game two looking pretty solid. Now he's like, I'm in the zone. Let me keep playing the same Civ.
There's something really interesting that's been set up. We've only got 30 seconds to talk about it.
Yeah.
But with this pick from Superfim, he now has a really, really difficult choice moving into game number 4. Gaia, Isis, Thor, Cronus remaining. It's Hades' Loki on this map. Obviously, he wants to win on the Anatolia, but if he loses here, his road to victory is going to be very, very challenging.
Yeah, it's the Tundra, right? Like I'm looking at Tundra, I'm like, it's like critical he wins here because then he can potentially, I don't want to say afford to throw Tundra, but he has the malleability around Alfheim when you think of things like Isis and Gaia. Either one feeling quite applicable there. So kind of crazy, right? We do get this sometimes at this point in the draft where we talked about the importance of leaving yourself robust. And the way he's drafted, essentially his final 2 picks fill a similar void, you know? They're doing a similar role.
Yeah. But to talk about this map for just a little bit. Hades versus Loki. Traditionally, Hades has got a slight upper hand in the matchup just on the fact that the archers are so good and Loki wants to build Hersa, which are just going to get cleaned by those archers. They're a hero infantry unit, so they are infantry, get countered by the archers. But on Anatolia, things start getting a little bit different because all the power spikes and everything leading into the center of the map. You don't actually have to kill the Hades. You don't actually have to run in and destroy him. You just have to kind of push him off all the gold in the center of the map. We'll have to wait and see what's going to actually happen. But there's so many little things to like be on the watch for in this one. Things like villagers attacking your berserk, building a dock on the corner of the map, right? That's a potential for the Hades player to get a cheesy advantage going on. Gold mines expiring and having us sort of push slowly into the center of the map until you've got one player mining here and one player mining here, and there's a bunch of hill forts and fortresses just like joining in on the fight and everything. It just culminates in a bunch of chaos. It's a really, really interesting one. I haven't seen Hades vs Loki on Retold in forever, so first time for me.
It's interesting the more I think about it as well as like Anatolia as a map, right? You said it's really good for Loki historically, but if you're worried about losing control on that center area, I wonder, we used to see a little bit of fall when the game released. Some players trying out the game would experiment with there. You do have that advantage of not having to run out of gold, right? You can play like the backline better. But I guess the thought process here is like, if you're at that point in the game and you haven't got central control on the gold, you've already lost anyway. So there's no point looking for this small percentile when you can actually flex for much better to Alfheim/Tundra. But we are just sorting things out, folks. So we're just trying to actually see if we can get the sound back. As we noticed, it was really important that we raised awareness on what it's like to not be able to hear things, but we realized we didn't like it. So we're going to try to get those back for you. If you are just tuning in, by the way, you did already miss one of the series. I definitely recommend checking out the VODs. Things will also get uploaded on the YouTube side. If you haven't, by the way, like I know I mentioned things like subbing, which helps a channel which doesn't have giant government money behind it, so we can't run like stadium events, but we can keep running events like this. If you want to do something free, go across to the Twitter, go across the YouTube. Make sure you're following here as well, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be more Myth tournaments down the line from EGC. I don't know. I think they've got a little bit of the Myth bug.
Well, yeah, just a little bit of the old technical difficulties, hey?
So I've been on this before, right? Like, the longer you don't have tech issues, the bigger the tech issues are going to be. That's usually how it works. It's like an unwritten rule of esports broadcasts. Like I ran my own events and I got to day 2 and they're like, and nothing went wrong. I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
It's going to be something huge, like someone's going to drive a truck into the side of the building. So better to get them out of the way now instead of grand finals weekend.
We'll see if we can get the game queued up. I'm not exactly sure what our plan is at the moment, but
I hope so. We've got plenty of action still to cover, right? Because we're going to be doing this, and then we're going to be doing the lower bracket round 3, which is the winners from the series we've been casting today. So a little bit of an update on what's been happening, by the way, folks. Player did automatically qualify through to the next phase. Also, Grass qualified automatically through to the next phase. Player had something come up, some real life issues. Didn't probe details. Hope he's well. Hope everything's all right. But it means that Grass is chilling, ready to start killing. So with that in mind, though, we can have a look at the brackets because I think it's good to actually see how we've trended on this path here. In the lower bracket, like I said, we are a little bit later going to have that Ulysses versus Pegasus showdown as Ulysses was able to defeat his teammate 3-1 in the end. And Grass is now vibing, waiting, watching these games, already taking notes. A bit of an advantage there for him in some ways, but there's always that debate, isn't there? What's more important? Being able to watch your opponents or being warmed up? That's really what can matter. Some players thrive on the information, others thrive on the fingers being nimble and active. And of course, when we hop back over the upper bracket next weekend, there are a lot of familiar faces because if you didn't catch it, imagine there's people going, where's Mister? Where's Recon? Where's Magic? Where's Rappel? They're dunking on it. All of them qualified through to the semi-finals of the winner bracket. Best of 5s up there as well, of course. And they will be featured next weekend on the final weekend of Age of Myth action here. Just one weekend to go and so much still to be decided.
That's going to be an absolutely epic weekend. For Mr. Recon, repeat of Wallow, Magic, Rappel. I don't know if we've actually ever seen them play a head-to-head game before, but I mean, they're both active, making content as well. They've got a big fan base getting built up, and it's gonna be fireworks. I watched Magic play a hour-long game against Pegasus like the day before the tournament, and Magic was losing for like 50 minutes of that game. Like he was behind, playing from behind, and just doing everything in his power to keep himself alive and going for it. He's a fighter, and I mean that's the type of person you want to be watching because it's going to be he's going to be in for the long haul, and it's going to be a fun time watching him trying to make it work.
It's hilarious because the moment you mentioned an hour-long game, my brain, like, if there are two people left in this tournament, you mentioned hour-long game, who would you think the two people are that you could potentially be referring to? Right, the most likelies.
Magic versus Recon. That would be a best of 5 that goes for about 6 hours.
Right, like if we actually get winner bracket decider best of 5 Magic versus Recon, we might just have to decide to go live on Friday. Oh, they're so cozy with it as well. I mean, credit to Recon, actually, he's evolved a lot as a player from his Age of Empires 4 days. On 4, he just liked camping too much. Right? It didn't surprise me when I was just sitting there vibing one day and I got a message through from Recon going, "Do you play Call of Duty? Do you want to play together?" I was like, you're that kid that hides in the corner. Because he was so comfortable doing it in 4. He loved this idea of being attacked. What's the term? Is it sadist or masochist that likes being beat?
Sadist, right?
Sadist, yeah. Yeah, a little bit sadist, that's something different. Yeah, a little bit of a sadist in him. He liked to take the beating and then return the pain later. But Magic also, I mean, dude, you can't main Egypt for that many years and not be comfortable with the late game.
That's right. Magic's also got like this other side of him that not many people know. He is also like really big in the deathmatch scene. Deathmatch is a game mode where you start with like, I don't know, 15 billion resources and all the age ups happen instantly. So you basically just jump straight to the late game and literally just work on late game skills, which if you're just playing Supremacy, you'll notice most of these games only go 15 to 20 minutes. So if you've played like 100 Age of Mythology games, likely you've probably only had 2-3 games of practice in the actual late game, or maybe 10% of your games, maybe 20% of your games go late game. So you just don't get those muscles built up. So yeah, it's the complete kit of an Age of Mythology player.
You know what? Like,
it's interesting if he gets to use it, you know.
Do you know what? I actually think there's a lot of value in it, not just because of the late game you arrive at. Do you know what that makes you much better at practicing, I think, is the Age 4 conversion point, right? Which is something I know a lot of players who've tried to come across from different games or people who've tried to start playing Myth now struggle with, is the idea that when you first encounter these Age 4 god powers, you just think the entire game is badly balanced, right? You're like, oh, well, this is dumb. That thing just blew up my base. And I always love kind of referencing Mist on this, quoting him on it, because I remember he said, it's just a matter of preparation. Like, if you get GG'd out by a god power on its own, you failed to prepare your base layout correctly.
Yeah, that's right. It's no different than jumping into a StarCraft 2 game and then dying to a like timing attack that, you know, like a bunch of Void Rays walk into your base, fly into your base, and you go, I don't have any counter air. It's like there's no difference to that than dying to an Age 4 god power. You didn't prep for it.
All right, guys. So I'm just getting confirmation now, by the way. We are just going to quickly do a little bit of a tweak on the back end so that we can have sound for the next game. So apologies for the delays on this. You know how it is. New game releases. You want an esports straight away. We want to deliver it to you. But not everything lines up rather perfectly straight away. So short break. And when we return, we will continue this epic series. I have a feeling could go all the way to 5 games. Stay tuned and we'll find out. Ray coming in.
Oh, look at that picture-in-picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response here. This is much worse than Forest Fire. This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position. Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe
pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
Are we going to get gold
under
pass?
The stronghold. Oof.
And there we go.
And there's the counter.
Activates.
Is that the Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming in from a long range away, though. The stuns as well are controlling. The Stone Giant can't be accessed.
He needs to bring him in through that little gap on top of all those because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so crazy.
Tunison is dead.
Oh my God, he's got nothing left.
Military. He's gone.
It equaled out. Because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an interesting fight.
They start spitting. They're gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are gonna pull over.
Kills all of this here made it through. That's terrible. This is why you have to micro the Axemen. They're all dead. The only thing
I
that could
can't
kill them was
believe
those. Yep.
The Wadjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he
Well-
still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws
Oh,
do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the
He's just
appropriate
trying to
respect.
wall. He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Too much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This
that
man is
Matador
all
wants to commit
uniting.
to.
Look at he's bringing in the
Wait.
Ravens.
Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has
Oh, yeah?
170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out,
no
though.
way.
I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing
Rappel.
through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on a Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wadjets to hit the.
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's
Yeah, he's always
100%
hitting-
hitting
I
the
don't
wrong thing.
understand. I don't understand. This always happens. The poor Wadjets. And that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and Wadjets just
but the
die.
Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the
Huss is
Axemen.
in.
The Axemen were attacking the Cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean, he
He still
has
has a lot.
numbers, but
Yeah.
he's lost quality. But
Ooh.
will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
There it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Nemi and Ryan Laws
That's
are
getting
coming
some
out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll can be big. Hits them all.
That's so good.
Chimera.
Wadjet in the back.
I think the Chimera is coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is gonna finish that one too.
And it turns
That's
out
it.
the Chimera is better than Budget as well. Suck on that one. Woo.
That Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This
Fried
is
steak,
over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away
Yeah, this is gonna be rough in a second here.
from a GG. 15 seconds left in his hands. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for
And
a
it's all gone.
whirlwind
And then-
ride.
didn't even want to
GG.
see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
Okay, that was a big hit.
that was huge. Actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's
Oh,
backing
no.
up now. But the hero Thomas.
are through. Sanders.
Tuesday is going to be getting down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the myth units, and that was his one hope, his one way of
yeah.
holding here, and it's dead.
Yeah, the Satyrs were like the one thing that was kind of clinging on to hope for him, but they're gone.
So we do have a move out onto the Ox's front side. Meanwhile, these Oracles are just getting every ounce of information. for
Oh
good
my
reason.
God, no! This is not how this day ends. This is not how this day ends. It is. It's how the day ends. No! How did that just happen? No, Tiger! No, dude!
Do you know how I would rate that play? Oh God, that was horrible. The temple wasted. Caladria are just going to try to base the fire.
shots. Yeah, dude, that was
This is
actually
sick.
a lot of wasted shots.
He's still doing it. Like,
He's
it's A
bobbing-
clicking.
He's losing so much for nothing. What? Oh my.
That
okay,
was
guys.
vile.
Gonna be a lot. Just gonna go for the dive here, I guess. Grass may have sensed the mythic coming in. Here's the hailstorm.
This is an absolutely huge Tempest. No retreat available right now. All of those units here for Vortex going to be losing that attack speed. Raiding Cavalry getting around the back of those slingers there with a huge taunt from that rock time.
I mean, like right here. Could you imagine if the RC were on the other side? Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's like Grass needs to play first around here. Here's the Vidar. You don't see the Inferno just yet. It should be coming in as soon as the retreat. Here it is. No reaction for Vortex. Everything's gonna die.
Well, that was a good usage there. That was awesome. They're all gone. How does he deal with this? He just needs a ton of hoplites out.
Ooh, the shockwave right on top of the Carnivora again. Oh boy. This just isn't looking good for Pegasus now.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. Apologies about that, folks, but I think we have resolved it. Like some beautifully, firmly, freshly ironed clothes. Everything is going to be smooth and wrinkle-free because I believe we are ready to hop into map number 3. It's going to be Anatolia between the Fox Boys and Super Efim, this time in the blue, taking to Hades, the Greek trifecta he's looking to complete.
And in the red color playing as Loki. His name is Tunison. It's going to be a tough one right now. Anatolia, this is a water map, hybrid map, very, very different to any of the sort of land maps. Whether fishing is really worth it or not, you absolutely do have to kick the game off with going for fish. And then after that, where do you go? You go for a town center, you go for land aggression, you go for tech. These questions have not been answered at the top level to complete certainty just yet. Especially in some of these weird matchups you don't get to see quite a bit. A lot of the times we've been seeing lots of Gaia getting picked here, Kronos getting picked here, Greek getting picked here. Norse? A little bit rare, KP. Have you seen much of this one just yet?
Not since launch week when Viper was trying to just main, I think it was 4 at the time, and he just kept, for some reason, queuing Anatolia. So yeah, no, not many like highly skilled players have ever been able to witness whip out the Loki here. In theory, it can be good for those timing attacks, but it's kind of weird. It almost feels like you have to send it down the center. You can't focus on the water, which creates a new conundrum, right? Like, you know, if you're going that early in the game, you need to deprive the food. It's not enough to deprive gold because, especially with a spawn like this for Efim, look at it. Parked behind his TC, very hard for you to try and raid and pressure him off of this gold.
Yeah, there's almost no opportunity to actually raid on the land here. You've got sentinels, towers, watchtowers can come through. I don't see Tunison going that route. There is the idea of sort of fast heroics here through Njord, get Walking Woods to take down docks with the Kraken coming through, the free Kraken to help out. You have to be a little bit worried about the Skylar, but there's definitely a route to go down. Both players choosing to go for opposite sides of the water to kick the game off does mean that the first free myth unit that comes out of your dock will be on the opposite side of the water, which does, I would say, give a slight equality to the whole situation, where it's like, well, my Skylar beats your Kraken. It's not on that side of the water. It doesn't matter, right? So it's going to be probably, I would imagine, both the water sides of the water kind of just get traded equally moving forward. It's my guesstimation on it, but who knows?
You know, Fim has set up to at least trying to contest on that north side, but as you said, that wasn't the first dock, so it will be a bit tricky from that perspective. He's at least trying to minimize the opportunity for Tunison to spread out, get maximum fish here. Problem is, like, the timing, there is still room for Tunison to set up his own dock on the south side, if he so chooses.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for a relatively quick classical age. I think you can get, I don't know if he's got 2 docks on the left side. I think you can get about a 5-minute classical age, so 4-minute advance time, and get 2 docks up as Loki, but it looks like he's going a slightly different route. Super Efim as well, going through Athena, very, very stock standard advance times as well.
We've
a lot of villages on gold.
Yeah, Tunison's gone for, I think, a second dock now, but it looks like he might also be setting up a proxy base in the center. Yeah, so 4 temple, house there as well. Nice blocker to the potential for like a second TC grab, right? You are up against Hades, a faction that's very good at taking those secondaries, and with all the gold being in the center, that would almost feel like a GG point for Loki.
Yeah, totally. It's if Super Efim were to grab that town center, that gives him the gold, that gives him some wood there. There's no hunter around it, but that's not really a big problem. It's just the fact that he gets secured nearly 2 gold mines with a town center on that spot. So I like this decision, but there is the town center on the left side, which honestly Super Efim can go for as well if he really wants to. But it's not going to be a thing that happens anytime soon. Faults of Herb is pre-queued, which he's just got he's got 2 villages on favor, so it's going to get it pretty soon. But double military academy makes a lot of sense here. You got to open up with hoplites. You got that boosted food economy because you've got the fish. Your opponent's going to be wanting to use that as well. What's he going to make? Ursa, that's countered by hoplites. Raiding cavalry, that's countered by hoplites. Berserks, that's countered by hoplites. Herban, you're not building Herban events infantry here. This makes a lot of sense for Super Efim to open like this. Tunison, he's going to have to be paying attention here, and he's probably going to have to make some longhouses and go into those throw-and-axemen.
Never Heimdall boy. I mean, in fairness, in this game, I think in particular because the healing springs, it's so important to have for Seti. Because now with this proxy base, like in theory, the idea is really cool here. You set up a healing springs near your enemy's base, and you just are able to trade very efficiently. We haven't seen it used just yet. A little bit surprised. I feel like if you have to retreat from this area, have to give over these buildings, it's an overwhelming edge given to the Greeks.
Yeah, and the Warriors always sit, if I have to retreat, then my opponent now has that area. But you're absolutely right that there becomes a moment where retreating is not an option. So you may as well put it down and give you that edge.
So he's just going to be left to poke it down. So I don't know if this is like part of the plan. Maybe it's an age-free rush behind this. So you just create the buildings to bait and buy time, right? He's contesting both sides of the rivers here. But it does feel a little bit weird, right? Like the more I look at this, it has to have been a bait. There's no way he expected this timing to work if he didn't commit the healing springs.
Yeah, well, he's losing the entirety of the middle of the base, right?
Yeah.
In the end, all this is 100x wood. I can't remember exactly what a Great Hall costs. And 200-ish resources on the temple. So you're losing like 300, 400 resources just on the middle there going down.
Yeah.
That's not the end of the world in terms of your ability to win a game. So he could be doing anything behind this. And I like that he's made the decision to just get himself out to throwing Axeman. And the question is, when is he going to be able to take a fight, though?
Yeah. I mean, the other conundrum I'm looking at here is look at what Superfim's doing. This is not a defensive Hades game at all. He's already got the Toxite alongside the Hopate scaling up. He's looking for an all-in timing. Now, the throwing Axeman should, in theory, have, I don't want to say a field day, but a good time here. The issue might be in the blobbing. Like, you know, yes, there's only 135 wood here or there, but it's at least resources you've burnt. The only upside being you did build it with military, right? Compared to other civs that would have lost economy from building those instead.
Yeah, there's this one other little angle as well that can catch anything, any civ off guard. It's your opponent, well, the Greek player, Egyptian player, Atlantean player, not so much the Norse player because you kind of know what's going on with Norse, but banking the favor. And we're seeing that happening right now for Superfim. At any point here, he can just go, all right, let's grab 2-3 Minotaurs. My opponent doesn't have enough heroes, and we'll just add them into the army, and then the fight is going to go heavily in my favor. So you've always got to have that in the back of your mind.
And flip side of it is like, if you don't do something to force the Minotaurs, you could have back-to-back restorations as the game goes on, right? Which balances out favorably against this healing springs.
Yeah, Superfim is just cleaning everything up at the moment. He's taking some light raids, but, you know, honestly, Tunison not really getting all too much damage done in this game and sustaining a lot of damage here. But, you know, it's double goldmine in the main base, so he's still got some time to muster up a really, really scary army. I haven't seen a whole lot of 2 goldmine games, Norse versus Greek. The one that comes to mind is that game that Rappel had against Recon on Ghost Lake for Wololo, and it was a messy game to say the very least. I have a feeling we're going down that route.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, we're clearly going H3. Njord or Bragi. So he does actually choose to go for Bragi. I wondered if Njord would have been good here because of the outskirts control, right? Like, he has good vision there. He could summon the Walking Woods and then hit the economy, but he needs to take that direct fight, right? Like, we've seen that Superfim has bulked up big time. We've got additional techs coming through to enable that pressure in the second age. So flaming weapons at this point becomes an absolute must.
Yeah, well, there's a very... Oh, he's not going for it. I was going to say there's a very, very simple, not simple, but maybe a slight hidden counter for flaming weapons in Apollo. It's kind of like the shifting sands play where your opponent uses flaming weapons and you shifting sands away. You can use that Apollo underworld to retreat away. We're seeing Aphrodite, which is more of like the confident player saying, doesn't matter if you're going to click flaming weapons on me. I'm just going to curse you. I'm going to be able to defend. There's no point at which you're going to be able to muster up an army which is going to beat me. So it's all good. I got restoration. I got everything. We'll have to wait and see if this is going to work out. What I want to see here from Tunison is full pop, heavy upgrades, and then fight. All too often do I see Bragi comes through and you go, oh, it's time to take a fight. It never works. Get full pop first, get your upgrades, and then flaming weapons and clean the army. I can't stress that enough.
No, it's a fair point, especially when you consider small details like Sarissa actually add up very early at this stage before you've got all the tech unlocks of Age 3. So it would be a difficult one. You've got a little bit of a monkeyage versus lion on both sides here. Fight is going to come over the clash. Flaming weapons has been activated. Gonna have to shuffle away from this, but no restoration being used. This is an awkward retreat out of a Fim. Curse finally gonna be there. Looks like he's gonna try to maybe retreat away from this still, but you have to fight. You have no choice here. Shunt comes in. Restoration gets popped. And this heal with the Nemean line coming in, if he rolls that back line, that's gonna give the gap close now. So he's able to overwhelm the ball, being targeted down. Could be rippling over. Not the best of micro there from a Fim. Instead, he chooses to retreat here. Flaming Weapon still has about 15 seconds left. Nemean line is still alive. The front line is dead for the Norse, and this allows him to charge forward. Nemean line moves in. The Minotaur as well. This fight looking harder and harder as the seconds edge on for Tunison.
Honestly, that fight went much better for Tunison than I thought it was going to go. Super Fim he just started walking. He was obviously waiting for the heroic age, but in his little mini retreat to get the 10 seconds, 15 seconds he needed to get to the heroic age, he took so many losses to kick that fight off.
Yes.
And once the curse came in, I mean, the damage was already done, and he was able to kind of equalize to some degree. But now the flaming weapons is gone. Healing Spring still in the palms of Tunison. You can throw that down at some point. I want to get you started on that.
I
imagine
really
if you had it there.
I really thought he'd see the restoration and go, oh yeah, I've got a heal as well. Like, that's the moment, man. You put everything behind that. Bodies on the floor, flaming weapons, like that's your go time. And I feel like we see this so often. It's almost like Healing Spring syndrome, right? Like the longer the game goes, the harder it is for you to identify when you should use it. I almost want to say, if you haven't got an in timing in the first 6 minutes, just drop it at home, right? Because I've seen too many games end with it still never being cast.
Yeah, we can always save it for next game, so it's all good.
Oh, that's true, right? Like he had another. Yeah, he's got 4. Just using the 4 game.
Yeah, that's right.
Bros help bros, right? Like 4 and Loki get along like a house on fire.
Yeah. Well, KP, flaming weapons off the table. Greek army coming into its own right now. This is where the Greek army gets really, really strong. Heroic Age gets access to Pacifist, Peltast, heavy upgrades. Gold mines, they're going to start moving into the center of the map. Those home gold mines are going to be gone in the next minute or two. So this is where you've got to either decide, as the Norse player here, we have to just put everything into a big attack and try and win here, or get very, very set up on a second gold mine with hill forts. And it looks to me like Tunison, he's setting up a hill fort on that gold mine already. Will it be enough to hold here against the might of +1 range, Toxite, plus the Peltas and everything else? Great raids coming in. Supervim also needs to be getting a fortress up and defending himself, otherwise he's going to get outmaneuvered by the speedy Loki army.
He's trying to bait him into a fight. He has the favor for another restoration. He hasn't been pumping myth units, so you could just dive. With this many Hoplite, you could actually quite efficiently take out the fort. The problem is the delay would probably lead to a raid from Tunison. And I think that's what's keeping a Fim from committing.
Right, there's no rush, right? There's never a rush for Hades. He's the late game king. He has all of the advantage, but you definitely don't want to give the Loki player another opportunity. You can see that Hell is clipped up right now, or Tunison wants Hell. He doesn't have the gold just yet, but he's about to go there. And a Nidhogg, pretty good. There's 4 heroes, they can shoot up. All 4 heroes can shoot up. But you snipe those heroes, Nidhogg, that deals with that blob that you keep talking about. Very, very good. Very, very efficiently. Gets that area of effect, fire damage, plus burning, plus the dive through. All of that stuff can be very, very strong.
There is a long wait to hold here, though, and that is a big investment. And considering we are at critical mass, even with the settlement now up, you kind of reach that point where either Fim is going to commit or he's going to age himself, right? And I feel like we're at the commitment point here. Oh, that guy is. I mean, give me a knife, I'll take this down.
Let's go. I mean, this is really smart from Tunison. This is something that I've seen Mr. do really, really nice. It's like when he's advancing and he goes these tech plays, little mini raids, just a couple of units, just running around the map, just putting pressure onto your opponent, distracting, and that gives you that extra little bit of time to say, well, you're distracted, you're not putting pressure onto me, I'm getting a free Mythic Age through here. But this is two Town Center decided from Super FM at this point, which means he's got more population to play with, means his army's going to be a little bit bigger. Can he deal with this Nidhogg coming through? It's going to be in here in the next 15 to 20 seconds. Philfort's going to go down. It's going to be tough.
And well, here's the tougher part. The restoration wasn't forced, right? If you at least try to probe a fight there, you can force the restoration commitment underneath the fort. Yep. And then Nidhogg doesn't have to worry about that element, right? Now you have this awkward situation against Max, Toxite, the hero as well, where there is going to be that sustained heal on everyone. Meanwhile, Tunison, I don't know if he thinks that Healing Springs is like a bank, and if you hold on to it, it gains interest, but we still don't have that God Power being committed.
I mean, he's going to have to be Nidhogg, Healing Spring, and go here, KP.
Here comes the Dragon. Backstab comes in, Healing Springs gets committed though. Sorry, no, I wish it did. The restoration comes through. Burn's going to be there, but all of the damage is offset here. Finally, it starts to tick through. Maybe restoration was a little bit early. Toxite in trouble. Still half HP on the Dragon. And I think this is a firm hold for Tunison. He doesn't need a Healing Springs. Healing is overrated. If you kill quickly, no one survives.
Now, who needs healing when you got a mighty dragon just flying over there? Those Toxite just did not react. They're just like, oh, it's Skyrim, there's a dragon. Oh, let's just hope that the Dragonborn comes and saves us here.
The Burns are in again. I mean, he's trying to garrison to save his life. But the army's so big, it could easily take this down. He goes after the economy. It's a Greek barbecue. They didn't realize that they're the ones being put on the Spitfire, though. Woo.
He can't even garrison all into this fortress. His units popping out, and they're not going to be flying into the corner of the map. You can use that to take out Fishing Economy now at very little HP. Fire Giants in as well as 160 favor for Tunison. He's going to be getting Mountain Giants and Jotun here. No, he doesn't have Jotun, but he's going to be able to get Mountain Giants through.
The crap! Okay, that's it. Wave the white flag, go to game number 4. At this rate, this man's going to have a second burning weapons before he ever uses the Healing Springs. He's made a point here. Tunison says, I do not need it, okay? He looks at the British healthcare system, the NHS says, that's overrated. All right, this is full capitalist society. And in a capitalist society, there's no bigger gold grabber than a goddamn dragon.
And it's just so good. Fire Giants as well. This has been such a well-executed timing after the chaos that happened beforehand. More Mountain Giants coming in to clean up these buildings. They are really, really strong. You can also get that the rock, not the rock giant tech, but the big fist tech to get himself a whole bunch more HP on those bad boys.
They don't need it.
They don't need it.
He doesn't need a Healing Spring. They're not dying, okay? I don't know how it ended up just so clean as that, but execution, pitch perfect. Tunison, in the end, knew exactly what he was doing. He finds himself now up to match point. One more win, and he will throw his teammate into hell. Can he do it in full? Are we going the full distance? We mentioned this game was important for his draft. Actually, no, wait, didn't we say it was important for Hades? So he's in trouble now.
Yeah, this is where things get very, very challenging. Yeah. Because we're not going to see Isis versus Thor. We're either going to see Isis versus Cronus, decent matchup, or Isis versus Thor, decent matchup. But Gaia versus Thor, Gaia versus Cronus, that's a challenge. That is a challenge. I think there is an option. I think Super FM gets what he wants here. There is an option for Gaia. We'll talk about it if we see it or not. But Isis versus Thor, this is still a challenging matchup because Thor has got that Dwarven Armory opener that's very, very strong KP. You get 4 villager advantage to kick the game off, and you just ride that for the rest of the game. Plus all the extra Dwarven mines that come through mean there's not really ever going to be a gold starve on the table.
And I think the thing that I quite like about Thor in this particular matchup, you can just kind of get away with spamming a little bit early into the hearses because I feel like Isis's out has to be to rely on those god units, right? Because if you try to play your blob approach, the problem is that economy scaling you talked about, where you get rewarded for actually trying to be aggressive, getting into your aggro attacks by getting those extra dwarves. So that gives you an eco lead. That means that in a matchup where you might have been out blobbed because Egypt are the best at doing it, you keep up. And if we're being totally fair, I wouldn't say Norse is that far behind. Like, if you had to rate the civs on their ability to Zerg, I feel like it's Egypt and then Norse.
Yeah, I mean, especially Thor with the bonus armor upgrades you can grab towards the end of the game. If things do end up getting there, while ISIS has the extra population, in the end, you've got extra armor upgrades on the other side. That basically equals out there in terms of actual late game bonuses. Who knows if we're even going to see it? It's Tundra. Lots of hunt in the main base means Thor doesn't need to leave his base, but so too does Isis not need to leave her base. And timings that you used to on, say, like a map like Blue Lagoon end up becoming even faster. So this is going to be a very, very precise game, I think, where maneuverability is going to be very, very king.
I think also the cool thing is Thor can play into that maneuverability, right? You go Freya, you scale a little bit of cavalry. That also feels like a really nice adjustment to the Sphinx play that Isis is renowned for, right? You can mirror out, block out, and Valkyries do get bonus damage against those myths. So, I wonder, is there maybe some sort of infantry approach Superfilm can go towards? Like Isis sometimes likes the 2TC idea, but
there is one idea with ISIS that honestly I think the Sphinx has just been flavor of the month and everyone has forgotten there's another minor god there, Anubis.
True.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure Anubis is insane against Norse. You get 3 monuments, you get a whole bunch of Anubites, you make a whole bunch of spearmen, and when you come to the fight, your opponent's like, wow, you've got a whole bunch of spearmen. Let me make throwing axemen, and then suddenly you've got 6 Anubites just mowing down your throwing axemen, and the spearmen are just going la 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 la.
I mean, it's a fair point, right? Like the spears should be able to address the Valkyrie. I think the other thing that's cool there is the Nubites can just leap away. Oh no,
Yes.
you've pinned me. No, you haven't at all. It's easy to forget in this matchup that can be good because usually when you're thinking about Norse, you're not thinking about as much walling occurring, even for 4, right? They usually just kind of chill, they're fine. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it. I like that idea, man. And I think it's important that he finds the aggressive tone here. I don't like the idea of him having to foot the bill of a aggro all in from 4 around like 15 minutes. So we'll have to see. It's time to hop into the 4th in this best of 5 elimination series. Are we going the full distance to try and get us there? Super Efim has whipped out the Isis in the blue.
And his opponent today are going to be attempting to do something that the Mister could not. He's not playing Loki, though. He's playing Thor, so slightly different. His name is Tudison.
Oh, we are going to be on Tundra, so fairly open map. Gold spawns actually looking pretty good for Tunison here. Check that south side cluster. I don't want to say 2TC, Tunison on 4 shouldn't be really thinking about that immediately first, but even in terms of reaching these resources, look how easily wallable this is. The hunt as well. Like, this is a very good spawn for someone who could be forced to take a defensive opening.
Totally. A 2-town center in the matchup against Norse is doable. It's not terrible. Idea is you grab the second town center, you go into some barracks units, you play some defense while the Norse player panics and tries to all in you, and you try and hold that, right? That's the dynamic if you want to go that way. But more often than not, we're seeing Egyptian players say, my advantage right in this game is that I get to spam units much quicker than you do. So let me go for a barracks, 1 town center play, deny second town centers coming up from the North side of things, and just say, now what? When are you going to be able to beat me? Answer for the Norse player is generally when they can catch up on population, but it's easier said than done.
I wonder, like, maybe Tunison just leans with his economy south side because it's easily defendable and then goes for the 1TC all in then. I mean, I think we mentioned the idea of, like, needing to think different than kitty cats here, right? Because I think this has to be Valkyries, right? I'd be very surprised if we didn't get Freya in this matchup for Tunison.
Yeah, I'd like the Freya call just on not just for the Valkyrie, but also for that Sesfrim upgrade that I'm frothing on it because I just think it really helps offset one of the biggest weaknesses in the Norse kit, which is Hersa just die really, really quickly to Axeman. If I get an extra 15% HP on that, they're staying alive and they're going to be able to get 1 or 2 extra hits on a myth unit in a fight. And that's the difference between a myth unit surviving and doing tons of damage and dying. That being said, Tunison here, he's still got that healing spring from last game that he needs to use. So maybe we're going to be seeing, maybe we're going to be seeing some Forcetti here.
I mean, to put on the flip side, Tunison just looks at that last game and goes, man, healing spring sucks. So bad, I don't even need it to win. Might just be tempted to go to the mobile healing instead. We are getting close to the moment of truth, though. I'm trying to think, like, what is the win condition here for Super Fim? Because we mentioned the idea of a few strategies that Nubites seemingly forgotten about. I'm going to be real with you. I think they're going to be forgotten about here again. If he does go the Sphinx route, does that kind of just shuffle him into a 2TC strategy?
Well, we saw Superfim doing, I saw the end of it, of Superfim going against Mr.'s Loki. Was it Loki? I think it was Loki. Playing Sphinx Classical Army, right? So we've seen Superfim want to go that way, and he's going past. And we are actually seeing not Freya, Forcetti.
Ooh, okay. So yeah,
he's got 2 healing springs this game.
So there we go. Yeah, so they just stockpile over. Obviously, that's how it works.
That's right.
But this also means he's taking, I don't want to say a more static approach. It's just going to be an infantry-focused approach, right? Because you have got Hall of Fames, which is a really big deal. Should allow you to kind of set the pace on the map, especially if you think that Superfim will have to come out for things like economy early.
Yeah. One thing that it does give you is, while your Hersa are not going to be as beefy, they will get that speed from the Hall of Fames tech you need to Forcetti. And that'll allow them to chase those Sphinx around a little bit easier and defend. But like I say, I honestly prefer the Valkyries to defend against those Sphinx. It's an interesting call here. We'll see if Tunison can make it work.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Egypt being very revolutionary here. I've never seen this before. Kit cat strats every day of the week. So we are going to have that mobility versus, I mean, it is mobility just in a different form. Maybe part of the thought process here for Tunison is the chip potential. Like when you're in an Egyptian matchup, you do have to fear that healing. Like compare it to Greeks. Greeks do have restoration, but it's not consistent, right? Whereas for these guys, for Egypt, they just scale priests. They're always going to have a way to kiss the boo-boos better.
And that's some great relics there for Super FM as well. He gets that Pandora's box relic, and if it's not bad enough that Sphinx are only costing 18 favor, you take 20% off, and cheapest chips, you're basically making centaurs, except they're Sphinx. They're cats. Kind of insane.
So cats.
I don't. That is 120 gold and 15 favor. Are you kidding me?
Bargain. I'll take 5.
I haven't made a relic tier list, but I guarantee you Pandora's box is like S tier, S over S tier, you know?
No. You know how like over the S tier you have to have like a unique name for it? You just say, you call it absolute must for crazy cat ladies.
That's right. Well, here's the thing, right? Citizen, he's playing against Sphinx, he's playing against Spearman, he's got to sit in his main base. I have a theory here that if the Norse player can actually get a settlement, a town center up, it starts going more into the like kind of advantage or the panic of the Egyptian player who's already having to deal with being an economic disadvantage in the matchup. But it's impossible to get a settlement, right? Because the army is going to be too active. If you go for it, they're just going to push, and you're going to lose that settlement and die. Village center, however, in a random location on the map, kind of like proxy village center in the very east corner in a tournament game. Never going to spot it. Never going to think about it. Crazy ideas.
You say that, but like you get paranoid when you see raiding cav. You're like, maybe he'll just happen upon it by chance. Love what he was doing with the Sphinx there, by the way. Just laming the back deer so that it starts to decay. It's slow, but it at least takes some longevity away. Because like the biggest concern you have when you're up against 4 is this guy's just going to stay here, right? Like that's the whole PowerPoint with the mines, is they can just refuse to come out onto the map. They can refuse to budge, and
Yeah.
you want to try and take
Yeah,
away from that every way you can.
Exactly. This is a big difference between what would happen against, say, a Loki player or an Odin player or a Freya player is once Thor gets Heroic Age and he's going there, he's got 600 food in the bank, he's got that gold coming. Once he gets Heroic Age, he gets his first Dwarven Mine. The second Dwarven Mine, a little bit more expensive, but by the time he's expired on that second gold mine, he's gonna have full pop. And then he can move out of his base and flaming weapons you. And then your army gets absolutely demolished. Full pop versus full pop with flaming weapons. It's not even close. And then you get another Dwarven Mine. And another one. And life is good if you're a Thor player.
Except in this game, to balance things out, he's going to have to use a second healing spring. So he's had to save up for that instead. It's the only way to work.
Well, he has used it, though. So that's at least a start.
Very early. That is a lot of gold for a Fim. What?
Well, we were talking about.
Is he trying to buy our admin? What is this?
Oh, you've lost me here.
1,500 gold.
Dropping 2 town centers at once. Buying food and going to the next age. Always
Back-to-back age, maybe? Maybe? No.
Well, Nephthys is in.
Well, Nephthys is on the way, but it's a lofty amount of gold to be sitting on. He's not investing anywhere. This does feel like it was just a misadjustment of the economy, right? Like, I'm trying to think what he could be leaning into here. I mean, you are gold heavy no matter what. Okay, there. The classic looks at economy. Okay, we can afford everything, boys. He was waiting to see what he'd need.
Oh, he didn't actually spend it, right? Like, it's not in his bank anymore, but he's.
He queued up some upgrades. Makes up for some of it, right?
Just queued up his units. Yeah. So
it was just delay. I think he wanted to see what Tunison's comp was before committing to resources.
Exactly. Yeah. It's an interesting thing because we always when you're learning to play RTS games, a lot of the first things you get told is just keep your resources low. Just keep your resources low. But in a way, if there's nothing you have to worry about and you're playing towards a certain point in the game, spending those resources or not spending those resources one way versus another way can be just as important as getting rid of them as quick as you can.
It's also, with a civ like Egypt, your production rates are pretty aggressive, right? So, you can afford to be a little bit delayed because we mentioned in another game, this is a Zerg civ, right? The quality of the units sucks. So, that means the counter is even more important. And that's the balance point for it, right? It's like you get them out quickly, they're not as good.
But I do like the composition which Tunison's going for. There's not really any slingers being made. Well, there's 1 or 2. Not really many slingers being made for Superfin, which does allow those throwing axemen to get all of the advantage. And KB, all this is going to come down to is, can Tunison catch Superfin's army out and get this flaming weapons to work? Or will Superfin be able to position his army in a way that it's just impossible for Tunison to ever get a good flaming weapons off? And he's just going to hold the map and be in a good spot. Alternatively, are we just going to see a standoff for the rest of the game as Tunison just keeps spamming Dwarven gold mines and Superfin goes, when do I get to fight you?
Well, apparently the hearse is going to lead them on the path to death. He's edging on the dive, right? But he knows that there's a risk to this. The good thing about trying to make this dive happen is when flaming weapons comes out, you retreat, right? You have so far to retreat. That's the issue that Tunison has right now. You want to be using flaming weapons when you're over halfway towards a Fim's base, because then if he retreats, he's leaving something of value behind.
So this army is very, very scary here for Super Fim. He is walking very, very far in, but look at the Sim City here, which Tunison's built up. It's beautiful. There's no way in. There's just no way in. He can't do anything just yet. There's a scary thing here that Super Fim can do to punish this, though. We're talking a lot about how you have to prepare in advance to deal with Age 4 God powers. Thoth, Meteor, SimCity, that's going to be a disaster waiting to happen.
The scary part, though, is if he tries to go. And it feels like he's edging for that because trolls are being built. This is really important. Trolls leverage those choke points better than almost any unit you can access at this point before because of the slash damage to those giant boulders.
Well, this is the point which Tunison's been waiting for. I think he's done this perfectly. It's all going to come down to this move right now. He's just going to be charging in. Answers the clips coming in.
Got the rocks. Can he get the hits though? No, he wastes them on the mummies. So the big blob hasn't been attacked yet. He's diving in with the flaming weapons, trying to overwhelm the north side, but Tunison's position in this fight isn't going to be good enough from here. Armies both being whittled away at, but I think that the mummies on the backside may have just baited him a little here. It splintered the fight too much, and as a result, it looks like it's an overwhelming victory for Rafim. Oh, wow.
I don't know what I just watched there, KP. Tunison just
Autocast,
like
man.
A-moved. Tunison just A-moved his entire throwing, not A-moved, he just basically movement commanded his throwing axeman in that fight for like 5 seconds. And they all melted. It's literally just walked into axemen. They're a ranged counter infantry unit and he movement commanded them for like 5 seconds and he just lost them all.
His brain got auto-chowed. He's like, whoa, you've got an axe, I've got an axe. I've been throwing them my whole life. I didn't realize I could use them in melee. But, I mean, it wasn't just that. The way it began also just awkward, right? I think what happened is Tunison, he auto-attacked with the boulders, right? This is, by the way, why you want to toggle that off. He wasted that huge shot when Afim was blobbed on the south side. I think he then tried to shift the trolls and get some troops there to defend, but he'd already clicked something with the throwing axeman. So you almost had these double mistakes that just led to this overwhelming victory, right? Like, yes, Afim had to use the ancestors. Yes, he had to use the eclipse, but just as big of a deal, actually bigger of a deal here is the fact that Tunison committed the flaming weapons and didn't get an immediate victory out of it.
Yeah, all roads were leading to that fight, and you've got to be aware that the damage that needs to come through, you don't need to move. You don't need to miss. You basically need to set the position up before the fight starts. That's what's important here as from the north side. If you get sprung on, then life's really challenging. You see this all the time with players like Recon, Mr. Rappel, Magic. They're pre-moving their army before the fight starts, forming like a ball of Cursor in one side, raiding cavalry in the other side, throwing axemen in a different position. Kind of like, yeah, your formations just really, really matter in Age of Mythology, but you have to do it kind of manually, and that's the difference between those elite mythology players and that level down at the moment, it seems. But
it's also the distance of clicking, right? Like, I think Tunison's idea kind of makes sense, but he overclicked. So then when something else happens to distract him, he's not addressing the real issue of the formation. And now as a result, I mean, the big blue blob remains blue. Tunison has done a great job of catching up there, right? His military is rebulked. He's got pretty hard into the throwing axemen. And if he does attack with them in these fights, it is a big problem because considering that I think Super Fim is maybe like 40% slinger.
I haven't even seen.
Actually,
He's got a lot of
40%?
slingers. Slingers, they're an interesting unit. They're really, really good when you've got just a couple of them. But the more you get, the more opportunity you give your opponent to kind of hard counter them with like a whole bunch of raiding cavalry to sweep in and kill them all. If you've got like 10, 15 to like snipe off all those throwing axemen in a fight while everything else is kind of dealing with it, they become really, really useful. But in this situation, you're absolutely right. Tunison bulk throwing axemen here versus bulk slingers kind of flips that kind of theory on its head. Though there actually isn't that many slingers now. I'm looking at the army.
Yeah, he got 15-ish, and then mostly like he's laid it in with spears and about 10 axemen. So it looks like he was prepped for the cavalry switch that he was
this could be good for
anticipating.
Tunison. It could be good for Tunison. You never know. But I think what's not good for Tunison right now is Super Fim's on 3 town centers. And I'm not so concerned about the economy. Even though the villager count is in favor of Super Fim at the moment, I think if you check the graph at 16 minutes post-game, you probably see that Tunis has probably still got the gold, the economic advantage. But the population for Super Fim, 220, 150 pop of military versus 117. That's a big deal.
Now, I'm wondering if he can just pivot into the Hoodman. I feel like the problem now is you are getting countered by the camels, right? The camels can actually beat onto your back line, but they're also going to beat your front line. We're very hard in Hearse here, which is great for building up this favor. There's not really many units for you to hit into, right? You've essentially got 2 Sphinxes here, so it feels like almost an impossible fight here for Tunison. He speed runs to the backside. Choke points, the rocks are going to be hurled, but Afim not gonna fall for the bait there.
Yeah, I say this quite a bit, but I almost think that
What is
I kind of wish that this was a Osiris come through. That's gonna be huge.
uh,
What is happening here?
hello? It's okay, guys. It's just the trash unit. Like, it's all the peasants. Let them die. Finally realizes it and turns around, but the trail hold trolls. Trolls from the hills. My words are gone because of what we just watched there. That runaway somehow not ultimately punished, and now once again, the Giants on the backside, the Trolls, they're not able to get those good shots out. So the big chunk, the big splash of units that could have been hit there, the opportunity is missed. The militaries have at least been reset. But the position is looking better and better for Afim. He's halfway to Age 4. He's edging this fight in a way that Tunison can't get an overwhelming victory. And all he now needs to do is hold.
Yeah, holding Osiris through, and this is always a difficult thing for Norse to deal with. Son of Osiris, 18 range on that bad boy, doing a boatload of divine damage. The only real way to counter it is get a surround, which not going to work against a player of Super Afim's level very often. Alistair, you need Mythic Age for that. Or Frost, he doesn't have Frost. So this is going to be really, really challenging for Tunison moving forward. Not only that, there's a... Oh, no, I'm not going to get the wrong favor board there. There's 45 favor in the bank for Super Afim to make mummies. And mummies, even though there's a bunch of Hersa here, mummies are really, really strong.
Oh, he's going to push in now anyway. Migdal under siege. Throwing Axeman do a lot of damage to this, so won't last very long. He can't take the fight before the age up comes through. We don't have a unit creeping into the economy for a big boom play. So they're going to be able to try to sneak around, but the Son of Osiris in itself should be enough to scare him away. Like, the problem right now is Tunison, he's shy of what he needs for flaming weapons. Flaming weapons would be the one way he could contest this. Instead, I think he's going to have to hunker down and try to age up. But easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a really, really nice defensive gold mine on the back of his base. So he's got some time, and he's going to go into his raiding idea. This is something that he's done throughout this series really, really well. While trying to make something happen here, get onto the raids, distract your opponent, and try and get some value. But Super Afim is not falling for it at the moment. He is going full steam ahead. Siege is on the way as well. That's going to take down these buildings incredibly fast as well.
Yeah, and that ripple damage from Son of Osiris is actually going to add up pretty quickly, so he could easily force him. But we do see the age up on the way. So, an opportunity at redemption coming from Tunison, and he has gone for Baldur.
Baldur is kind of important. Not for Ragnarok, not even for Fire Giants, but for Sons of Slipnir, funny enough. This is a pretty unique technology, very, very rarely researched. You need it to deal with archer balls because it makes your raiding cavalry so good against them. But maybe here, Tudis is just out of hope and he thinks, well, maybe I just need to make myself this Ragnarok and we just need to go for broke. So many axemen, it's going to be challenging.
It feels like he is at that point where like you just need a blob and a go. But yeah, you're right. The front line has been nicely layered. His choke point's making it hard as well. The siege starting to break that base. I hope we got another temple behind this so we can at least get the Fire Giant now. He's going to need every hand on deck because it looks like this is getting out of hand for him. Super Afim with a dive in, idling out the economy. That's about 20 workers not doing anything right now for him, so able to shove him all the way back. This now creates a divide between his primary and secondary settlements. So this is about to get a lot more ugly. If you don't contest the camels here, they will ride south.
Yeah, and then that's where the gold is. That's where the farms are as well. Yeah, there's lots of idle villages here. 76 villages that can get turned into a Ragnarok straight away, but
if they're alive.
There's also 204 favor, so almost the second flaming weapons.
There's going to be no Ragnarok because they're all going to be dead. Check this. Forced away from the settlement. Still about, what, 15 seconds away, so the camels start to thin the herd here. And potential recruits for the main army. He needs to save them. This feels like a Ragnarok play. The way he's shuffling his economy right now, he's trying to buy time. And there it is. Yep. He activates. No choice but to do it. Full military send. Do or die for Tunison.
Well, this is where hearts are broken and dreams are lost here for players versus this Ragnarok. We've yet to see it be successful in tournament. Can Tunison make this happen? He's got to find all the gold. He's got to put all the pressure on. He's got some resources in the bank to repopulate. You can always drop a ton of town centers. Flaming weapons in. The army of Superfim is going to get absolutely massacred here.
That's huge. That's huge. Son of Osiris gone. You don't have that anti-block now. He's going to shovel forward. He needs to be fast on this one. A lot of military influence, but is it going to be enough to crack this nut? Migdal, barely alive. Flaming weapons will take it down. He has an opening on the north side, and that could ripple in the economy. In the meantime, it's going to be a dive towards the west. He's full on sending it. He has no choice in this. The military count is looking underwhelming right now for Efim. He doesn't have any god power potential here. His standing army, he needs a lot more Axemen if he's going to hold this back.
I mean, you look at this and you go, what just happened to that army here? You see the production queue right now. 7 chariots queued up. He's got 3 camel riders queued up. He's got 3 different batches of axemen queued up. That's going to take forever for him to get anything to actually come out here. Subaru's got a gold mine. Just one gold mine left. All Tunisia needs to do is migrate his army up to that top side and just push through yet again. He's got 60 favor in the bank. Couple of units queued up. Burning pitch on the way as well. Those thrown axemen are going to become siege weapons, KP.
I mean, at this point as well, you mentioned the gold, but it's also the food at home, right? Like, if you can't reach the gold quickly, you can shutter him on the food. So kind of pick your poison in this situation. He's trying to secure an extra vein. The army is marching north side. There is nothing left at home to defend. We have basically just infinitely increased Tunisian's economy from 0 to 1. But that is not the goal here, folks. He's not looking for a 10 minutes down the line. It's a do or die.
And you can't, if Tunisian micros this really well, the axemen are just going to melt. You retreat those Ragnarok heroes back. The throw an axemen, clean everything else up on the front line, and you just can't engage this. It's looking like he's going for it, but everything's going to get massacred here, KP.
The villagers, they can't get away. They're way too slow to make that retreat, so that's going to be extra economy lost here. The cast coming in from the heroes to the north side. He goes for a quick build, doesn't quite get it up in time to block them. But the wave continues to push. That military number barely going down. What was it, about 240 a minute and a half ago? So only losing about 20 pop here. Superfim, he does have a decent amount of population, but when you consider that 90 of it is workers, the standing army looks underwhelming.
And these buildings are going to absolutely disintegrate. As soon as Tunisian decides to start attacking them with the thrown axemen, they're just gone. These things absolutely hit like a truck with that burning pitch. But Superfim's doing some great garrison micro here. Can he make it work? The heroes of Ragnarok are going to get cleaned up very quickly by those axemen. That's not going to be fast enough.
No, the mummy also the backside. I mean, maybe you can get some conversions, but he doesn't live long enough. The backstab comes in. The TC plus the Migdal to try and hold, but if you just micro away, focus them down one by one, you can fold this into a TC and a Migdal kill. Eco is still looking strong, but Efim is just floundering right now like a fish to try and get a standing army together. And trickling in troops like this doesn't help you.
No, you have to get the army back up to full population. You do see that Tunisian's army is down to 120 right now. He can start building villages. He's got 1 town center though, so it's going to be a long time for him to repopulate back up. The question right now is, how is trade looking? We can get the market opened up.
That's ambitious from this position.
Not to trade, but to just trade resources. So you've got 85 villages gathering. You've got to trade something to get gold and get military out.
I mean, he's got so much wood, so he's going to start selling. Yeah, you can see him spamming across now, but the Migdal, you just saw, that was the power of the Axemen. Even when the numbers are this low, it's just so strong at this point. And the idle eco as well. What, about 20 more got out on the north side of the tree line, but they're idle right now, so the gap is closing in this game. Population is about neck and neck, but it's going to take Superfim about another 2 minutes of chill. And as you can see, Tunisian, he doesn't have any time to chill. He needs to send it.
Yeah, I mean, you could also see something here. We were maybe about it earlier, but you know, there's still access, or right now there's access to another healing spring. His army is half HP right now. True. It might be worth it to use that healing spring just to get those guys back up on the next fight on the front here.
Pause that thought. Because now remember, Tunisian, it took him an whole extra game last time to use the healing spring. So we're going to have a few moments of contemplation before we maybe go to it again. Because I'm looking at that flaming weapons, and I know I shouldn't, but I've still got 100 military. If I could just kill enough units.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely possibility for another. This is as tight as it gets, KP. Why are we getting cliffhanged at this moment?
Why are we being teased? All right, guys, one's in chat if you think Tunison takes that game. Two's in chat if you think Super Fim takes that game. We are now a pick your adventure D&D stream. See, people lean twos, man. But it's deep down, like they lean two, boy, but at the same time, in a deep, dark part of them, deep inside, part that they don't tell their family about, they tell no one about. They want the Ragnarok to succeed. They need the Ragnarok to succeed. So they can go to Reddit and make a thread rather about how OP the all-in Ragnarok players.
That's right. I mean, we haven't seen one Ragnarok yet. So when we see one be successful, that opens the floodgates of Ragnarok just completely owning everything, right? So you can't have Ragnarok being good in a game of Age of Mythology. It's not possible. It's not going to be healthy. No. Bad. Reddit thread, make it.
We just confirmed. Apologies. Limitations of the recording. We got teased. Super Fim did win. We're going to a fifth game. Ragnarok is not OP. It needs a buff.
So what happened in the end there? We haven't seen it, but I can tell you what happened.
All
the Rag heroes got removed because he didn't drop that second healing spring on the fight, and he's saving that second healing spring now for the next series he's going to play in, potentially against Grass, or he's just never going to be able to use it ever again as it gets down to this final.
Well, no. But he's gonna treat healing springs like you would most of those early god powers, right? Like you think of things like the Batestone, where it just gets stronger per age. Like that's his thought process. So like the same way, if he matures it until the next S-tier tournament, the healing springs is going to be like an infinite restoration. So just really
he's gonna
smart
have
plays.
Wonder Age. He's gonna have Wonder Age in the first age. So
there you go. And he will
save
save that for the series against Mister in the next tournament. That's the plan. We've figured it out. Apologies, folks. It is what it is. I hate that saying, but reality check it. It's a new release. All I can say is on a developmental side, QA important, observing important. Hopefully that gets fixed in the future so we don't have that type of hiccup. But yes, the positive is we get a 5-game series. We go all the way through to an Alfheim for... I want to say this is like one of the most frequent appearing matchups at the moment. Gaia Kronos. I've seen so many of this in Genesis Retold so far. I want to say I've seen the 4, 5, maybe 6 times.
Really? I feel like I haven't seen this once. Just for my own personal.
We've been operating on the different days, man. I think we.
That's right.
We had you mentioned the creep tumor strategy. We had that last weekend, I believe it was, when we had it on Ghost Lake, and it was incredible to watch. It was Kronos. It was very memorable because Kronos, he tried to go for the temple rush, and his opponent pulled villages and destroyed it.
That's classic. A classic maneuver.
And then in typical, my plan is ruined strategy, Kronos tried to go 2TC and hide in the corner. So yeah, like we've had some really cool games there where Gaia ended up, funnily enough, being the aggressor in what is historically seen as a Kronos aggressive matchup.
Yes. Okay. Let me go through my own theory crafting on this. Because I have like you've seen it, so you can tell me how close or far off I am. Kronos has got Prometheus and Leto.
Yep.
Gaia has got Leto and Oceanus. If Gaia goes Oceanus, Kronos can go Prometheus and mass Prometheans, and then there's not any great counter for the Gaia player. Just can't really use their favor. You want to use Carnivora, it's not going to do anything. There's a bunch of Prometheans to kill it. You can't really make heroes because then you're falling behind on military. It costs too many resources. You can make some, but you can't make enough to deal with the Prometheans. Mm-hmm. So then does that mean then we have to see Leto to come through for the Gaia player to make those automatons?
Because
automatons are going to counter the Prometheus.
This is the situation.
But then does that also mean if that's the case, then
where's my
you can't then go for Prometheans if you go Prometheus. So you have to go for Leto as well with Kronos.
So what you're saying is we're about to put the techno music on, and it's going to be a pump, grind, humping session of automatons in the center of the map.
I'm hoping so. This is the theory. I've been avoiding playing Atlantean since they've gotten buffed. They're
This
they're
would make me
overtuned.
play them.
I've had enough of this. So this is my theory crafting. If I played tournament, I'd be thinking about this, but nope. These
Mate,
guys are gonna have to go.
I need this. I need the Robo Rebellion in the middle of the map. We need the open spawn of Alfheim as well, so you're encouraged to do it, right? And
Yep.
then to complete the look, our voices will just go robot in the middle of the cast, right? And then we'll just have like a recording of Elon Musk flash somewhere as it seems we've been hacked. It's the only way this can play out. It is an interesting conundrum though. Like you are right. Like I think we talked earlier about this. Like Leto is an option, but it's almost like it's just forgotten about. Apparently we've had it twice in the tournament so far, which is I'd say that's a pretty low percentage considering that's an age 2 choice, right? Like, and there's been a lot of Atlanteans. In fact, some of the players are prolific, exclusive Atlantean spammers.
That's true. Yeah. I'm gonna hold out. We've held out for the Cyclops. We got the Cyclops today. I think it's time to get the robots. Robot spammage. It looks cool. You make a great thumbnail with it.
What's the most robot thing we can do? Do we just play the Gundam theme tunes? I'm not sure if I know that one off by heart. Do you know any good robot theme tunes? I can't think of any. You could do Power Rangers because they hop into giant robot suits. So there you go. It kind of works.
I don't really have any other ideas. Okay. Let's just push it to the nth degree. I'm gonna go further down the rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, we have to go age 3 because it's not going to end in age 2 with that.
Yeah, we still got 2 minutes left. Let's say, for example, here I'm playing Gaia and I see the Kronos player go Leto. I have to pick Leto as well because I know I need that to deal with the Prometheans. Then Kronos player goes Leto and you go, oh, he's going for automatons because he needs the automatons to deal with my automatons. Okay, I'm not going to build automatons. I'm going to go Thea, and I'm going to be getting myself Stymphalian birds, which are going to be able to counter those automatons. And then what does the Kronos player do?
But then I go Hyperion, and I chaos your birds, so that I don't have to build range units. They just, I mean, your range units just kill each other. Let's be totally real. If it goes to age 3, they're both going to pick Rhea.
That's true. And then there's going to be 2 behemoths versus 1 behemoth, advantage Kronos.
No. And then there's going to be a single traitor choice that makes the difference, gives the edge to the automaton mass, and then lets one player win.
One thing's for certain. Something's going to happen in this series. These guys, they're both Fox. They both train with each other. We haven't actually talked about this. These guys have obviously played a lot of scrims together, and I think they're probably hitting 5 games in their scrims pretty often. Whether they've played this matchup or not, that's something that we've talked about it before, but there's so many matchups. There's just so many. You could definitely miss Gaia versus Kronos in your training.
I don't think they will after this tournament. It's coming up a bit too much. I think like we had Matrius in the chat earlier saying that he struggled with it in his matchup while he was playing Gaia. So it's climbing.
Probably because he probably didn't go Leto. I think that's the problem.
There you go. That is the problem. He didn't go Leto. I remember that. None of them went Leto. They just don't believe. We've actually had it on this particular map where I can't remember the players, but it legit was Kronos went for the Promethean play and then rushed to TC. And Gaia just full sent it. Would not let him get away with it. But it's time to find out who's going to be getting away with the win and who is going to leave with the loss. 5-game series going all the way. Essentially, we are in a best-of-1 barn burner to decide who proceeds through to the next round here in Genesis Retold. In the blue, playing as Gaia, we have got Fox's Super Afim.
And his teammate in the red, opposite side of the map, playing as Kronos. His name is Tunis. And win this one, you go on. Lose this one, you're out. Pressure couldn't get any higher, KP. Alfheim, we've got the closed variant.
Look at the mirrored placement of the oracles. Like, it is exactly the same on both sides, right? You would mention that they scrim with each other. They're pretty much kind of blobbing out to see the exact same things, exact same locations. So, you know, we talked about the idea of mirroring age. I mean, this is a good start to the idea of things being mirrored. Maybe it can happen.
Well, one thing's for certain, those guys are just having a good powwow at the start of the game. It's like how they haven't declared war just yet. They're still in the archaic phase. They don't know what's going on.
Wait, hear me out. We've been talking like our pre-game was pretty much we want Leto. We want Leto more than a Jared Leto fan wants him to be in like another a Batman movie. But the thing here is if you do play Leto on both sides, Tunison can get an overwhelming edge because he can forward temple drop, get his automatons out, and then make yours disappear, which would allow him to blob an automaton advantage.
That's true, but let me tell you what's actually happening, which
He's
is
gonna go
changing
2
everything. There's a current build order that's coming out that I want to already say is average at best. There is an advantage to it, but this is a hero citizen opening here for Gaia. I did the math on this. I've played this build order before. Actually, Viper did this one a long time ago. So anyone out there trying to claim this one, the Viper, he did this before all of you guys did it. So the problem with this is that the cost that you spend on the hero citizen versus the bonus you get from the resources that come in takes about 10 minutes to pay off each citizen.
Got it.
That's 10 minutes. That's kind of a long time.
Hear me out.
Yes, but the advantage, you tell me the advantage. Go.
I'm playing Gaia, so I can afford a game to go over 10 more minutes.
That's true. That's true.
I know you were going for some more elegant. It's good against myth rushes, right? So, like, if you're going to play Prometheans, Shiv's out, I don't care.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we're not seeing Leto. So this, I mean, while the Promethean are not going to get any value here, Tunison probably doesn't need to care about that.
No.
In the early game. He just needs to
mass. So...
Exactly. He can just mass up Prometheans. Just make 5 oracles more to get up to 8 oracles. Maybe not 8. Maybe we'll go 6 oracles. Let's just call it a nice even number. Nice. Healthy gets 3 of them, cost 300 resources. Your opponent's invested all into those hero citizens, so you don't need to care about the investment into the oracles. Going to be in an equal spot, happy days, or even a better spot, advantageous spot earlier on. And then you just go spammage on Prometheans. Second gold mine comes in. Your opponent has to use hero citizens in the army to actually kill off your Prometheans, and you just lull it in while you kill him with Mamilla and a whole bunch of Prometheans.
Or we get the Promethean Terma, which has been a pattern recently for the Kronos picks. I actually think last time we saw the matchup on this map, it turned into that. Difference being that was a 2TC attempt afterwards by Kronos, and actually Terma were coming from the Gaia. So kind of flip the roles compared to last time I saw it and was casting this on the broadcast. Now, from this position, we also have to kind of fear the promotions. It's a really good and easy way of dealing with the Carnivora. Yeah. I just realized, if the Carnivora eats Prometheans, like he's eating clay, that sounds like an insult. Eat clay.
It does.
All right, there we go. We're going to use that.
I don't think the Carnivora can eat.
Can they eat the small ones? I don't think they can eat any. Maybe the small ones?
They don't have that diet, only flesh.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, such fussy eaters. No wonder you don't see many of them in the games. So we have at least got the Carnivoras as an option. Looking at the map spawn as well, the cool thing you're seeing him do here, creating choke points with the trees, right, and with the buildings. So like against Terma, they're going to now have to funnel into these awkward little choke points. That means even when you're trying to move, the arrow fire from the TC will still hit you.
Yeah, I mean, like super of him going for the turtle. He knows that economically speaking, advantageously in terms of just god bonuses, all of his bonuses push him to having an advantage later in the game. But this game is not going to go later in the game because Tunison is wanting to put all the pressure on. He has got the Terma out. He's got so many military units out here, but he has to kill off units all over the place to make something happen. It's a beautiful back gold mine on the map for Super FM to try and lengthen this game. But at some point, he is going to need to be leaving his base. It's not going to be that long. And we also see that alluvial clay tech coming through as those Prometheans will now die, and 3 instead of 2 will be left remaining.
Even more effective because your opponent went for the Oceanus, so you want to have that lob, so the debuffs just do not matter from the air support. So kind of a tricky situation here. Like, it's a conundrum that I'm not seeing a grand resolution for. That deconstruct really slowed down the counter Terma to the Terma. It almost feels like a Fim has to kind of gather efficiently, just go for the tech play. Because the good news is if you go for the tech play, you get your hands on the Chaos. If your opponent tries to dive you, you can actually. Oh crap! No, you don't have Chaos. Okay, there is. This is hard, man. Like I usually look at Mass Terma, I'm like Chaos good, right? Like Oranos has an out because of that. You do not have an easy out here as Gaia.
The out is that you get channels, which makes your Terma faster, and then you get the advantage moving in and hidden running, right? That's it's not a good advantage. It's not a bad advantage. It's not a huge advantage, but yeah, that's the only way you can really make it work. Catapulties, Terma, etc. But again, that Promethean frontline is so absurdly good, and I'll tell you, if anyone is going to be able to utilize this effectively, Tunison is. He might not be a Chronos main, but he's an Oranos main, and he knows how to do this with Oranos, and doing it with Chronos, not that much different.
No. And also, you can just use them to see through this temporary wall, right? And what's the counter? Oh, I see mass Prometheans, I walk over repair. Yeah, good luck with this many Terma waiting for you. You're going to eventually be shoved off this gold, and we already mentioned that other reserve gold. Not going to be accessible. There is an Oracle back there waiting to see you make that move.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. In a matchup where your opponent has got oracles and you're stuck in your base, he's going to see the entirety of the map. It's the same thing when you play against Egyptian, with Obelisk everywhere. Loki with the eyes in the forest. You have to be out on the map clearing your opponent's stuff if you want to do anything sneaky. And he's already getting pushed off the home gold line. The army numbers for Tunison, he's currently in front by 40 population, KP.
And he's going to maintain that. Carnivora gets committed behind this. He needs to get some heroes over here to deal with it, but hasn't been using the promotion. So that is at least going to create a little bit of a stopgap here from reinforcements coming in, as that Carnivora is on a very healthy diet of things that would usually be sent to a blue factory. Pony's going down. Dive continues in. The villagers are being forced to front line here, though, so it's equaling into economy losses. Shiv's out as he has to have all bodies on board to try and hold this. The military numbers are still holding for Tunison, though.
He may have got a little bit too ham here. He's done a lot of economic damage in terms of idle units, but he's still only 2 population in front right now in terms of civilian units.
Oh, Carnivora. Well,
he's
I'm just going to say it. That thing needs to stop being fussy. Eat clay, okay? Because that was the defense strategy that has now unraveled. But however, a Fim is halfway towards having Carnivore again, right? And I think this choke point could be a saving grace. The question is whether the timing is going to line up.
Well, I mean, the other thing that's going on right now, if you notice in the terms of resources, SuperFim's got so much food in the bank, and he's literally just not able to use it. He's got 4 Murmillos queued up in the barracks as well. So add 150 food to his current total. He's got so many resources in the bank, and he's not able to spend them. Compare that over to Tunison. I mean, sure, he's got a whole bunch of gold in the bank. He can spend that onto a whole bunch of oracles now if he wants to. SuperFim's got nothing he can do.
No. Tough part here for Tunison, though, is if Carnivores do keep getting spammed out, if you're able to get some Myth units in there, he's using everything into the Promethean, so he doesn't have the ability to promote freely. That is a little bit of a struggle. That's why the Carnivore looked good for a moment. But step 1 to this strategy, holding for blue, he needs to fin the Clay Boys. Like you mentioned earlier, they are the backbone of the strategy. The Terma are almost just a distraction. Yes, they are going to do damage if left uncountered, but the effort required to counter them means the Prometheans are running rampant.
Yeah, he's got 1 hero and it's just been taken. 1 hero is left and it gets taken down. There's no answer for this going through Oceanus, and we were talking about it before, but maybe there was something here that SuperFim could do, but he's now pushed off his home gold mine. He's back into a position where he's still down by 40 population. More Prometheans are coming in. The one thing that I'm not seeing here from Tunison, which not necessarily a mistake, but just a different option, would be, let's just build some oracles. Like, he's got the resources to do so.
I mean, that would fix the issue of the hero units we talked about, right? Which could actually just buff your ability to kill, even if you're not going into Carnivora. Also, could have allowed you to deconstruct 1 or 2 of these buildings in the choke points to get easier access.
Yes.
So, would have had some value there. We did start to see a few catapults coming out, but not enough to really threaten this. Prometheans once again with the dive. Promos coming through. Carnivore on the backside, once again on that healthy horse diet, but not going to be good enough. Gets taken down. Took about, what, 2 Tama with it? That's not going to turn the battle in favor of him. And we are at the verge of his economy being fully bare, beaten, and struck down. And with this many Terma, I think we've reached the conclusion point. There's no way he can hold this back anymore.
There's just too many units. Super FM has got no military. He's got 10 population of military against 77. Are you kidding me? Super FM taps out. Tunison gets the dub, KP. That was a clinic in how to play this strategy from the Chronos side.
I mean, he sent his bro to the clinic, right? Like, he's going to need some Medicare after that. That was a beat down to finish off what was a very tight back and forth series. Just clean execution by Kronos and showing its potency in this particular matchup. You know, we were fear crafting through. I was looking for the out. We mentioned the age 3 options. They don't really provide an immediate solution for Gaia. I think the issue in this matchup is if Kronos goes all in and plays very aggressive, Gaia is to a certain degree at the mercy of either A, picking Leto, which you don't want to do, or B, having a really solid spawn with options. And that gold placement, in theory, a good option, but I think the key to success there for Tunison was that temple placement. It set up everything that followed.
Well, it's like, what is the slow unit to get to your opponent's base? Promethean. If you have a forward temple, they're no longer slow. They're in your opponent's base the moment they get trained. Terma, no worries. You can send them over. You can also time shift later if you really want, but you can have them wander over and they'll join the fight pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, there was just no... I think that Super FM went into this matchup going, what am I scared of? I'm scared of 2 Promethean walking into my base at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. And then he didn't think past that moment. Okay, it's like, well, yeah, there's 2 Prometheans there, but what about the next Prometheans? Oceanus is really, really good in this matchup, that matchup, this matchup. But every single matchup, I don't think so. And that's why Tunison finds the victory, and in a dominating fashion in that last game. But honestly, 2 to 3 here, 3 to 2. Very, very close series here from the Fox brothers.
Absolutely tight set. You know, we mentioned the idea of like Leto being the out, but even if you've gone that way, there is an edge which Kronos can have. It's kind of a gamble. You're basically relying on your opponent going Prometheans. In fairness, high likelihood, right? Like, but we've seen Kronos are really good at falling back to 2 TC after the initial Promethean grab because it just gives them control of the narrative. So a tricky matchup. Commiserations to Super FM. His journey ends here, but many a player has fallen in this lower bracket. When we have a look, we can see how the picture is starting to be painted. Earlier today, we saw some interesting clashes as Pegasus was able to annihilate one of the gods of RTS, as it feels like. Vortex, so good at adjusting to new after RTS, competing in 4 different RTSs in 2024. He will compete no longer in Genesis Retold, taking out Frio there. Ulysses versus Kavoth ended up being a 3-1 victory for Ulysses. And then, of course, we did have the unfortunate FF there from player. Some issues came up. Don't know exactly what the details are, but Grass got a default win there. So we will have Grass versus Tunison and Ulysses versus Pegasus coming up next to round out our day.
I didn't realize that Kavoth dropped. That's kind of a big deal. That's an upset. That's like seed 1, right? Kavoth is top of the ladder. He's got all of the... That's a huge upset. I can't wait to see the game.
There's a tough bind, right? And it's that Kavoth is renowned for his Atlanteans, and I think Ulysses, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he primarily Greek, but he has a little bit more flex in terms of his Civ picks,
Ulysses is like traditionally Uranus, Zeus, and like Odin. Yeah. Loki,
so you just
right?
mentioned like 3 different Civs, right? Like that's a lot more flex.
Exactly.
And I wonder
but he would never play in. Yeah, he would never play into the other Civs, but since Retold, he's been playing all of them.
And he's going to get a chance to play most of them here because we already have the draft ready between the 2 Keen members. Pegasus looked phenomenal earlier today in his series against Vortex, right? Very clean execution. Looking at the draft, really liking what I see. You know, Pegasus, a prolific Zeus spammer, very good with them. He has 4 fantastic all-rounder type pick. Hades in there has just been up and up on the rankings, in my opinion. They've been looking better and better as the tournament's gone deeper. Other side, though, Ulysses got some strong picks here. We've got Alfheim, options like Freya came to mind. He actually chose Uranos. We'll talk about in a second. Poseidon in there. And Gaia making another appearance, this time without having to worry about a counter Atlantean pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting route. We were talking a lot about drafting theory before and how, well, what do? Do you go and try and counter what your opponent's good at, or you go down at what you're good at? And I think this draft here from both sides is literally just Ulysses is good at these gods, Pegasus is good at these gods. And what that means at its core is we're about to see a insane series.
Mhm.
Both like
Also,
there's no weaknesses in these god picks for either of these players. They know them inside and out. I'm excited.
I'm looking forward to Midgard as well. I don't think I've had a chance to cast any Midgard so far. I'd wonder if we looked at the map selections, how often this came out. Because I think, I'm trying to remember if there have been many games in Midgard, actually. Maybe 1 or 2?
Midgard's a tough map. It is.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most technical maps out there, just on the fact that it's a very open water map, which means that Navy raids are going to be able to happen throughout the entirety of the game. And then it's also a really aggressive land map because all the resources are forward, all the gold mines are forward. So you have to be prepared to both defend your win condition or lose condition in the second gold mine, and also be prepared to multitask while that's all going on against like random hammership raids, random myth unit raids on the water, and everything else that happens in the game. I love the map. I miss that it's not in the ranked pool, but I'm excited that we might be able to see it here in Genesis.
And I'm wondering maybe if there's someone creative crafty in mind from Ulysses, like maybe you go for Freya there just because you look at this map pool, you probably think Alfheim. We've seen Freya's really good because you can go ahead and just drop a keep essentially on
Yeah.
your opponent's side of the map near resources or near the fishing. So could be seeing some pretty high level plays. Uranos, an interesting one here on Alfheim though, not typically picked here. I want to say Uranos would usually be seen in this type of map pool, probably on something like Watering Holes or most frequently Ghost Lake.
Well, yeah, there's two ways to go about your picks, right? You pick to the map, or do you pick to what you think your opponent's going to go? Is the argument here now from Ulysses is like, sure, Rhino's not the best god on Alfheim, but pretty good against Ra.
Yeah.
I was playing a game today from my own experience, and everyone was telling me, you know what, Uranos is pretty good counter to Ra, and I was like, I don't think that's the case at all. But I lost because I have I can't beat Uranos. Uranos is just so strong. To me, I don't have the ability. Pegasus, on the other hand, he's a completely different player, and he's going to be able to show us exactly how it's done. I'm excited to see what. Go on.
Just to clarify, boy. So you heard that Uranos is meant to be a counter Ra. You didn't believe it.
I don't believe
Someone then beat you.
Yes.
And then you went, this is a perfect excuse for why I lost.
Yeah.
Uranos cannot be beaten.
Exactly.
Oh, mate.
No, I in terms of like the amount of economy and unit compositions and stuff that Ra gets, it seems like Ra has got the answer to everything that Uranos can throw at him. Whether or not you can muster that up and have it ready to stop the Uranos, that's the question, yeah, and that's the trickiness of the matchup.
Yeah, on paper seems good, but in practice the pacing doesn't align. I can see that as well. Like, right, the type of units you're probably gonna lean into Ra, you might not be bulking that quickly. In theory, you know, Oceanus, if you're not bulking, then your opponent's Oceanus is gonna be good. But they also do have the Prometheus option. I feel like most of the time Uranus we're just gonna see the Oceanus choice though.
I do think Prometheus is scary though against Ra.
Yeah.
I think that's scary just on the fact while you do want to get some priests out as Ra, just naturally get the empowerment going. Bonus empower with priests. You're going to build them, just a couple of them anyways. And if you get a lot of Prometheans out, especially with that Uranus bonus favor gather rate, doesn't matter how many priests you've got, there's just going to be 1 billion Prometheans out. Plus the Promethean offsprings as well. It could be very, very challenging to deal with.
That's true. And also, like, it's just the gap close, right? Then you follow up with something like Terma, and you're just able to whittle them down. So,
yeah,
we'll have to see. It's time to kick off our third series of the day. Deeper we go into the double William lower bracket here in Genesis Retold. Opening this best of 5. In the blue, Pegasus on Ra.
And his opponent today He's calling himself Ulysses. It's also Odysseus in another language. He's in the red color, and he is playing as Uranus.
We have got the traditional spawn of Alfheim, should we call it? The more defensively formatted one. Usually you kind of imagine this could favor Ra, because this is a civ that historically has played 2 town centers. But I want to say almost we've seen Ra try more of these 1 settlement all-in so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just about Ra being an Egyptian being that Zergy type of civ, right? In Retold, it's like traditionally, yeah, you're right. Defensive civ wants to sit back, boom, get late game. But with Retold, it really does seem like you're more playing into the mid game or like the early or the late early game to make something happen with Egyptian much more often than not. But when you're playing against Uranus, if you're talking about a civ that's Zergy, you're not getting any more Zergy than Uranus.
But it's quality Zerg, right? Like what was so you got Zerg in StarCraft, and then you have the Zelnaga, which is like the perfect combination of Protoss and Zerg, quality and quantity. And I think sometimes when you watch Atlanteans, they can feel that way, right? I think one of the big things that pushed them that way was when the game launched, there was immediately a buff to pretty much all of their base units in terms of damage output, about 15% buff. And we've seen how that can be exploited, especially more than anything, and definitely with Oranos playing into Terma.
Yeah, and Terma against, let's say, like we go down the civs, and we'll leave Egyptian to last. Terma against Greek. Hoplites, they take a while to kill. They got a lot of HP. You can build those and kill off the Terma. Hippias very fast. They can chase down the Terma, especially if you're playing Poseidon. So there's a lot of options there for Greek. You can go over to Norse, raiding cavalry, perfect against those Terma. They got 6 speed versus the 5.5. Can't really kite them for very long. When you jump into Egyptian, you want to build slingers. You want to build spearmen. These things are really slow. Most Terma are going to pop in. They're going to pick you off. And you're going to leave. And you're going to be like, why did I build these units? They didn't do anything. They're just dying. That can be the feeling here. So you've got to play away from that. You can't be allowing the Uranus Terma to get in there. So we have to see walls. Walls are really good at stopping Terma. Terma don't have any shanks. They can't break through those walls very quickly. They've only got javelins, and javelins don't do very well against wood. So hopefully Pegasus is going to be able to set that up and play around this. We'll see what's going to happen. Oceanus coming through. Oracle Hero coming in to try and grab some relics here.
Smart choice this early, and you got Tar on the other side. So the awkward thing, though, is if I'm not mistaken, check on the tech bars. Yeah, Ulysses can just grab these first. I mean, he's already on the way home, right? It's like there's no easy stop. He's already cancelled some of the deeper list plans, as it looks like this is going to take that out. And we do have the Sky Passage coming out. A fairly tight Sky Passage. I thought he might try to go a little bit deeper, but in fairness, when you look on that east side of the map, outside of that type of grab, he has plenty of what he needs on the east side, right? The gold, double food, and a kind of short route of response.
Yeah, I think the safe play with the Sky Passage is to just set up on your close second hunt, be eating that, leave some hunt in your main base for if things go south, and maybe that third Sky Passage that comes up can start being a little bit tricky. And then the question, well, not even the question, but the really strong thing you can do with Uranus is if your opponent is doing something that Pegasus is doing, which is going for those barracks units here to kick the game off, you can start setting up Sky Passages on secondary gold mines and leaving your main gold mine there for, if you get into a pickle, you can just jump through the Sky Passage and you've got gold left. So you want to be setting that up nice and quick as well.
Wonder, are we going to just see him stick at 3 oracles? It's kind of crazy with Uranus. I think you can afford to just stick at 3 oracles more than other civs. I feel like we've seen a lot of situations where Gaia or Kronos would benefit from going up the 4th. We mentioned it actually in the last series. It would have helped a bit with the favor issues, but that extra vision on this Pantheon, on this choice of god, just allows you to be a lot more lean with your early game economy.
Yeah, I think you absolutely do. I think you, like, there's no reason to not have, well, we see 4 oracles out for Ulysses. I think there's no reason to not be at 4 oracles nice and early. Egyptian has to spend 100 resources on a monument to get 1 out. You have to spend 200 resources on the next monument, 150 resources on the next one, can't remember. So you're already in a big way, like, spending resources. So you can afford to do it, no problems. It's just whether or not you have a position to have them and they're not dying. That's the important thing. You don't want to lose any of them.
And he needs as many oracles as he can get, because we're seeing what the intent is here. His Wadget's already arriving, so we do have Mamillo being prepped. We're going to need to hero them up here to solve this problem, because we've seen how snowbally the Hawk 2s can get, right? You get up to 4, you get up to 5. It's almost impossible to approach the vicinity of these snakes.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Mamillo here, in all honesty. Like, sure, you've got Empyrean Speed as Uranus, makes those Mamillo faster. Sure, you've got Oceanus for the bite of the shark, and that makes them stronger. But you're playing into your opponent who's going to be able to make Axeman and not have to have any issues with the speed problems that he's currently making himself have with those Wadgets and everything else that's going in. So I think like making some turn here and running around the map and just catching your opponent out of position is the way to go.
Yeah.
We'll see if Ulysses is going to be able to prove me wrong here. Second town center coming up. This is going to be nice.
Maybe the issue in Ulysses' mind is like if you play Termo, you're not countering anything directly, and to kick the Wedgets out of the formation, you're running headfirst into spears. Like maybe you could have went counteraxe here. It's a tough one to solve. I feel like Pegasus has perfectly read him. Yeah, you can already see the upgrades. So it's going to be spears and axes. Pretty much just a 4-head A-click comp, but one that will easily deal with Uranus here.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, in all honesty, when you're playing as Ra, because you're a little bit blind. So you don't really know what your opponent is doing. So Pegasus has always got in that back of his mind here, is Ulysses going Heroic Age? Is there going to be a switch into Gontarius? Should I be building Spearman? Can I just go mass Axeman? And you never really know until you know. And at that stage, it's too late to react. So he's playing it. He's hedging his bets. He's going, all right, half Axeman, half Spears. I'll be able to deal with whatever comes at me. But this will open up the possibility for Ulysses to basically just go mass Murmillo and call it a day.
I kind of get where Pegasus is coming from, right? Like, you need to reach that critical Zerg, so the Caladir feel kind of worthless here. Interesting that Ulysses is running more of them into the comp, but makes sense at least from the healing position here. You're going to need to offset this Poison Spit.
Yeah, upgrades coming through that. Frontline Heroics is coming in as well for Ulysses. He's got five Oracles out now, so he has been slowly adding to his favor income, and that will mean with Frontline Heroics making his Murmillo cheaper, he's going to be able to heroize all of those units. And there is one idea with Uranus, popularized by B, which is 3DB, which is basically make a huge army and then just heroize everything. Instead of going next age, instead of doing like maybe go third age, and instead of going for the fourth age, you just heroize everything. And you just get so much more stats on your units.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's going to happen or not.
I mean, you need those stats right now. Look at the military count. So double up. And I wondered if it was going to come to this. I don't think he scouted that second settlement still, which you can see what Ulysses is doing is kind of greedy with his oracles, right? Like oracles, when you have 5 of them, you should be able to scout. Instead, he's staticking. He's just staying in locations. In fact, 3 of those oracles are behind his TC. So I'm not sure if he knows about the second town center. That is going to reveal it, though. There's no reason your opponent would be setting up on gold this far away, this early.
It looks like he may have glimpsed the town center. Okay. So that's why he's able to get his own one up here. But also seeing that villager over there, this is huge because now, I mean, he's going to have a sky patch just down the right side of the map. He's going to be able to move over there, start hitting that, retreat back to the left side. This is also where Uranus gets really, really strong, is while he might be able to build an immobile-ish army with those Murmillos, it's not immobile at all because he's got sky patches all over the place. And these walls coming up for Pegasus are huge, but they are too late.
It's the vision, man. It's that creep location of the Oracle. I wonder if this is going to tip him off, because I'd be a little bit suspicious why my opponent arrived there like that. Sky Patch in the meantime did just go up, but the army doesn't need to use it. They're nearby. However, this is a blocker to the settlement expand. So he's trying to go up to 3 TC here. Very deep position being maintained here by Pegasus. Is he a risk, though? I mean, military is on his side. However, remember, there is a shockwave as well as the Carnivora to try and counter this.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Obviously, Ulysses doesn't want to take a fight right now, but Matt, Pegasus's army is out of position. And I think Pegasus kind of knows that. He's trying to retreat back home, chasing the army as well, but he doesn't want to stay out here and get caught out by a massive amount of Atlantean units.
Looks like a small group of Atlanteans did have to stay in enemy territory, but that could just turn into a raiding force, and it's going to be a shuffle across on the west side. So settlement going up there. Really struggling to find that second TC desperately wants. And Wolf's not up yet, so it looks like he will be able to dodge losing a giant chunk of his army. Important at this stage, considering the Zerg still has the numbers.
Yeah, the military, the Wadgets, those things they're looking scary here. And what are you supposed to do? With Sekhmet now through, Slinger's going to be able to get themselves that Electron bullets, that Slings of the Sun Tech. You're going to have Chaos, so you can use that if you use it well. Say your opponent splits his army up a little bit, and you can catch out all the Axemen or catch out all the Slingers in a ball, use that Chaos on there. You can then hit a moment of weakness for the Egyptian player, but you've got to catch the misstep. And at the moment, this Pegasus we're watching right now, I'm so used to seeing him play an incredibly aggressive game. He's playing very, very slowly here. And I love this for him because I think this is the right way for him to play this matchup. The question is he going to try and stick it out in the Heroic Age, or is he going to try and get to that Mythic Age with the Osiris or a Tornado to help him dominate this army even harder?
It feels like an overwhelming edge right now. Like, imagine you're in a situation where you age up this much quicker. You have military lead. You have equal parity when it comes to economy. Now, we can talk all day about the quality of the military for Atlanteans being better, but the issue here is the military lead is at least big enough that he is deterred from attacking Pegasus. And now kind of even more so, right? You've got to be expecting that Citadel play. So if you try to dive onto the settlement, it just gets converted up. It becomes impenetrable. The longer you wait, the harder it gets to get in because of these Migdals.
You're not going to be able to get much done here. So the question isn't so much about like winning a small fight here. It's about complete and utter annihilation for economic means, right? That's kind of the name of the game for Atlanteans. Like, it can feel so hopeless some of the time when you're playing against them. They just say, I have more stuff than you. And you go, well, I can't beat more stuff. I don't have more stuff. But in this situation, he doesn't have more stuff. And there's nowhere for him to push. And the longer the game goes on, the more technologies that Pegasus is going to get. I mean, if he wants to go Horus, he's going to have really, really strong Spearmen, really strong Axemen.
Wait, did he get that? Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Wasn't quite wide enough to get the wall in, so it doesn't get the blocker there. Miller just so quick with Hyrene speed. We do have a breach on the south side. Now, one thing that is interesting as this game goes longer, look at the gold split. This is big. Egypt does have to claim some territory because Ulysses has an overwhelming advantage when it comes to the long game for gold access.
Yeah, and you can't realistically go for a super early trade route here when your opponent's still got access to a huge amount of gold. It just becomes like a little bit of an inefficient population split. And even though you've got the extra population with the Citadel Center, you don't really want to be using that on a bunch of inefficient caravans at an early stage in the game. So he's got to push forward and get something. 3 town centers for Pegasus, rain coming through, and you can't get flood control just yet, but he's pre-queuing that one up because he knows how important it is. Definitely indicates some sort of desire to go Mythic Age as well.
Always awkward. You want to wait longer to use this to get the better gathering rate on the farms, right? You got power, but the reality check is if you wait any later than this, your opponent will have farms. You already saw that Ulysses has 2 or 3 of them. You wait like until you're aged up, he'll have a huge amount at his disposal. And we do have a tech up on the way. We are going all the way deep. Mythic queued by Ulysses.
Yeah, this is going to be his idea. He's going to have to drop that Tartarian gate in the main base or on the left town center or something to kind of maybe try and distract Pegasus away from it and get a huge amount of damage from it, one or the other, while also putting massive pressure with a Chaos, Shockwave, Carnivore. It's all going to have to hit in one moment here, but he's still only on medium upgrades. He needs heavy upgrades. He needs Champion coming in immediately when he hits the Mythic Age as well. He's only got 145 pop. Obviously, he's going Mythic Age here, but I don't know where he's spend. Like, where's the Atlantean economy in this game? It's just not showing up.
No, it's kind of wild. I'm just thinking if this does go deep enough, let's say we continue the stalemate, right? Like, you're still going to Zerg to a certain degree as the Egyptians with this type of gold split. If you do, there is a really cool play here where you can play into, I think, Celerity, the increased attack speed, and then you go Satyrs, right? Because Satyrs are incredible against these Zergy type armies.
Yeah. More satyrs, the better. I mean, there's only 4 villages on, not villages, oracles on favor. I think one got
I mean, he's
sniped
got
down, but
150 favor, though.
exactly 150 favor, and that can go into a huge amount. I haven't seen this before, but it's a fairly rare Mythic Age god. Normally, you're seeing the Helios come through for Aranos more times than not. But is there ever a world where you just make Lampedes here?
Ooh. Lampedes usually feels better against quality units, right? So maybe if you're worried about your opponent converting to them, because you can turn them to chickens, right? You can get the
exactly.
upgrade.
You could get the upgrade, turn them all into chickens, and live the dream. You also can drop the special ability onto myth units and have them idle out for the attack themselves.
That was a quick gate. It's only villages to clean it up, but he did drop it next to the cliffside, which is really smart. It's minimizing the surface area, so it's taking a very long time, and the timing on this might be perfect. He's trying to dive in now. He has got the chaos to work with, hasn't committed it just yet, but as they fall back, there we go. Catches them all. This buys him enough time to clear the front line and move in on the Wajits. He has to move out, though. The shifting sands to get away means he's forfeiting the center of the map. Migdal now going to be sieged, and this could ripple. We do have a move up here, a shuffle in, and maybe a mistake there. The Son of Osiris looked like he overextended, but army close enough by. So Ulysses doesn't see the opening. He backs off after applying the pressure. The Tartarian gate now going down.
And that was... Pegasus almost made a complete huge blunder of that with that Son of Osiris moving very, very close. But Ulysses still trying to put the pressure on. That Tartarian gate's still alive. KB finally going down. The damage... I don't know exactly if you can say the damage was done there, but a lot of economic pressure has come through. Those Tartarian spawns still going to get a little bit of damage done, going after villages around the town center there. But Pegasus is held. Pegasus has still got Son of Osiris, and he's going to be counterattacking here.
And there's a big problem. Look at that bar for Ulysses. This is what we call drag your face across the keyboard Aranos experiences. Every single god power now on cooldown. Yes, he's got 150 favor, but no way of quickly using it. And he's trying to get into those satyrs we talked about earlier. But I don't think he's been scaling them, right? So he's got, what, 2 maximum here. The blob is big. Satyrs is the counter, but he doesn't have the count yet.
I honestly think if he can get himself to champion Contarius here and get a nice surround, it's going to be easier said than done. You're on Alfheim with the choke points, with the middle Alfheim, the closed Alfheim variants. It's going to be challenging to do it, but if you can get to those champion Contarius here, he's going to, especially if he can wait on another Chaos, he's going to be able to Chaos that army, get a big surround with the Contarius, and then he's going to be able to get some sort of a win on that army. But the problem is he's got to wait for it. And he's got to get the army to be caught out. And he's got to make everything go perfectly for himself. He's got himself fortified towns. He's got a little bit of a tech edge here. Citadel is still in the bank here for Pegasus. I don't know what he's saving for. This is kind of like the healing spring all over again.
You'd
this
think
one actually
he would
will
have
be
used it for the Tartarian gate, right? That would have been a clear up for him if he just dropped it there, but no. I guess he's waiting for the overextension. Maybe he wants to bait his opponent into trying to destroy TC, and then you just upgrade. These wall attempts are not going to quite work out, and they are already very weak here. So an ambitious attempt at walling. The Contarius could get in, and right now, the entirety of Pegasus' army is in the north.
It's a very, very scary army. That Chaos is just about to come back online. And KB, we've got Shockwave, we've got Carnivora, Chaos. It's all going to come back down yet again.
Upside downside of using all your god powers at once. You don't have any god powers, but when you do, you got them all. You can afford them all right now. So, you need to be careful about this approach. Right now, he's still quite clumped up because the Contarius aren't here. It looks like he doesn't want to go in for the attack. I say that though. Comes out.
He's getting caught up. He's got a micro. He's better.
What? Like, I'm surprised at this point. There we go. Finally, the Chaos gets committed. Allows them to counter each other out. The Contarius moving in for the sweep. He has got the Palladium nearby to try and slow down the Shockwave. Perfectly staggered there to get min-max damage. Son of Osiris now out of position. He needs to stand his ground, though. There's no easy retreat from here. The Vegeta's still alive. But now the Kentaurus are moving over, and the slows are coming through. Son of Osiris down to half HP already, trying to micro away so that the rest of the army can clear house, but there's not much of an army left here. Mummy's now arriving, making even the conversion. The forces have been grinded down on both sides, but look at the second wave coming here. Ulysses, still with over 100 military to utilize. It feels undeniable here. This army is going to fall, and the question mark is whether Pegasus can get the Son of Osiris out and get a second wave in quick enough.
And this fight's gone really, really well for Ulysses, but there was this moment where he shockwaved the Son of Osiris, and he just didn't click on it with all of his archers. I don't think the Son of Osiris should have been dead there. Pegasus gets a little bit lucky on that one, but he does lose that fight. And funnily enough, now we're going to have to wait another 2 or 3 minutes for all the god powers to come back online, and that might give Pegasus the time to get back into this one. But the villagers on the front here getting raided. Ulysses is finding some very big damage to be coming in here.
What is he doing here? They come out agreed. Pegasus is like, just a lick, man. Just a lick. No, this is my ice cream. Get out of here. So shoves him away. We do have some securing on the east side as well, the TC, the sky passages. So there is a level of flexibility. That's the most interesting part, right? Is Kentari is still just the champions he wants to go towards, even though he could play a more slow comp with the sky passages here.
I mean, KP, I just don't understand. Where are the champion units at the moment?
Right?
He's got resources for it. Is this something that you just don't go for? You just go for 4 oracles instead.
Well, in fairness, those god powers are not getting any cheaper, boy. Okay?
No, they are.
We need 10 oracles. Don't slow this down. Let's get the big boys out. He's got the 4 queued up.
Does he have that Sons of the Sun tech as well that makes them into oracle heroes?
I hope so at this stage. It's fairly cheap, right?
It is. It's very, very cheap. He doesn't have it. It's
What?
not in. It's not in.
Nani? That's unacceptable.
He's going for a side. We're going to see a side.
Let's go!
This is a risky move because guess what is an option for Pegasus? Shifting stance. Shifting stance to kill off that Titan Gate is a possibility.
We'll have to see if he gets an opportunity to. He's going to try to stand his ground here, but Pegasus has the numbers on his side. And I mean, here's the other thing about going for the Titan. Where's all your favor now for the Chaos, which is coming off cooldown? Where's all your favor for the Shockwave?
Don't worry, it's going to come back in really soon with the currently nearly 10 oracles about to be out. Yeah, it's fine.
Siege is going to try to deal with Palace. Interesting, doesn't go for the dive though. A little bit hesitant due to the Son of Osiris. Carnivore is going to get committed deep in the formation, but she gets that down fast. He's targeting Son of Osiris. Look at this. A full circle in. The Kentari is trying to get in there. The Migdal almost built. Can he get it up in time? He tries to supervise to get up faster. Osiris will survive. No heading to the afterlife today. He gets behind the strong defense. The bait is effective here. And Ulysses has been fish, hook, line, and sinker. Overwhelming military lead now. The greed of this Titan Gate may have just cost Ulysses the first game.
You're absolutely right. What are you thinking going for a Titan Gate here? When you're and attacking. Just don't attack. Wait.
I like
What are you
Titans.
doing?
That's all I've got for you. This is
Okay,
taking so
all right.
long.
Titan in Retold, very, very strong, but there's a huge weakness of it. It's not like in Legacy. Legacy, you used to just be able to wander it around the map. It costs 20 population on Legacy, but your opponent could realistically only have about 60-ish, 40 to 60-ish population worth of military, so that one Titan would be able to just survive forever. In Retold, with 100 plus population being available to be used as military, that Titan stops being so effective by itself, but it only costs 10 population, so you can combine it in with an army, and it can be very, very challenging to beat an army plus a Titan. So you have to use it in a very different way in Retold. We'll see if that's going to happen or not, but it looks like Pegasus, he's way ahead of the curve. He says, yep, you going for a Titan, are you? I hear you going for a Titan. What if I go for a Titan as well?
Time for the showdown. And the crazy part is he has enough military to hold back this wave of Kentaurus, right? So there's not going to be a counter rush immediately. The Titan's not going to be fast across the map. Now, the Son of Osiris is low. He's doing it again. Come to Papa. I've got a home to hide in. He keeps falling for it.
So well. So well. He's just not, it's just, the decision to empower the Migdal up and then was like, well, it's going to be close, but now he's got a place to hide for the rest of this game. It's not going to go down anytime soon.
Right now, Ulysses is feeling like Mario, just discovering the princesses in another castle every time, and there's a castle too much. GG gets called. No time for us. Pegasus takes the first game in this elimination series.
This all just comes down to Titan Gate decision by Ulysses. His Titan costs 800 food, 800 wood, 800 gold. Forget the favor. 50 favor as well, but forget that. Could have had champion cavalry.
Yep.
Champion archers. And then he can take a fight with the chaos that he would have been able to have with the favor that he spent. And I guarantee you he would have won that fight, and Pegasus would have been the one on the back foot, and then you can go for the Titan Gate later.
No, but you're also forgetting something else. You mentioned the cost of a Titan, but it's deceptive. It's not just the cost,
exactly,
raw, the idle time. What was that? Was that like 25 citizens rushing that up?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Difference maker right there. So well played. Pegasus able to get the win, but if that is a preview of this series, I have a feeling we're going to be going deep into the night because that game was not fast. Admittedly, I think Alfheim was our most defensive map we have drafted here. Yeah. A lot of the remainder tend to play, I'd say, more aggressively. It's not that these players weren't looking for the aggression. It's just those mountain ranges make it so difficult to find.
Well, the first of the Titan matchups, the ones that go long, is over. We're now moving into another matchup here, Odin versus Thor. And luckily for us, KP, this is normally a pretty quick and decisive game. What we've been seeing here from the Odin is, in response to the greedy opening that the Thor player goes with the Dwarven Armory, with getting out those extra 4 dwarfs early, is Farsec and Town Center. On all the maps available, Marsh is one that is hit or miss for this sort of strategy. Either you get the town center, you get a really nice town center with a gold mine nearby, very easily defendable, or you get a super open map and your opponent can just swarm you. It's going to be exciting.
And I'm trying to think, like, ways you want to play this. We've said they can kind of go into cavalry, right? But Odin will feel a little bit favored there. So maybe you try to just hunker down. Maybe you get that tighter spawn that we've been alluding to. It's a tricky one. Like, I've seen sometimes as well, the way that Marsh can spawn is weird, right? Like, you can essentially end up with 2 lanes and then a third one really far off. So, like, something that isn't truly indicative of what you'd expect out of Marshes, basically.
Yeah, it's the funny thing is, while Odin have been going for this kind of Farsec and Town Center strat in this, the like simple solution is, if you know that the meta is Farsec and Town Center with Odin as Thor, you just go for a Farsec and Town Center yourself, and then you're still in front. And then you go, what are you going to do about it, Mr. Odin player? I've still got 4 villager lead. I've still got my armory upgrades, and I've also got gold mines on you. Plus, I've got all of the bonuses that you've got with the gods, but I've also got Bragi, which is going to be able to kill you. So what are you going to do?
I guess the advantage is meant to be vision there, then, right? Yeah, like I think you have to just open cav and then delayed second TC, right? The logic being is like Odin should just have better vision, right? This guy might only have 1 eye in his portrait, but he has 2 ravens to supply him all that extra info.
Yeah, he's got 1 eye, but he's very, very omniscient. The idea of opening up raiding cavalry makes a lot of sense as well. Like, yeah, the Thor player has an advantage, but he's lacking on things like goats, because he's not going to be able to scout them. So if you maybe open double berserk here, grab all the pigs in the middle, opponent's going to be eating all of that food, and he's going to have to leave his base for not only a gold mine really quickly, but also for secondary hunt, which is going to allow you to get those raids, and you don't have to engage the army directly. You just play for your vision advantage, play for your speed advantage, and just kind of catching your opponent out.
I was just thinking about this actually.
Pigs, not goats on this map.
What if Odin, like, what if he isn't actually like a god in the true sense that we imagine? What if he actually just has the earliest prototype of Google Lens, and the ravens are just bots? They're just drones.
Well, you can put them on auto scout.
True. And then, like, maybe no one realized that all they needed to do to really throw Odin off his game is like, hey Google, Open 10 tabs of How I Met Your Mother. Boom. Distracted. Done. Food for thought. I don't know. My brain's going some weird places. We're going deep in the night. I was just thinking about it's like, what would that look like if you were a god in that situation? You have one eye, but you can see through your ravens. Do you have like spider vision? You know, where it's like the little.
Well, it depends on if you're the Mister or not. If you're the Mister, then you have
True.
you got the spider senses for sure. If you're a normal human, it doesn't really matter if you see some units moving across the map or not, because it's like you're too distracted with everything else going on.
I feel like when we talk about Mister, we just envision the architect from the Matrix, you know, just a room full of monitors. All the games that he's playing out at the same time. Oh, these two though.
Speaking of that, what if you took a little screen capture of your mini map and you put it on a second monitor and you just blow it up so it's just like this big, and now you just put your eye over here and you see the big monitor with the big.
You mean like an always generate one? Yeah. For a second, I was like, do you take a screenshot? It's gonna change, boy. But no.
Screen capture.
So, funnily enough, there was a game that incorporated that by default. It was Supreme Commander 1. Supreme Commander 1's maps were so big that it was a feature to put your put your map on the second monitor, like full screen. So you didn't even have to blow it up. But I think you might be onto something, boy. You might want to sell these ideas to the pros.
Yeah, there was a feature in Legacy where you could actually blow the mini map up to the full size of your screen. Like it was kind of look like this, but
yeah,
then you wouldn't be able to do anything else but move around. And I did see some fairly strong players actually using it on stream. I think maybe Ulysses was one of them, but
people find ways. I still remember when Chemo came to play Age of Empires 4 and he played in 4-3 on the ratio.
Yep. Yeah, there's some interesting quirks about some Age of Mythology, Age of Empires players.
Some of them questionable with the advancement.
4-3 is not something that is a bit too quirky for me.
Nah, that's like when CS boomers from the OG CS, like they swear by. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of things looking more like, you know, less squished. Might help my accuracy a bit.
Yeah, it's like I like seeing polygons in my movies.
Well, time to see a bunch of polygons. We're headed in to the second game of this elimination series in the blue. Ulysses. Wait, have I been bad? I haven't. Ulysses is going to be on 4 on the south side of Marsh.
Ulysses is...
Wait, are we being baited?
Not Thor. Ulysses
I'm being
is
baited.
Odin. All right, KB, I'm going to give you a little hot tip here. Don't look at the right.
Just look at the right. Just look at the right. Just look at the right. Just look at the right. We've been through this before. So Ulysses is going to be the one on Odin in the north side. So looking at the spawn, first thing I'm thinking, we talked about the idea of 2TC.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good spawn for 2TC play for red.
Yeah, it's not terrible. He's got some nice rivers set up. It's not like... I mean, obviously, Blues is average. I would hate to go to town center on that spawn with it completely being open Pegasus' spawn, but Ulysses' spawn with those nice forests and the river. He's got some great choke points he can actually create here, but there's still some kind of... It's still pretty open, so I don't even know. This is not the closed off kind of watering hole ish marsh that you can potentially get. So I don't even know if this town center is a great idea for Ulysses, even as good as it looks.
Maybe like a short wall, but you know, something I'm thinking of, we don't see it so often at the moment. People thought it was gimmicky and gave up. Is like, realistically, if let's say Ulysses goes to that second TC on the left to gather the gold, you could just build a dock, right? It's not done too often these days, but considering you're in a Norse matchup where typically both players are going to be spamming melee, dock units sound a bit busted here.
Well, you say that, but I mean, there was this trend in the early days. I don't know if it's still happening or not, but there was this trend in the early days for every single time you played on Marsh, Watering Hole, Savannah, Blue Lagoon, any map that has a little bit of water, you'd see players dropping docks when they're going to the heroic age, so they get that free myth unit out in the pond. And with that gold mine being so close to the water, kind of both a blessing and a curse, because let's just say Pegasus is going one town center. He's going to be heroic age first. He can drop a dock. He can get a Kraken on that spot. And that Kraken is going to be able to get involved. So it's just a little bit of a boost, but it's a boost nonetheless.
Yeah, I remember seeing players in the first few weeks attempting it a lot on marshes and watering holes. It was very hit or miss. The problem usually is the spawn didn't favor it, but this type of spawn, definitely something that Ulysses is going to have to keep his eye on, because every single option he has for secondary gold is in range of water.
Yeah, and on top of that, you could, I'm not saying this is a great idea, I'm just saying it's an idea. You could put a dock on one side, get the Kraken there, delete the dock, rebuild it on the other side, and get the Yo-Manelva, so you can have two big fat myth units just laying claim.
Oh my god. Like, once again, we don't claim responsibility for Lost Elo doing this, but you could, right?
I'm just here giving you options, you know? Don't blame
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Like, don't sue us when they fail, right? Like, you could eat crap, literally, but it doesn't mean it's a good idea. Oh, so Age-Up's on the way, and we got that mirror situation that we were begging for in an Atlantean situation. We don't get it there, but we do get it in the Norse matchup.
Yeah, double Freya, no surprises here in all honesty. You get scouting out, you get pressure out, you get everything you want here from the Odin side. Thor, on the other hand, gets the Valkyrie to defend against the enemy Valkyrie, and also if the opportunity arises, he's going to then be able to send his own Valkyrie out there to get scouting and sort of learn what's happening here. Ulysses, it looks like, to kick this game off, he ain't going for no 5-second town center. It looks like he's wanting to spend his resources as fast as he can on military buildings and getting going here. He does manage to almost catch a berserk out, but that one's going to get sent back home.
It's tricky though. Like, you're already seeing the eco lead. It seems small now, but this escalates quickly, especially because the way that it escalates. You're rewarded for playing the Age and enabling your army further. So, although it's a military lead for a second, Ulysses is already falling behind in that regard. And, you know, Forest Fire as your big kind of clutch turnaround is a tricky tool. We've seen some sick Forest Fires in this tournament so far, but it's easy to remember the godly ones, even easier to forget the 9 out of 10 ones that almost feel worthless.
Yeah, we all too often see a Odin player panicking to some degree and just saying, "Let's Forest Fire," and you pray. I've actually seen, I've seen some moments where you can get a villager kill or 2 or 10 for a Forest Fire used straight away in the Archaic Age, but you're right. 9 out of 10, 19 out of 20, 99 times out of 100, early Forest Fire, it's not going to get you anything. So holding it for that moment where maybe on that second gold mine, you can see a nice forest blocking in Pegasus's base while also going for the gold mine on the right could be a little bit of an advantage for both players, in all honesty, to take an option in.
Hear me out. You hold it up until your opponent gets Walking Woods, and then use the Forest Fire. Boom, we find the value in this game. It's so tricky when you've got Mass Cav or Mass Cav to utilize that tool as well.
Yeah, they're so slippery. You can't get any real huge, like, you can't surround those cavalry very easily and stick them onto a forest. But yeah, cavalry versus cavalry. It's interesting that Pegasus is going this route. I would be more inclined to see some infantry units coming out just because he knows he's going to be somewhat on the defensive here. But he's not on the defensive at all. He's going for some raids. He's on the other side of the map, and Yuli here, he's going to get caught out. And losing villages when you're already down by 3, it's not going to be good.
Tries to get in the way. It was a quick reaction by Ulysses, so should be able to shift away with minimum to no casualties here. Dive is costing him a little bit, so not able to get any kills. Does force the idle time. On the other side, we just got a little bit of AFK moment here because Ulysses is in the middle of a transition. He started adding infantry. Actually saw 1 or 2 Herbin getting queued up, so we are seeing him move towards more of this kind of bulk all-in strat, whereas Pegasus is still leading into the ponies as you'd expect from someone with that name.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to fly with them. They're going to fly around the map in the metaphoric sense, in the speedy sense, but gold mine's expiring for Pegasus, though. This is the one big weakness to playing Thor this way. He's going to have to drop Dwarven Mine, or he's going to have to move out into that next gold mine. Forest Fire coming down, though.
Wow, look at that damage. Did I sell it?
Say it with a little bit more passion.
If he forest fires one tree, he'd do more damage right now. I'm not even exaggerating. Is he going to do it? There we go. Forest fire comes out the other way. Wow, look at that. Okay, villagers on the front line. This is kind of a conundrum. He has to stand his ground here. Armies are about neck and neck. Reinforcements are starting to arrive. We are closer to the base of Pegasus. So, in theory, a fight that should favor him here. But remember, there's idle time involved in this. He even has the dwarves joining in to stand their ground here. It's working. It's giving him the edge, and it's forcing Ulysses back.
Ulysses just went for a fight down armor upgrades, right? Does he have any armor upgrades? Am I wrong?
I think you might be right. I mean, you're always going to be behind compared to 4, right? But
yeah, there's no. Okay, the only reason I can see for him to take that fight is because was that his own forest fire? Or did he waste the forest fire? I don't even know.
That's what I'm not sure of, because Pegasus didn't have to hang around. Like, it clipped for both cases. It clipped for maybe half a second. So I think that it seems like, given the position, I don't know why Pegasus would forest fire behind him then head in. So it was Ulysses forcing him to fight. I don't think he expected the workers to join in the party there and make that much of a difference, though.
Well, one thing's for sure. The advantage which Ulysses gets is from his getting sniped a little dwarfy there. That's nice. The advantage he gets from playing Odin and making these Red Cavalry is going to be favor, and he has made some Valkyries. He's got that Aurora Borealis technology from Freya to boost those Valkyries up to Shield Maiden, and they're going to be able to get some value moving forward. But I imagine Pegasus as well should just be making some Valkyries himself.
Should be going them up, you'd imagine, but he's just holding on to the favor right now. Army is getting poked at, so we'll have to back up here. And we did have the commitment of the gold, so he's looking to stay at home. The problem is it's good for your gold. You're still going to have to solve this food issue as the minutes go on, though.
Well, I mean, he's been pushed out of the middle of the map. After winning the fight, he's been pushed out of the middle of the map, which is a bit odd to me. He's actually behind on villagers now as Ulysses picks off a couple of the dwarves in that main fight. Where to next for Pegasus? Funnily enough, after winning the fight, it seems like he's now behind here.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the Valkyrie difference. Like, the numbers just don't feel good for him to try to contest. The other problem is, like, he's sim-seed, right? And sim-seeing is great when you play static and you play ranged. He's trying to switch range, but he's in the infancy phase of that build.
Yeah, I don't even... Honestly, I don't even like throwing Axemen at this point. The only reason to make the throwing Axemen is if your opponent starts to make some Herdmen here. Otherwise, like, why do you need them? And we do see a handful of Herdmen out for Ulysses, but...
He's mostly throwing axes himself. So you're trying to beat your opponent back by being later to the transition. This is going to get uncomfortable quickly for Pegasus.
Well, I mean, we always talk about Norse. The hardest part about playing Norse is being on the back foot. He's got to get buildings down. He's losing buildings on the front. He can't fight and get buildings down at the same time. And losing all of these is just, his production's going to go down. He's got 5 raiding cavalry queued up in a great hall somewhere on the map. This is going to be challenging. You'll see he's going for the jugular here.
Has to stand his ground here. Economy starting to be rippled onto as the workers in trouble. Frontline not really holding that well for Pegasus, and Ulysses will not be denied. So the Axemen finally in the engagement, at least targeting down the infantry, but there's just nothing to hold back this west side flank. It's going to be a surround and a fold here. He's got the TC to help. He's making some progress on the east side himself, but now with the Axemen jumped on here, you can't help but feel Pegasus is in a headlock he's not going to be getting out of.
The military population is kind of close here,
Look
while
at the
also
eco
being
log.
underneath. Yeah, while also being under the town center. That was a huge amount of kills for Ulysses, but Pegasus holds, and now Pegasus, he's got to go. He's got to know he's behind on economy, and the only advantage he's got is military right now. He's got to get going. He's got to start finding some advantage soon. Otherwise, this 11 villager lead plus the hunt bonus that you get playing Odin is going to get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yeah, almost feels like you needed a poor man's Ragnarok, right? Just convert a bunch of the workers
Yep.
into fighters here because you pretty much lost them either way, right? That left side was unholdable. And now we have a situation where at least the military is neck and neck, but the pressure is now on Pegasus to come out when he's kind of 50-50. He's not just Cav anymore. So his ability to raid is a little bit weird. If he tries to raid, it means nothing is defending the Throwing Axemen, and your opponent has a lot of raiding Cav.
And there are a huge amount of raiding Cav here. The fight coming through, KP. Is there enough armor upgrades for Ulysses? Does he have enough military units to take this fight? He doesn't have to. He could just be pulling back for the time being, but he's going to be taking it nonetheless.
I mean, he's raw sending it. He's baiting the Axemen to overextend. He still has the Valkyrie as the front line here. And it's just too much raiding Cav. I mean, this is looking like Pegasus is going to get punished every moment he tries to come out of the base. Once he forfeits this position, it's going to be the gold on the west side also exposed. And GG gets called. Ulysses able to take it back in the second game.
Ulysses leveling the series there. This one was a wild ride. You see that first little military dip there, Pegasus and Ulysses at the start. And then that looks like Pegasus got all the advantage working in his favor. But whatever happened post that, you see Ulysses just picks up through that with the extra favor he gets from playing Odin. Those great Hall units give him extra favor. He gets more Valkyries. He gets more military value, and he's able to convert that. I don't know what Pegasus really was doing there. It seems like he just kind of could not maintain the advantage that he gets from Thor, and maybe there's a little bit of this as you see the resources collected graph completely going in the favor of Ulysses past 8 minutes and 30 seconds there. I can't explain it, but it's obvious what happened.
I think Pegasus just got baited, ego child, into a Cav on Cav situation, right? When, if you think about the way he was starting to play the map, it made sense. When he came out when the forest fires are happening, it makes sense, his strategy. But the moment he falls back into that corner, I think the transition was slow, right? He was still building quite a lot of raiding Cav instead of just transitioning Herdman and throwing Axeman, which would make a little bit more sense there. That's the point where I think it cost him. He was in limbo at that stage. Like, he'd already forfeited map control. It was almost like he was holding on to this dream that he will be able to raid again, that he will get out onto the map. And credit to Ulysses, he didn't give him the opportunity.
No opportunity there. Level the series 1-1. Next map, Midgard. And we've got the Greek mirror. Side versus Zeus.
Interesting one as well. Like, you know, when if you haven't played much Myth before and you just look at this, you go, oh, Poseidon, King of the Sea, wins the game. Easy GG. But Zeus does spice things up a bit, right? The bolt at the beginning can give you an overwhelming edge in the initial exchange.
I have no idea what to think about this matchup right now. On the land, I go, all right, Poseidon's got faster cavalry, Poseidon's got faster centaur, Poseidon's got all the advantages going forward. This has got a very tiny timing that he can kind of take advantage of with Bolt. So if he doesn't hit enough value off that, then Poseidon's just going to snowball out of control. So he has to go for that, right? On water, it starts being very different because the focus goes away from all of that sort of Poseidon stuff and starts going into, well, I got to deal with water, I got to deal with all of this other stuff I got to deal with gold mine, I got to deal with food, I got to deal with the wood line, I got to deal with all this other stuff. And you're like, I don't have enough time to be making centaur. So they come off the table. And then suddenly you go, well, do we go Athena here? Do we go Ares here? Do we make Cyclops? Do we make Minotaur? I don't know. I'm excited to be shown what actually these guys think is the right way to play this one.
So I think one interesting thing to bring up as well is, like, you know, you do have the Pestilence, which can be a really big deal if you can actually get to a stage where you have a small comp to dive with. That's a big ask, though. The alternative obviously being the ceasefire, which just always feels good. I think the problem with ceasefiring when you're in water is, compared to land, if you're forced rather to ceasefire in water, it's more like you're just delaying the inevitable, right? Like, because, I'm going to fall back. He's going to have just as many boats coming. I've already started to lose the fight. What am I grabbing from this? Ceasefire on land is at least, reposition, strong defenses, get in position, whatever. You have a lot more options. So I have a feeling we're probably going to see the Pestilence question mark is whether Pestilence like offers enough on a map like Midgard. It's not like a central pond type map where the static defenses can be countered more easily. You can dive in. So I want to say I kind of lean Zeus here because the other thing I really like is you could afford to build a few hoplite to sneak and take down docks because there's a chance we get a dock crawl towards each other, right? And the idea of Hippiases, you said if we were just on land, you'd favor Cav. That's much more exorbitant of an expense than going into a handful of hoplite, and you get less building kill value out of those Hippiases.
Yeah, I think it makes so much sense to be going in with those infantry units on this map. Not only do you have more food income from the fish, but yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to be able to mow down dogs, which makes me think even more about this idea of going Ares. There's this tech, very niche tech, which allows you access to Hypaspist in the classical age. Damus' Sword of Dread.
Ooh. We just never see it, right? Like everyone always goes ceasefire. Like more than anything, it's the ceasefire. Obviously, it plays in the cap, but you're right. Like it does give you a way of conflicting what should be an infantry comp from Zeus, right?
Yeah, there's also Damus' Sword of Dread in that Ares package, which makes your hoplites have an extra divine damage. So funnily enough, the Poseidon hoplites can end up being stronger than the Zeus hoplites.
You're right. It's just +1 though, right? But like on
it's only one
cheap
divine
units.
damage.
Yeah.
It's only one divine damage, but one divine damage is kind of worth in a hoplite fight is kind of worth 2 hack damage roughly. So if you start with 8 base, that's like a 25%, 30% boost in DPS in the hoplite on hoplite action.
It's sick if you force the transition as well, because if you think about it, like Ares makes you very robust. It's not just the spears; the archers also get buffed as well. So like, there's a lot of potency in that choice. We'll have to see if it does come out though. It is time for the 3rd game of this series. It's time to splash in the outskirts ponds. We're going into Midgard in the blue Pegasus on a comfortable and reliable Zeus.
And his opponent going to be frustrated that he can't pilot the Zeus this series. He's in the red color as Poseidon, though. Not going to be too unhappy about that one. His name is Ulysses.
A lot of theory crafting about the back and forth, the dynamics of a double Greek on a map like this. Normally, you'd see Poseidon and say, Lord of the Sea, bow down to all. But Zeus does have that potency of the bolt that could mean Ulysses needs to do something creative on land. And in fairness, the cool thing about Midgard is if you rely on water too much, it takes a long time to reach the enemy base. If you go across land, you can see the distance isn't far between these two.
Yeah, I think the general consensus for water at the moment is it's kind of just there, and we do little mini raids on it. Yeah. Like, I don't think there's going to be gigantic naval fights on Midgard anytime soon. I'll gratefully be shown that's incorrect. And because I've said it, Caster's Curse, we'll just see them go mass navy here. But I think what I've been told and what I've seen is, you just go for a couple of navy boats, and you're just using APM to try and get yourself some sort of some sort of kills, some sort of idle time on the water, trying to make a value trade between making some navy ships and delaying your opponent's food economy type stuff. You can sometimes see a whole bunch of those Skylar getting made to take the water completely for yourself, but it is a big investment. Each one of those 200 gold, 15 favor. Your opponent's also got access to them, so do you want to go for them? I don't know. There's also access to the Argo, the hero ship, which can be a very, very quick, can put a very quick stop to those Skylar.
I don't think I've seen an Argo so far in this tournament. I mean, not really surprising considering the maps are usually split. I think I was saying before we saw this draft, this might be like the 2nd time I've seen Midgard drafted all tournament. Very rarely coming out. Usually we're seeing things, more Calaugress, these ones where it's a divided choice. You either choose the left or the right. It's almost like Morpheus in that moment, and then you try to overwhelm from there.
Yeah.
In fact,
I know that Pegasus loves this map. He's a big fan of water. He's a big fan of what the Age of Mythology community likes to call abuse. In another in sermons,
You
in a
need to
more
explain more before this gets really awkward on Pegasus.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a term you'll hear if you go into any sort of Twitch chat, sort of Age of Mythology stream. You'll hear this term getting thrown around. What all it means is thing that is really, really strong to do in Age of Mythology. That's all it means.
Mhm.
So Pegasus is amazing on water maps like Anatolia, Kalauga, Midgard, Mediterranean, at figuring out these strategies that are just really, really difficult to defend. That being, and obviously with Zeus, like for example, getting Scala out, very, very strong to defend. But Ulysses, I'm not sure what that strategy is to break what Ulysses has got here. So I think this is going to be a much more not strategically bare, but more mechanical challenge here in this game than a brain thinking sort of thing. And we see Ares.
It's coming.
Ulysses is hearing me chat about it. I love it.
I mean, we were theory crafting it, right? Like, it just makes so much sense. Ceasefire is such a temptation, but on a smaller map where cavalry has a little bit less value. The way that the ceasefire works in water dynamics, and also just the all-round greatness of Ares, right? We were talking about the idea of it allowing you to win spears, but you do get that increased damage, I believe, attack speed as well, up against when you're building archers, right? So it's a very interesting choice for a civ like Poseidon that usually think cav, cav, cav. Ares fixes the other gaps in the triangle.
Yeah, and there's 5 villages on favor. Is there a world where he can just go straight into Cyclops? I didn't even think about that concept because I'm just like, you got Bolt to worry about, and you got the stronger Zeus heroes to take them out.
He just got Tale of Cerberus as well.
Oh my
so he
God.
can toss more units around.
Well, it looks like Will of Kronos is pre-queued. I think that there is no real idea of Phobos' Spear of Panic, Deimos' Sword of Dread. It's all Cyclops all the way here for Ulysses. And are those, tell me those are stables right now, or archery ranges. Archery range and stable coming in for Ulysses. He knows what he wants, and he is going to go and get it.
Well, we talked about the idea of Pegasus. Yeah, he's going to want to get into those Hoplite, want to mass them up. But, you know, if you go that hard in the spears, it is going to be a hit me baby one more time, right? These Cyclopses thrive off of that blob. So it's going to have to be an appropriate adjustment. The good news, at least for Pegasus in the early phases here, is that you can get a lot of value out of your initial heroes. You can try to stem the bleeding before the Cyclops issue becomes true. And that's one way to do it. What? We're just going H3.
That's it. Yeah. Why stay in H2 when you can go H3?
Of course, it's that simple. You know, that every game I just rush H4 as you do.
That's right. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest here if Pegasus drops a fortress and just goes for Hera.
I'm kind of on board in a really weird way.
Do you want to know why? Because he has to deal with these Cyclops. He's like the Will of Kronos has been shown. You see that those are Elder Cyclops here. You can just bolt the first one, no worries. But then you go Mythic Age, you get Lightning Storm, you kill the army off with the Lightning Storm, you get your Bellerophon out. Now the Cyclops look very, very sad when that Bellerophon flies through and just completely dominates you.
Well, first Cyclops has been dominated. Bolt comes in. Oh, we have to find out if he's going to try for it. I mean, he's got a very hunkered down position, in fairness. I'd love to see him maybe just try to pseudo wall the north side of this tree line, but outside that, not really many exposure points that the current size of Ulysses' army could exploit. Oh, you know what's sick? Is actually, like, this gold is getting munched quickly if it is, like, fast tech. He could drop a fortress on the north side of that tree line he's harvesting. That would secure the additional gold, and it's a natural kind of flow movement, right? Your eco is already there, so it could be a very quick and efficient pivot if necessary.
Well, I'm upset that I'm wrong because I like being right, but I'm also happy that we are going to be seeing some units coming through. We've got Odysseus, we've got that Olympian parentage. Is that what it's called? That's not right. Maybe it is. For the hero HP.
Oh,
The big torch, the torch relic, the torch upgrade, the unique upgrade to Zeus. Olympian parentage is for Myrmidon.
trying to remember
It's
his name
fine.
now.
I don't care. It's fine. The heroes are going to be even more. They're going to have even more HP, so they're going to be able to take out the. Oh, it's the Olympian Paradish.
There you go. You're on point.
I'm right about something some of the time.
Makes sense for Zeus Daddy. Okay, so he's going to be bulked up to try and hold this. Ulysses, at this point, I don't think you want to go back in tech, right? You need some damage for this type of investment. Okay, yeah,
Well,
he's getting. I kind of
his
back
idea
this.
is one idea and one idea alone. It's I'm going to make a really strong army, a very high quality army. I'm going to lose all my fish because I can't really deal with that Skylar swimming around, and I'm going to go for a gold staff here. That gold is going to be expiring pretty soon. So it all is going to come down to that. But it's going to be bronze. It's going to be restoration. There's only going to be really one throw from these Cyclops to kick the fight off before they start really falling down. So if you wait for the first throw to come in, restoration to heal the units back up, second throw, third come through, you're probably going to be okay to survive that first one and survive this big all-in.
I think this isn't going to pan out rather the way that Ulysses is hoping. Like, the positioning is a little bit too late now, right? Like, the military count difference isn't big enough. And he's going for a settlement first. So I mentioned the idea of like a fortress, too expensive, right? This is a much safer route to take. The Hippies have revealed it, but with the discombobulation of his army, it's difficult to do. He's trying to peel them away. So maybe he goes for a hard commitment in here, but you already see the reaction. He's not going to fall for it. Pegasus moves in position for the defense.
So many Cyclops here, though. He's going to be able to deny that town center.
He's going to try to whittle it down now. We have got the use of the brass already, so we're going to come through with the bronze. He's holding on to the restoration. Doesn't need to use it just yet. This is a good way to kind of min-max this. And there we go. Pops it now. So the settlement does get cancelled. He's able to deny him that. But he's not able to stop him indefinitely. He's going to go for a second attempt at this. Eco lead does exist for Ulysses. Bronze still has 20 seconds left over. It's still a good fight for Pegasus.
Yeah, Pegasus holds nicely. The town center gets denied. It's going to be going straight back up here. And now Ulysses' Cyclops numbers are looking very, very bare. Bronze about to be over. He's going to have to turn around and fight this one. And it does look like Pegasus decides in that moment. No, he doesn't. I thought he was going to retreat, but he's going to be taking the fight nonetheless.
No, the Hydra's free-headed. Like, this is starting to stack up a little. He needs to focus fire it down. The Hippias just do wail away on it. Cyclopses are being quickly eliminated, though, so he's already lost his own hero units here. Or Myth units, rather. And the hero units will at least get rid of one, but not able to get rid of the rest. GG gets called. An easy peasy defense into an overwhelm. Pegasus now taking the lead, 2-1.
Well, we got the Ares, but we didn't quite get to see what we thought we were going to see there. Ulysses wanted those Cyclops, and Pegasus read it like a book. That was a perfect defense. He gets the town center, baits the army forward, probably before Ulysses wants to. Bronze restoration, and it's all she wrote for Ulysses in that game. Solid play for Pegasus. He's going to be happy about taking that dub, and he's going to be having game point in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that really hurt him there, we've seen this before, you see it with the Scylla, you see it with the Hydras. It's the type of unit that you need to take out straight away, right? Like, it wasn't just the Hydra doing that, but it actually carried a big chunk of that fight because the early trades that got it essentially 2 level ups, right? That type of detail is what can always make the Hydra awkward at those type of phases. I think usually when we see them, Hydra kind of feels like a hard unit to bulk, but at the right times in small doses, they can be overwhelming. And I think trickle trades, trickle fights are where you can see them edge out. Really cool little detail there that gave him a bigger punch when he counterattacked. And Ulysses doesn't wait around, but it means that we are going to have to look a little bit deeper and look at a recovery arc here for Ulysses. I'm trying to remember what he had left in the draft. It's not that he's weak there, but I feel like Pegasus still has the remaining maps reasonably well covered.
Well, we're going to be seeing a matchup which we've seen go in favor of Set once before in this tournament. Gaia versus Set, but it was Mr. Piloting Set to take out the Gaia. I'm here to tell you this matchup is challenging for Set. I think Gaia's got all the tools she needs to get advantage in this matchup, especially on a map like Watering Hole, which is really nice and defensive, and you're going to be able to push straight through, and the economy is just going to get really out of control really fast.
Yeah, I remember
But
that
Pegasus,
matchup.
yeah, Pegasus knows what he's doing though. So
Exactly.
that's something to keep in mind.
And I wonder if he's reviewed that one. Now, it was a different map. I can't remember the exact map, but we
Yeah.
had more open
Blue
one,
Lagoon.
right? It was
Yeah.
Blue Lagoon,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
in that game, just to refresh people, Mister, what he done is he played a kind of defensive formatting into relentless aggression, right? He spread on the
Yeah.
map, he had the spearmen everywhere, he was blocking resources, and then he just kept bulking army against the age-free approach of Gaia. It
Yes.
wasn't
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
immediate victory. It was a starvation through, I mean, what I can only describe as like Russian World War II era strategy. Run bodies until they give up. So
Yeah.
it's hard to execute because the challenge is keeping that quantity in favor, especially when you're playing to the enemy side. That could be tricky to execute on a map like Watering Holes because it gives you that more defensive layering, right? It's not an open battlement. You have to go into these funnel points and then beyond to the economy.
Well, it's just one of those ones where it really just comes down to reading what your opponent's doing.
Mhm.
If you can get away with a fast road because Gaia, then you unlock all of those cavalry units and you can actually start, or archers, and you can start dominating. But you can't grade it out because Set's gonna know. He's got vision. He's got obelisks. He's got animals everywhere. He's gonna know. So you can't grade it out. We'll see what Ulysses' approach is going to be here as we get into game number 4.
Here we go, onto Watering Holes, and in the blue, playing a set, maybe an uphill battle with this particular matchup, we have got Pegasus.
And his opponent in the red color playing as Gaia. He's got his tournament life on the line here. Lose this one, you go home. Win it, we got a game 5. His name is Ulysses.
Oh, first thing I'm thinking, how good is the safety of resources here? Like sometimes you get these really nice kind of anglings with the waters that lead to choke points kind of on that east side of the base for red, right? Very important against a civ like Set that likes to go for these aggressive turns, likes to kind of send it on you after getting the animal kingdom going. So there is a world actually in which I would say Ulysses can very easily wall up the east side of this. And look at how good the spawn is. Sure, you're not going to get 2 TC, but you get double gold, you get the hunt. There's so much safety with this spawn for Ulysses.
Yeah, you've got that Gaia Forest you could potentially drop down there as well to
Yeah.
choke that point up. And if you completely cut that off, and you've got a beautiful amount of space down the bottom of the map to not only grab hunt gold wood, but also you set up a trade route for potentially later in the game. Gaia's trade route is the best in the game because you can put Gaia Lush all the way along that route to get them to have even more speed, which increases their efficiency. And it's actually not a terrible thing to go for early-ish, not super early, but early-ish in a game, depending on how the game is going. If both players going to play defensive, no worries, do that. But the question here is actually more on the Pegasus side. He's got to be on. Normally, you're seeing the Set player somewhat on the defensive to kick the game off because they have to kind of deal with Terma running around and constricting them into their base. So, does he have any issues in this map? It's not really looking like that's the case. He's got the town set up, not really getting himself many gold mines on the right side, but if he gets that one in the middle of the map, that can be a really, really nice defensive anchor point there to like block everything else up. Not only that, he's going to be getting all of those animals in the center. So if he's going to have the town center there as a defensive point, then he can just convert all the animals up and have a really, really nice army being constructed.
It's really nice because it's just a free counter to the oracles, right? That stops this slew of favor coming in, which to the whole point, the tree of spam, very important, gives you a lot of safe and better gathering wood at home, can lead to this nice kind of blockage against aggressive civs like Set. The really nice thing about those Gaia forests is you can concave around your town center. By doing so, and he's kind of doing it wider here, you can bridge the gap between your tree lines and make it very hard to breach you. So just something to be mindful of. The other thing about that south side, we mentioned the gold, we mentioned the trade, we mentioned it for the food. I also call that a favor farm. You can plop down like 4 oracles in that area and easily get more than enough with a civ like Gaia.
Yeah, you can almost like get 6 down there if you plug them off to the edge of the world. Like you could it's kind of crazy. But KP, tournament's now going to have 3 games going Leto.
Hell yes. Okay, so this is going to be really cool to see. It's a smart read because in this particular matchup, when you go for Oceanus, I'm even actually going to see the spiders come down. The thing that's weird about Oceanus in this matchup is the Caladria just can't keep up with the clump. It's just too many units. Egypt, the premium, well not premium, but the perfection of Zerg ideology, right? So automatons are fantastic against that.
KB, this is so risky. This is so risky. Ulysses, he's given away, he's going for the town center.
Wait a second though.
There's shifting sands available. It's going to be in a second here. Vision, shifting sands, villager rush on that town center to deny it. We're seeing a barracks coming up. This is going to be too slow. He's not going to be able to deny the town center.
No. I thought maybe he was going to go for his own second town center because Venice, I mean, Pegasus is holding onto a lot of resources here. It almost seemed like it was 2TC mirrored. So instead, it's just, what, a static comp into this. It's going to give an opportunity to potentially scale into some extra automatons.
Yeah, he's too late. He's too late.
Yeah, this is not going to
up.
work.
There's nothing for him to, I mean, with the citizens moving away from the town center, while the vision is there, there's something for him to go for, but this is not ideal. This is not ideal for Pegasus in the slightest.
Especially with spiders coming off cooldown, it just feel kind of horrible here, right? Like you just dive in and lose some units immediately. You don't have a quick retreat. That's the situation where, especially when you have a static comp, I quite like the spiders because with these little choke points, it's like a pseudo wall. Your opponent doesn't want to go near it, doesn't want to lose units because, although I'd say that the spiders scale, I want to say poorly, right? The spiders scale fairly poorly into the mid and late game. In the early game, I mean, dude, you can remove like 20% of your opponent's army with those.
Oh man, it's if you get good usage out of this spider lair, it can be like you've got a heroic age level god power at minute 5, right? Like if you pick off 3 units at minute 5, that's,
you know what a cool way of thinking of it
deal.
is? It's like more limited in what it can kill, but think of it as like a triple bolt.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's truly
Exactly.
crazy.
Triple bolt. It's curse. It's a triple bolt. It's a terrible lightning storm. You know, it's
if you get enough of them, it's better than a full
That's right.
It's better than a tornado.
If you've got a point on the map that you're concerned about with, if you can figure that out at the start of the game, and you just put like 5 charges of spider lairs there, your opponent goes to fight, and then suddenly he loses 15 units in that fight, and then suddenly it's not a problem anymore. So yeah, there's something to it.
Yeah, it starts to make you look like the first wave in a musket showdown in the 18th century, right? Just march forward to get shot in the face. So we do end up with a 2TC in the end. Pegasus just had to do it on a delay. Doesn't feel great in this type of position. And I wonder, you do have some Terma coming in. Does Ulysses try to send it in this age, or is there more value towards that age 3?
I don't see any reason for him. If he knows there's a town center, that's the question. I don't think he does. And there's some spider legs getting some value. If he knows there's a second town center here for Pegasus, I see no reason to stick it out in the classic place. Just go heroic age, get yourself that Thea, get yourself that Poseidon secret, and just enjoy the cheapest cavalry in the game. And not only the cheapest cavalry in the game, but arguably the best cavalry in the game. Playing against a Civ that doesn't really want to make camel riders. Wants to make the spearmen to some degree, but doesn't really have the strength in them until the mythic age. And then you hit the timing in the heroic age, and you just completely sweep through with dryads, Arcus, Ontarius, and lots of hard times ahead for a set player.
Ah, yes, the come to Papa strategy. Ulysses dangles himself while setting up more of the spiders. I mean, in fairness, we meme on this ability sometimes, but it is semi-spammable. The only issue, of course, being the cooldown, but considering it only goes up get like free favor and you already have 3 oracles, this is outright sustainable.
I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure this spider lair works on animals of Set as well. So there's a possibility that you can bait an elephant of Set into the lair, or you can bait a hyena of Set and cry.
He's not quite in range for the revelation. Quite a lot of time on though. Like you have to posture, but the problem now is there's an access point on the east side here, and tech's coming. But here's the interesting part about this: you don't know necessarily where these spiders are. So if you now try to counterattack for a choke point, you've already seen spiders were set up there once. Can you afford to gamble that your opponent has just layered the spiders there? Because right now, Red could just peel east and try to raid with the Terma. with limited counterattack opportunity.
Yeah, and Pegasus is deciding. It's a relatively quick heroic age, in all honesty. There's a decent amount of spearmen out. It's a decent amount, and he's going heroic age. He's going to have Nephthys. But what does this really give him? What is he going to go for? He can go for, like, I don't know, mass priests, getting himself some upgrades. He's getting that electron bullets out to try and make some slingers in. But you don't really want to commit into slingers when your opponent potentially is going heroic age. If you see your opponent with, like, 40, 50 Terma, sure, you can make the slingers as a counter if you haven't built them all out, but otherwise you can get yourself caught out really, really quickly. Thea's now coming through, and there's still nothing that Pegasus can really do here. There's some nice attacks in. That's fine from Ulysses, but he's gonna have to pull back.
Priest, enough to threaten away. I mean, the interesting thing in the Priest is the right call, because now with this going age 3, it's Dryads, right? So this does give you that control. He did get the wall up on the east side. I think Pegasus is in a decent position here, man. It doesn't feel too bad, right? The eco lead is definitely notable. Guy, very strong for that. But the military is starting to look a bit scary here.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to if you can get any economic damage, in all honesty. Like, these Terma, they don't matter. These Terma are just here to be a presence on the map, and we're seeing Pegasus grabbing a third town center. That's going to be great for him. But there's going to be a huge swath of units coming across the map very, very quickly. You can already see the military barracks coming through. Oracles getting produced out as well to make a whole bunch of favor pool to get through as well. This town center might be a little bit greedy. Maybe not even greedy, but just a misplay from Pegasus, because the thing that he needs in this matchup more than anything, the thing that really turns the tides in this matchup, is Mythic Age, Horus Spearman. Before you get that, life is so challenging on the set side of things, just to deal with these Clontaris. That's literally all that your concern is. And while we are seeing Spearman, Heavy Spearman is already out, that's a great start. I don't even know if you're even trading amazingly.
No, there was some wasted effort as well from Pegasus, because he started going into slingers, right? Which I get this Terma, but we saw, especially with the techs he had, like the priests were dealing with that fine. So kind of unnecessary, but he's going even more slingers here. Surely he has to be suspecting Gontarrius.
Well, you only know what you know, right? You can be expecting it, but there's also a world where if you go too heavy on Spearman and your opponent sees that, he can just go, "Oh, I'm going to make myself a whole bunch of Arcus and a whole bunch of Murmillo here instead."
That's the only thing I can think, is that he's worried about Arcus, right? Because there's no way you see your opponent go age 3 and you're like, oh, he's going to keep doing Terma, especially on such a closed map. So
there's no Terma. The Terma are over. The age of the Terma is over.
Yeah, the tides have turned against them. So we do at least have him scouting and revealing the bird. He does know the age up choice. It's kind of opposite the stage. I feel like most games are going to be fair here. Very early, very rarely Rod do get rare. So we have got the armies getting ready to clash. But the Qatari have now been revealed. Now there's a decent number of spears here to begin with, but it's a lot of slingers coming from Pegasus.
Yeah, I think this is just. So this is something that I find happens when I play Age Mythology. It's like, you want to have a balanced economy, right? You want to have wood coming in, you want to have food coming in, you want to have gold coming in. But there's situations where you don't really want to build any wood-based units. I don't want to build chariots here. I don't want to build slingers here. I just want spearmen. And maybe camel riders, maybe elephant. So you don't need any villagers on wood for that, but then you run into a different problem. Atlas coming in. Ulysses is going for
crazy.
This could be a bit of a mistake from Ulysses if Pegasus reads it and puts the pressure on.
Yeah.
But Implode's going to come down, and we're going to see an entire army getting erased.
That's the tricky part now. Like,
you're
can't split.
Yeah, you're talking about economic difference that is already on the. This is going to be 4,000 extra resources on top of that. That's going to be an economic difference as well.
The crazy thing, though, like, you can't split if you are Pegasus, right? If you split, this army will engage. It will beat you. It's good enough. It's quality over quantity.
Yeah.
You are Zerg. You have to embody that. But if you misread this timing, if you stutter around the engage, the Imploder's going to hit you like a truck against a cat at 80 miles an hour. It's not going to be pretty. So you either back off entirely and just go tech, or go now, there is no middle ground, and it looks like it's going to be tech. Horus just got queued up.
Yeah, there's a world that exists that says, I can get a similar amount of value from Tornado that you can get from Implode. The world is very, very small, and I think Pegasus might be living in that world by himself on this day. Because these Contarius are quick, and they can very quickly run away from Tornado. The army of Pegasus is tiny. It's slow. It's not going to get away from an Implode.
So what you're saying is we basically are betting the house on green at the roulette table.
Yes. Green is the only option right now for Pegasus. I mean, if he loses his entire army and Pegasus gets a good tornado usage, maybe he can remuster up a whole bunch of those Horus Spearmen, which he needs.
Oh, Ancestors? Oh, sorry, has to be made pretty early, like pretty defensively. And the Implode is there. He's overextended. So, sucky fun time. Everyone being dragged in. No escaping it either. Most of the army just gets evaporated.
That was 205 pop down to 130 pop there, KP. The minions also got dragged in as well. And now Ulysses says, Pegasus, it's go time. Let's have some fun.
He's like, can you wait maybe, I don't know, 40 more seconds? It's my turn to watch my tornado drift off in the wrong direction, please. Oh my god. He needs to buy so much time. The good news is all the production is being ignored as they dive onto the army, so he's getting that stalemate somewhat. But he needs to keep the production going. He needs to stalemate this before it reaches his economy. He's in a good position to do that. It almost feels like Ulysses is tunnel visioning slightly, almost baiting, encouraging a giant whirlwind. Gonna come through though.
Oh, the good news for Pegasus is he hasn't lost any economy yet.
No.
So losing military doesn't, it matters because then the tech advantage goes onto the other side of the coin. But
clean this army
can he
up.
get the units in?
It could be a breeze. Here we go, age up complete. Tornado is in, and the Cyclone is moving favorably. Psych, it's given up. It's gonna switch around the other way, but it's done enough damage there. Check the military count now. An overextension that is now punishable.
This is Age of Mythology in a nutshell, KB. You have a god power. I also got a god power. This is back to equal, and now Ulysses is gonna get his town center up. He's got a whole bunch of units queued up. This is a very, very poor military showing or macro showing here from Ulysses. He needs to have more military buildings at this stage of the game. You've got 92 civilian units, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 5 military barracks up here. That's not enough. You need 10, you need 20. Just get more military buildings down and spend your resources.
And that is a waste of a settlement. Immediately has to fall for the ground. So that can immediately just be converted into more population for the Egyptians here. Really important that they try to take this down. It's going to force a defense. Second wave of Kataris do come in. You don't have to worry about the tornadoes this time. And it looks like Mythians are starting to arrive, so Beyblade mode gets activated. But this is Slingers versus Kataris. This is an expensive fight in which Pegasus is never going to walk away with a favorable exchange. I say that. What just happened?
There's just no population.
There was like 6 space.
Yeah, there's no population for Ulysses. It's all sitting in his military buildings at the moment.
All right, well, I guess Slingers are going to be fine here to stand their ground. A small handful of space. It's almost like the Kataris were just not attacking the counter to them, so eventually that just turns around. Settlement is still alive. That's at least the one upside. It's not going to be quick to fall. It will buy some time here, but you're right, Ulysses. I mean, the production, 5-2, 6-2. At some point, you look at your queue and you question whether you have enough production, surely.
I don't even think it's at some point. The metric you use is, do I have 2 units queued up? Oh, I don't have enough military buildings. That's literally all it is. That's the easy, like, if anyone wanted to get better at Age of Mythology, at RTS in general, 2 units in a queue, that's too many. 1 unit in a queue, that's how many you want.
The way he just formed this up again. I mean, every time, it's almost just encouraging the Kataris to go in, and they aren't doing enough. I mean, he has at least got the flames on the backside, so he's just starting to help a little bit against this, but
No, the population is starting to look like it's favoring Ulysses. He's gotten his units out now. He's going to have to start thinking about getting some upgrades, but I don't even know if he needs them at the moment. Ulysses is making the push work here.
Yeah, and there's no counterplay based on abilities, right? Like shifting sand, there's nothing you can do with that right now. So a bit questionable at first, but the Kantara spam is starting to win out. The military advantage really rearing its ugly head in a situation where Egypt is still playing quantity over quality.
Well, these spearmen are going to start becoming very, very strong very, very soon. I'm fairly sure he's gotten his Horus upgrades. I'm not sure I saw it or not, but on those spearmen, yes, he's got them both. So they should start countering the cavalry really nicely, but he needs to stop making those slingers and just going mass spearmen here. This game can turn back into Pegasus's favor here very, very quickly if Ulysses doesn't respect this and start making the right units. Fanatics, Murmillo, and he's going to be in a good spot.
Still a hard hold right now. Like, even though you're countering the unit type, the military numbers do not favor you here. Kantara's wave starting to get dented, but that's because about 10 of them peeled off to go off the economy. So they're on the second settlement of the Egyptians now. So that's going to be eco losses mounting up for Pegasus. He's still losing the fight here as well.
And he's just queued up a ton of slingers. What is happening here? You've also got Ulysses is paying attention to this. He knows that the spearmen are going to become an issue here potentially, and he's also queued up the Fanatic upgrade. He's got that that Destroyer upgrade coming in as well for the palaces. If he gets up like, let's just say 4 palaces, he can make Fanatics, and then what? Those spearmen, they stop being very helpful in this fight. And what does Pegasus do?
Goes game 5. It's struggled to see how he's getting it together. Finally, that's the queue up we want to see. Spearman, 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 Spearman. But Fanatics are already arriving. It might be a little bit too late. Trade is getting intercepted. Small farm clusters being found as well. This small, heavily injured group of Qataris could just win the game on its own from those eco hemorrhagings. I mean, credit to him for trying to hold on, but Pegasus refusing to slip from the mortal realm. I don't think he has a say anymore. Migdal's going down. His 4th position is about to be forfeit here. Alongside it, all this production to be wasted. And I think we are indeed going to be seeing a game number 5.
Yeah. This is kind of, I think this has been just like a slight, I don't know if this is the reason, but you see there's 33 villagers on food right now for Pegasus. Is there eco upgrades missing for the farms? Because he just doesn't have any food economy. He needs to be having like, he's got flood control. He should be having tons of food in him. He's just not able to spend it. He's just not able to get himself the spearman numbers that he needs. He's getting close now, though. He's getting suddenly coming back up to population. It might be enough if he can get there, but it's going to be challenging.
I mean, the problem is he got caught in a trade transition, right? That's the big gap. That's the big question mark. And also that palace drop is now going to deny it for the rest of the time, it feels like. Now, a little bit of breathing room. Military has evened up again, right? So he has got the line together. It is still primarily slingers, but finally, it might be a play that pays off. We've got a lot of Arcuses being spawned in by Ulysses.
Yeah. He's also making the Fanatics. He's also making more of those palaces. There is one road to success here for Pegasus, which is a war of attrition, while he has a trade route and Ulysses. Oh, never mind. Ulysses is making this.
No, he's got them coming in. The llamas are on the way.
Yeah, they're on the way. And this is what I like to affectionately call the Matrius market here. This is where you put the market just ever so slightly off the edge of the map.
Sure, I think we can get a few tiles closer. Maybe.
Yeah, there's no advantage. So sometimes there's an advantage from Egyptian with the trade route because you can empower the market. But when you're playing against Gaia, they've got that channels upgrade. They've got that lush. There's no advantage to be had there. It's still going to be about both players getting roughly the same amount of gold, maybe even more for the Gaia player.
Now, the big challenge here is around the central settlements. We almost had a pivotal moment. Had Ulysses taken down that one, Pegasus wouldn't be able to blob the hold. right? So this is going to be the focal point. Whoever loses that settlement, likely to lose the game. Like, it's just too much of a population difference in what is an insanely tight game, where both players are essentially going to end up with infinite resources.
Yeah, and that's where things get very, very tricky because it's all about unit composition. And you can't just spam the same thing over and over again. But we're seeing the engagement come in yet again. There's a lot of Dryads here. Those priests are dealing with them very, very quickly. And in classic fashion,
No.
we're going to have to pause and see what happens in this series.
All right, guys. Ones if you think Ulysses wins. Twos if you think Pegasus took it. Get your predictions in now. Looks like we are catching it. Okay.
Yeah, we've got our picture-in-picture coming through.
Okay, so yeah,
To save the
comes in
day.
clutch. Thank you very much, Vodka. Looks like we've got triple Palace on the trade. That has to be it. Surely that is it. Like, there's no way. Without the trade, he's got 1,000 gold in reserve. Front line isn't really making any progress either.
No, I mean, there's enough military buildings out now for Ulysses to just keep spamming. So there's no chance that this army of Pegasus is ever going to start pushing through here. There's also, we haven't mentioned it, but these destroyers for Ulysses,
They delete buildings.
Not only do they delete buildings, but they've got a little bit of PS armor attached to them at the moment. They've got a lot of upgrades attached to them. Look at that, 90% PS armor. So they are not going down anytime soon to anything that is dealing PS. You need Axemen, you need Spearmen, something up there to deal with them.
I think that's spread him too thin. You can see he's trying to pull resources to the mid doors, but he's also going to have to pull units because of the destroyers. So that's going to leave him weaker in the center. And we said, like or lump it, right? The trade is a conundrum, but also the settlement. If you lose that, you as good as lose the game anyway. So it looks like we are on the verge of a Pegasus defeat here in another Game 5 situation. Unless he can somehow muster, rally, clean up those keeps. And I say about the next minute, this is over because his gold is about to flatline. Villages in the center are starting to be reached. Sure, there's 2 gold veins there. In theory, he could access. I think he's still got some remaining near his base, but it's not going to be good enough. GG gets called. We are going once again all the way through to a game number 5.
Yeah, this was a clinical game here from Ulysses. He notices, well, you're not going to put pressure onto me? No worries. I'm just going to rush my Mythic Age out, and then that army you mass up, I'm just going to delete that. Pegasus did a great job in bringing it back with his own tornado. I was like, look, there's a world where it's not going to get very much value, but this was not that world. Pegasus did get value out of his tornado, but in the end here, he just didn't manage to get the Spearman numbers up such that he could force Ulysses off of those Contarius in this game. And when you're going into a spam war against Gaia, you're asking for trouble.
Tricky one. Kind of a headlock moment you can get out of. I think Pegasus, I look back at that early point before the Age 4 came in, right? Like, we talked about the idea of splitting going in. Even earlier than that, there was the whole classic set play, get shifting sands going on the second TC, but his timing's misaligned there. So, can't fault Ulysses. At multiple points, he kind of read the bluff and appropriately reacted. And it gets us to a very intriguing game number 5. Hades versus Freyr.
Hades versus Freyr is... I have no idea what Ulysses is doing with this god on this map right now. This god is a defensive powerhouse. It is a late game god. It is a god that really does well if you have a closed map with really nice second gold mines and lots of opportunity to, take the game until you maybe like that 20-minute mark where you get all the upgrades in. This is Ghost Lake. Now, Ghost Lake does have the opportunity of 2 gold mines spawn. But after that, you have to go on a big voyage. Now, I have this theory here in the back of my mind of why Ulysses has done this.
Okay.
He wanted on Alfheim, the open variant of Alfheim for Uranus against Ra. He didn't get that. And he's gone on Freyr, on Ghost Lake here with Freyr, he wants that 2 gold mines spawn to give himself an advantage in this matchup. Will he get unlucky twice in a row, or will he get what he wants? That's the question.
Now, here's another thought for it, right? You're playing on a map that when you see these 2 civs, you're thinking like double TC, right? Like, yeah, 2 TC, just expand, play it safe.
It's not 2 TC anymore.
No. And this is like the other interesting thing is if Hades does play initially aggressive or more defensively oriented, things like, for example, going for the vaults, there is a really weird world in which Freya could get a forward staging point with the fort, right? You start pumping units, you drop it in close to the enemy base, and to your point at the double gold spawn, at that point, you are gambling that the spawn is good enough for you to stay there as if you're role playing for.
All right, hear me out.
Yeah.
I got a crazy idea.
Crazier
map
than the
spawns
Asgardian
with
fortress.
doors. This is just exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you how you approach it. You're a skilled ball spawn, right? So you don't need to build an ox cart for your food villages.
Mhm.
Go for a 315 advance time. I'm talking in the classical age 315. We convert to berserks, a handful of berserks, run forward, Asgardian fortress on the gold mine, say goodnight to the Hades dreams of mining gold in this game.
I mean, it's getting late, so and we're still another series, so it gets us back on schedule, right? It's a 5-minute GG either way, and you will
Now,
know
again,
quickly.
if you try this and it doesn't work, I take no responsibility.
Of course.
These are just ideas we've got here, and that's all I've got. I really like.
Now, the interesting part about that as well is like you will know straight away whether it's viable based on your own spawn. You will see if you have 2 gold veins. If you have 2
Yeah.
gold veins, yeah, no, just do what you're gonna normally do. Don't be the freak. But like there is a one which it kind of works, even if you kind of go for it on delay. I think the other nice thing is if you stage for the initial fight, think about how Hades is going to open. I'm probably thinking about Minotaurs or Cyclopses looking pretty good. We've seen it a few times today. The whole idea, like get a few Cyclopses or whatnot, build a backline of archers. That's where like
Almost-
Oh, go ahead.
Can almost guarantee that Pegasus is going Ares
Right?
in this game. This
And-
guy, he loves playing the strongest thing that he thinks the thing is the strongest. And if Cyclops are the strongest, we're seeing Cyclops. If Minotaur are the strongest, we're seeing Minotaur. He's not going to be going for the B tier strategy in this game. And what does honestly, I know that Thor, Odin, actually Freya does have Freya as well. So
Yeah.
you can get the success room near Hersa numbers up high enough that he can deal with those Cyclops, but he also does have Ghoul and Bursty, so you can't just underworld into his main base and expect to not get Ghoul and Burstied.
The other issue is if you go for Freya, you don't have the Ula strat. Because I think like the idea that as going for pretty strong to give you a staging point. So you'd be playing a completely different style. But we're going to find out. We've theory crafted a lot. We've come all the way to a deciding game here. Pegasus, comfortable as always in the Greeks. He whips out another one, this time in the blue as Hades.
And his opponent, for the first time, I think, in this tournament, lock it in the Freya. His name is Ulysses.
So, Ghost Lake, very interesting map. One of my favorites as well. It has this very intriguing dynamic to it. It's not just a rush across to the enemy side. It can be, but the trade-off is you're not necessarily blocking resources. Step 1, of course, is going to be a rush for the central resources via the one thing that is there, and that will be, of course, the goats. But this is always cool. Like, when you play Greeks on this map, you tend to get the majority of those central resources. You know, it seems like Norse just not really able to compete with a Berserker.
Yeah, I mean, I love this map, right? What can you say about it that hasn't already been said? You got goats in the middle. You got a little frozen lake. It's a different dynamic than every other map in the pool. Yet it's similar enough that you don't have to like throw the rule book out or throw your playbook out and start from scratch. But that being said, the strat to beat right now is Pegasus going for Cyclops and Pegasus going for the Jugular as this Freya God from Ulysses.
So we have got the vault. So Pegasus is at least going to take that greedy line. I believe he'd done this earlier today as well. Really big fan of going for this. Now, the nice thing is when you make this type of play, like in some ways you're opening the door for a bit more greed from Freya, but the issue is also it's very hard for Freya to take a line where they can exploit and punish you for this play. In theory, the idea of Ula could work for those aggressive forts, just because you should, if you're just rushing for an efficient age up, have the unit pump to favor you. But it's a thin line to try and take. And I think also probably against Hades, it's harder than any other of the Greek gods. considering how hunkered down this Civ can be.
Yeah, this build here, I just want to go out on a limb and say there are actually, if it depends on what you're going for. Like, if you're going to be going for a one town center play, rushing Vaults of Erebus out is there's nothing really better than it. If you're going for a two town center play, if you rush Vaults of Erebus, there's a timing at which the faster second town center ends up being better. But on this map, with this matchup, probably not going to see that fast second town center coming through. And Pegasus, he's going to be up. When you think about Thor being in front 4 dwarves at what is it, like 4 minutes? That's pretty good. This is essentially Pegasus being in front 2 gold a second, which is roughly 3 villages at 3 minutes into the game. So strong. But there is a significant down cost to it. 200 wood, 15 favor. That's a lot.
At the same time, though, like if you think about the difference in the tech timings, look at it. It doesn't feel expensive at all. That's like what, 10, 15 seconds between them?
Yeah.
It's pretty freaking wild the more you see it. And you know, the other issue I see is Ulysses, he did take the aggressive tone. He's gone the cavalry route. He's gone for Freya. Now, this kind of in some ways correct. He needs to try and do something about this. Otherwise, Pegasus is just economically ahead. But diving with Cav underneath Sentinel without... Wait, is he going? No. It's just the resources, right? There's no way he goes 2TC. He's going 2TC, I think.
Nah, that's going to be for Achilles and for a Minotaur. He's got 2 villages on favor.
Okay.
He's going for Athena. I'm surprised. I would have thought he would go for the Cyclops in this one.
You're against Cav though, right? So like you can catch them and throw them, sure, but they can outmaneuver you on an open map. So
true.
I kind of like it. But the part I'm not sure I like is that play out onto the deer. Like I don't want to say I would have felt better about a second TC, but this is a very open area, and yeah, that's why you're seeing him build the production here. He essentially needs to create a little sim city because the potential for this to be raiding, and he knows it is now with Freya, means he's going to be exposed out here.
Yeah, I think part of what Pegasus thought was going to happen is, well, you're playing the new god, you have to play the new minor civ as well, minor god as well. And Ulysses says, nah, I like Freya. And that's kind of caught him off a little bit. But he's completely fine with his heroes coming out, no problems.
Ulysses... I mean, we know it's going to be Cav. The problem is you already know Hoplite are coming. It's interesting that Pegasus is already prepping the next layer going into the Toxite so early. We are just getting his favorite little layering, right? Toxite, Hoplite, and we can't forget the Minotaurs at any given time.
Yeah, and the thing is, Pegasus is going to show his hand pretty early here. There's 2 ways to go about going for Minotaur, or going for myth units as Greek. One, you can just save the favor and get them all out in a burst, maybe throw down a second temple if you really feel like it, but just get them all out in a burst and then catch your opponent by surprise. And the other one is just slowly add and add and add, and eventually you hit that critical mass and your opponent is like, I'm getting overwhelmed here by it. But the problem with that approach is your opponent sees it. And if I see 2 Minotaurs here and I see more villages on that temple, I'm going, all right, every single Minotaur I see, let me get like 3 Hersar out for it. Because that's roughly the cost difference for it. For how much it costs for the opponent to actually build the Minotaur, how much you can get for that to kind of keep yourself equal. And then it all comes down to micro in the main fight. But right now, Ulysses is getting pushed back. He's got a hunt operation going over here that he has no business being on.
No, has to shuffle away. He's not happy with that. He's trying to get some more infrastructure up here. Trying to play a similar move to what we saw Pegasus do out into that secondary deer stack. But a little bit later, a little bit too late. I mean, this is the challenge, right? When you're not prepping the Hersir, when you're trying to go raiding cavalry, you don't have that ability to build up the defenses like you normally would. Forest Fire's going to come out to make him like his stand, but that was a perfect shot with the Minotaurs to fin the herd. Needs to be careful, though. The Minotaurs are having to tank, sustain up against the Hersir. It does force the restoration out, though. So a fairly decent exchange there for Ulysses, getting rid of such a powerful tool for Pegasus in an early phase of the game.
Yeah, these Minotaur are getting a lot of value with their headbutts here. I think Ulysses just needs to head back to his base and try and heal himself back up. He's got a Valkyrie. He's got a little bit of favor in the bank. So get another Valkyrie and just heal those units back up. And then he's going to be back to equality. He's getting his watchtowers through. He's got a couple of No, he doesn't really have that many herdables, so there's not a whole lot of food in his main base, but he's going to be looking for some raids while this is going on, but that's going to open up his main base for an attack.
He can't go for the north side either. If you look up there, actually, there's eyeballs up from Pegasus, so it has to play south side. Even if he pivots now and goes north to gather resources for Ulysses, he's going to get spotted. So counter raid does come in. He's going to have to defend himself here. A few villagers in the mixer shouldn't be doing too well against the raiding cavalry. Not to mention the Torque stay feeling countered there. So nice bait, just essentially pulls Ajax away. Valkyrie isn't fighting back, sure, but the raiding cavalry are getting a big win there. So an eco lead now for Ulysses, one that is most definitely needed here, but pressure is also now going into his base.
Yeah, he's not really lost any. Losing that tower, yeah, you're not exactly happy about it, but it's not a big loss. It's only really covering those berries, and you can move forward back from those if need be when units start pushing through. So right now, I'm really liking Ulysses' position. He's got rid of the restoration. Sure, he used forest fires. I mean, he's not going to care about that in the slightest. But he's got rid of the restoration. He's done a decent amount of damage to those Minotaur. More Minotaur are going to be coming through. The big important thing for Ulysses is get the right amount of Valkyrie out, heal his units up, make sure you get an out Herster to deal with Minotaurs, because you've got to know it's either going to be Minotaurs or it's going to be a restoration. So keep on getting that scouting information and see what's happening. If your opponent gets too many of them out, doesn't matter how much of a military advantage you've got over them, the Minotaur just counter kind of everything. And you see that labyrinth of Minos coming through, or wanting to come through for Pegasus next. And that's when those Minotaur go from kind of, yeah, they're doing all right, to, wow, those things are strong.
And there's another big reason why you can't rush, right? Like, obviously, what you mentioned, they're very good just scaling up into this Minotaur. They will get better and better once you clump. But the other big deal is you can't rush the dive. The reason he was edging instead of going in, just trying to poke at the buildings, Gundam bursting. You dive too deep, that comes out, it completely unravels the dive. We've seen it actually just target backlines like Toxtay all the time and ruin the plan. So patience and discipline are key here for Pegasus. He kind of just has to allow Ulysses to exist, but you don't obviously want to allow him to be too free on the map.
Well, what I'm loving here from what Ulysses is doing is he's scouting that army out. He's gotten past the army as well. He's gone for the main base to snipe some reinforcements, but he sees the Minotaur. The thing that I don't like is I'm not seeing any reaction to it. He's still only got 3 Herser. That's not enough. He's got two Valkyrie, but those Valkyrie are going to get cleaned up by the heroes pretty quickly, so they're not really a counter at all.
And we now have the tech up on the way, so bigger problems on the horizon here if the North's hanging around like this. I mean, Ulysses, he went for more military, right? Like, I think he's not playing up enough in the face because he's playing now out onto the deer as well as the gold. He's acting very hesitant. Like, obviously he needs to defend, right? It's weird that he takes that mentality when you consider that Pegasus has a fully static army, right? Like, the approach that Ulysses is taking is more typical in a cav v cav situation.
Sure. Yeah, but yeah, this is going to be tough. I think I actually would have liked to see the underworld here from Pegasus, just on the fact that there's 2 gold mines that are going to be grabbed. And you can just bounce between the 2 with Underworld. Curse, you can push your opponent back, but then he's still going to be on the other side of the map with that other gold mine. Plus, we're also going to be seeing Tempest most likely to come through. Could see Bragi. Bragi's not a terrible idea either, but that's the pushback that Ulysses is going to be doing in this game.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, you have the static element, right? Like, it feels like Pegasus has chosen a very specific timing, to your point, right? Like, if he waits too long and Ulysses gets that age up, you're basically just going to go back down to hunker mode and think about age 4. Nimi in line, big roar coming in here. Not able to get too many hits, though. Slightly discombobulated there. If he'd been just maybe a second sooner with the Lion, you probably would have seen, like, a triple headbutt there. Doesn't find the big damage, and that's why he also doesn't commit the curse. But now he has to go on the offensive. Has to find a way of punishing this, because if he waits, Ulysses will get that age up, and it is indeed, as you said, going to be Ege coming through.
And guess what? Pegasus, he didn't buy Labyrinth of Minos. He didn't buy any more Minotaur. He didn't buy anything. He just has Restoration. What? He has second Restoration. Now he can just take this fight, no problems here.
I mean, you just walk away, though, if you're Ulysses, right? Just wait. The Tempest.
That's right. That's exactly what you do. But Restoration does give him some survivability through that Tempest.
True, but the Minotaur is limited, are getting kind of kited out. So he does spot the gathering on the north side, but the time it would take you now to move there is the tech timing. So you kind of have a choice to make here. If you go north, likelihood is your opponent's going to pull to south again, and then he will have his tech up. Because you have to be suspicious. Like, why else would Ulysses not be attacking you if it wasn't for the fact that he's teching?
Well, that's the only thing. And one thing that Ulysses has been missing in this game, which is inexcusable when you're playing Fresh, you get those cheaper upgrades, is his armor upgrades. They're only now coming in. And he is against the clock right now. He doesn't care about cheaper upgrades. He wants those armor upgrades in. He's running around the map trying to get gold in when he can. And the longer this sort of cat and mouse game is going on, the stronger that Pegasus army is going to get.
A lot more hop taking added in, so still paranoid about the mobile element potentially coming down the line. I mean, it does get suspicious when your opponent has been weaving around you left and right. It's quite awkward to do this on Ghost Lake, right? This is the dynamic, is usually the spawns are leaned one way for each player, so you don't run into each other. But Ulysses somehow, even with that other time, has found a way to make this work, and now it might be about to get a lot better here. If he sees the gold, which he does, Raiden Cavalry can easily clean up all of these workers.
Yeah, this is such a great move here, because if Ulysses is paying attention, he can just retreat his own villagers back and just continue this kind of back and forth game that he's playing here, and he can continue to raid Pegasus's villagers to get himself somewhat of an advantage here. But the problem is, at what point is he going to be able to beat this Greek army?
He has got the Stone Giant. This is a really big deal. With the Tempest, it means you can't run away, right? Torn into Tempest could do a lot of damage. So gotta be very careful about this approach. Pegasus knows he gets these buildings for free. There's no way Ulysses would make his stand for free production buildings. Looks like we have got more military units shuffling out, so we'll be out on the gold. But at this point, it kind of feels like Ulysses is looking for a dive into the primary economy. He could even think about going north side. Curse is going to be forced on the Cav, so he doesn't have to worry about that in the big engagement on his home front.
Well,
What are you doing?
We've also got Goaty coming out, and that's going to be huge to help deal with these myth units that Pegasus has got out. And the curse going down there, that's just that's
Did it feel
that's
worth
nothing.
it? Yeah, like
I don't think so. Like,
there's
he's just
still so many raiding Cav. Like it's not gonna. I don't understand if he had like 10 and it stops him raiding, right? He's not gonna stop raiding.
Well, one thing that it is missing right now is that heavy cavalry. It's now coming through. Villagers going to be getting pulled off with the gold miners. Pegasus hasn't put up a fortress. This is the easy counter to this. Is you just drop a fortress on your gold mine, call it a day. Any raids come through, you just kind of garrison. You can even drop sentinels there if you need be. The army's coming in. There's still restoration available, but Tempest is going to be here for Ulysses. And Ulysses, he's got to get his own raiding cavalry in there. He's retreating back, takes a little bit of damage here.
So Giants use a taunt. Tempest comes through. There it is. The backstab's on the way, but nice DB line roar. Stuns the entire cavalry battalion, holds them back. Tempest damage completely offset here. He's confident in it. Pegasus stands his ground. Finally has to start shifting away as the cavalry reaches in. But the damage, they might have already been reaped. It's a double military advantage. That backstab attempt, shut down by the stun, gave him enough control here. Ulysses' army swept away, and it looks like a win for Pegasus.
Yeah, the army here way too strong for Pegasus. That second restoration just completely carries him through that Tempest, and Ulysses probably could have retreated there, but thought, I've got my heroic age gold power. It just was not enough.
This is the problem. That one roar, I think that ruined it all. It bought so much time for the Toxicate to just focus on the front line. Had they been engaged in a trade against the raiding cavalry, right, forced to kind of start a step away, maybe, but no hope at all. Pegasus, once again on his Greeks, will not be denied.
And the road to Genesis is over for Ulysses, with Pegasus taking it 3-2. That was an insanely well-played, methodical game from Pegasus, just waiting for that one moment that Ulysses is going to misstep. And he caught him out, and it's all over.
I mean, you can't fault him, right? Pegasus understanding this Civ like the back of his hand. Like, his timing's so synced. And also the way he navigated that. We mentioned early on that game, it takes discipline the way he's going to have to execute this. He showed that discipline, that patience. And it's hard to maintain that patience when you're up against a Civ like Freya, one that historically, the way it's been viewed is it gets stronger the deeper the game goes for good reason. We have things like the Tempest. We have things like a giant exploding wolf to worry about, right? Like, this tends to light a fire on your ass to move fast. But he threaded the needle, man. Pegasus, he continues on through, keeps his hopes alive in the first EGC Mythology tournament. Now, I believe he may end up against Mr. or Recon, if I'm not mistaken, from the upper bracket, but that's a tale for another day. What we have ahead of us is one more series of the weekend. That's right, we're spoiling you. We're going deep. If you haven't subscribed to the channel already, you might want to do it, because clearly this broadcast could easily be 8 hours long. You're definitely getting your bang for buck for the subscriptions to dodge the ads. Up next, Grass, he got a free win up against Player. The next one ain't going to be free, because after a short break, we've got Fox's Tunison going up against Grass. See you in a few. Well, Ray coming in.
Oh, look at that
on the Wookers
picture in
out.
picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response
Oh,
here, but this is much
force
worse
fire
than forest
right
fire.
there.
This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position.
yeah.
Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe instead,
Pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
are we going to get
Hiding
gold
under the
powers?
stronghold. Oof.
Tunison,
And there's
there we
flaming weapons,
go.
and there's
He
the counter.
activates.
Is that
And
the
counter comes out.
Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming
He
in from a
brought in
long range
Wilbur.
away, though. The stuns as well are controlling. The Stone
No,
Giant
he
can't
needs
be
to bring him in.
accessed.
He needs to bring him in through that little gap on top of all those, because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so
Tunison is
crazy.
dead. Tunison is
Oh
dead.
my
Like,
God, he's got
look
nothing
at
left.
the military.
Oh.
He's gone.
It equaled out. He because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an
Watch
interesting fight.
They start spinning. They're going to be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
going to
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here made it through. That's terrible. This is
Oh.
why you have to micro
Oh,
the
that's-
axemen. They're all dead. The only thing
I
that could
can't
kill them was
believe
those. Yep.
The Wildjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he
Well-
still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws
Oh,
do need
no.
to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the
He's just
appropriate
trying to
respect.
wall. He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Too much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This
that
man is
Matador
all
wants to
uniting.
commit
Look
to.
at he's bringing in the
Wait.
Ravens.
Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has
Oh, yeah?
170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out,
no
though.
way.
I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing
Rappel.
through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on the Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wildjets to hit the.
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's
Yeah, he's always
100%
hitting-
hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happened to poor Wildjets. And that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and Wildjets just
but the
die.
Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the
Us is
Axemen.
in.
The Axemen were attacking the Cab. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean,
He
he
still
has
has a lot.
numbers, but
Yeah.
he's lost quality. But
Ooh.
will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
There it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neiman Ryan Laws
That's
are
gonna get
coming
some
out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll could be big. Hits them all.
That's so good.
Chimera.
Wildjet in the back.
I think the Chimera is coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wildjet. Oh, one Wildjet left, and then Achilles is gonna finish that one too.
And turns
That's
out the
it.
Chimera is better than Budget as well. Suck on that one. Woo.
The Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This
Fried
is
steak,
over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away
Yeah, this is gonna be rough in a second here.
from a GG. 15 seconds left in his Ancestors. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for
And
a
it's all gone.
whirlwind
And then-
ride.
didn't even want to see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus, though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
Okay, that was a big hit.
that was huge, actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's
Oh,
backing
no.
up now. But the hero Thomas.
are through. Sanders!
Tuesday is going to be going down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the Myth units. And that was his one hope, his one way of holding here. And it's dead.
Yeah, the Satyrs were like the one thing that was kind of clinging on to hope for him, but they're gone.
So we do have a move out onto the Ox's front side. Meanwhile, these Oracles are just getting every ounce of information. for
Oh
good
my
reason.
God, no! This is not how this day ends. This is not how this day ends. It is. It's how the day ends. No! What did that just happen? No, Tiger! No, dude!
Do you know how I'd rate that play? Oh God, that was horrible. The temple wasted. Caladria are just going to try to base the fire.
Yeah, dude, that was
This is
actually
sick.
a lot of wasted shots.
He's still doing it. Like,
He's
it's A
bobbing-
clicking.
He's losing so much for nothing. What? Oh my God.
That
okay,
was
guys.
vile.
Gonna be a lot. Just gonna go for the dive here, I guess. Grass may have sensed the Mythic coming in. Here's a hailstorm.
This is an absolutely huge Tempest. No retreat available right now. All of those units here for Vortex going to be losing that attack speed. Raiding Cavalry getting around the back of those slingers there with a huge taunt from that Rock Giant.
I mean, like right here. Could you imagine if the RC were on the other side? Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's like Grass needs to play first around here. Here's the Vidar. We don't see the Inferno just yet. It should be coming in as soon as the retreat. Here it is. No reaction from Vortex. Everything's gonna die.
Well, that was a good usage there. That was awesome. They're all gone. How does he deal with this? He just needs a ton of hoplites out.
Ooh, the Shockwave right on top of the Carnivora again. Oh boy. This just isn't looking good for Pegasus now. This is going to be so many units lost.
Pegasus units. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
Hoplites, they hold their ground. They're still alive. A fresh wave of reinforcements comes in. The Minotaurs are still on the field as well. So much damage coming.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. That's right. 3 series down and still 1 to go. We are going deep into the evening, or deep into the morning for some people on this broadcast.
It's only 4:50 a.m. That's chump change. Not even a problem.
That's peak gaming hours, mate. You know what we
That's
call
right.
peak gaming? No one's online, so you get all the low-ranked people, easy elo farm. Done.
Well, that's a little bit too close to home. There may be some people who are enjoying that and other people who aren't. Come on.
Which are you? Be honest.
No, I only play against Gyre abusers. That's all I've got.
Ah,
But
there you
we
go.
are. Oh no, we are going to be cigaring in this series. Never mind. We've got in the first matchup here: Tundra, Poseidon, Ra, Grass, Tunison. Tunison here.
Words.
These are words I'm throwing out at you, and you're going to comprehend.
Well, we got a fun one here, actually, because I was saying Grass, he's been just sitting there all day. Like, so he
Right.
had a bye, which sounds really nice, but I don't know if he's been keeping warmed up or just been watching the games. I hope he's been keeping warmed up, because I think Tunison is hot, rearing, and ready to go after his series earlier against his teammate.
Yeah, is it a bonus or is it kind of more of a curse to not have played a series? Like, especially if you play a series and then you get a break before the next one, I feel like you're going to enjoy that. I feel like you're just going to enjoy having played the series more so. But we'll see how it's going to go. We're going to be moving into game number 1. Grass versus Tunison.
Let's go. To click off this series, Ace's Grass is going to be whipping out Poseidon here in the red.
And his opponent today, in the blue, playing as Ra, his name is Tunison. Map, Tundra here. Surprised we're not seeing that Odin. It's been such a big kick on this map, but, you know, kicking it off, got that Ra. On a map like Tundra, you get 2 hunt spawns. Ra technically gets 3 hunt spawns. How exciting.
Say that with more emotion. So, yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, Hudden. Yeah. It's interesting because like obviously you'd expect the Odin Poseidon showdown because they both have a way of luring them into their own domain, or at least exploiting them fully. So I'm curious to see if Tunison is going to try for something like the 2TC build. It feels a little bit weird here. I always say when we watch Tundra, it's very rare that you get a second town center that feels great, because the town centers usually spawn very close to the edge of the map, so your gold is always forward, right? And as an Egyptian player, that is your living hell, right? You want to be greedy, but you need to skewer gold, and the map has spawned it all ahead of your base.
Yeah, you kind of want to go second town center in this matchup as well. Like, you kind of just want it, just on the fact that you've got such an economic edge over everything. So pushing for a little bit more economy and population is going to be to your benefit if you can get that gold mine. But if you can't, well, that town center is off the table, and you have to think about doing something else. Question is, what? Do you go for a fast rock? Do you go for a classical fight? Do you go for Sphinx? Do you go for Wadgets? All questions to be answered by Tunison in this one. Grass, on the other hand, do we ever see Ares in this matchup? Do we ever see it? I mean, Hermes is just such a popular pick, right?
Yeah. The interesting thing is that Wadgets point you brought up. Like, if this was to be like saying all in with Wadgets, I favor it against the Hermes idea because, in theory, ceasefire, getting positions great, but if you're playing Wadgets, you're playing Blob, and you can protect all angles. So, if this is going to be your typical Hermes into say cavalry, I think it's just going to be ceasefire only matters if you're being Dove / H3. It does give a window for Tunison to do something, whereas the Ares strategy is kind of intriguing. I think the only weakness of it is if it is Wadgets, you're blobbing, right? And that is a nightmare to do into the Hawk Tour boys.
Well, there's more. We are seeing Hermes, but just to complete the idea, there's more to it than just going for a gold star. Ares, Phobos' Spear of Panic, doesn't just affect hoplites, it also affects Prodromus. So you can go that route to counter the really, really strong potential in Camel Riders that comes from Tunison here. You can go Sobek and Osiris and get the strongest cavalry in the game by far, but you get that counter with the Phobos Spear of Panic and maybe also going Dionysus as well, and they can be pretty brutally strong Prodromus. But we're seeing Hermes, so all theory crafting for now, and we can talk more about what's actually happening in the game.
I think the conundrum with it would have been that that's H3 and you have to worry about the H2, right? Like, that's how I look at it with Ares, is you kind of need to do something H2, and you would be doing mass infantry into potentially Wadgets, which is definitely not the quickest way to win, definitely one of the quickest ways to lose against that build. So instead, we are going to get what feels like the safer option, right? Playing the Centaurs, just try to flank raid. You can still go into your cavalry, you can still feel good. And you're expecting, it almost feels inevitable that the Ra player is going to try to do something greedy. This comp gives you the means to block that.
For sure. You've always got with Hermes, you've always got Spirited Charge, Thracian Horses, which can be more than enough to make your cavalry nice and strong, so you don't really need it in that sense.
I call it the perfect Ragnarok conundrum, where you're like, oh man, I want to have like the flamer weapons, and I want to have like the maximum pop and all these. Like, it's nice to have all the components that make the strongest unit, but it can leave you a bit pigeonholed.
Yeah, why would you go Ragnarok when you can just go for Berserk anyway? It's much better. Wait, we don't have any Norse in this game. Let's talk about it. There's a town center coming up. Tunison is getting ready to shift his sense into it. He sees it in all its glory. There's ceasefire, but this is 100% going to be shifting sands. Ceasefire is going to have to get blown here, unless Tunison says, I'm not going to use it, in which case, why are you building these units?
It seems too late. Like, way too late now. Maybe he was worried about that Atlanta was nearby, so he'd lose the Wadgets too quickly. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, shifting sands, we've seen it time and time again. The theory of it in the late game is cool, but if you do reach that late game, it quite often turns into a troop trickle, and that's where shifting sands does new service for you. Yeah, well, better in the early game.
there isn't a real negative for Tunison. He knows the town center's up. It's not really a real negative for him to just grab that kind of delayed second town center. Sure, you're a little bit behind, but you get it up faster because you got the Pharaoh empowerment, and you're going to be nice and safe because you got the Spearman out already to give you some advantages. But in not going for the town center, now you're playing for Goldstarve and Goldstarve alone, or at the very least getting enough villager kills that you can continue in the game into the mid game. There's this weird kind of dynamic in Myth where it's like one town center versus two town centers often ends in either the attack working or not. But there is a middle ground where you can kind of just get enough villager kills that you can then transition into a normal kind of mid game.
Yeah, the problem with this strategy, this idea, right, is like ceasefire will buy time. I think when the second TC goes up, you have a very thin window of opportunity to do this. Like, he's kind of hitting the timing now, but he can't hesitate. Because if you do, the extra eco is going to kick in. The ceasefire is going to buy time, get the production online, and all of a sudden that military gap won't be 48-8. It'll be more like, 60 to, say, 42. Something like that, right? So I like the beginning of this. It's pretty cool. The problem with widgets, as always, is their problem. Lethal, but oh my god, they do not move with urgency.
Yeah, they're slow boys. They got to flap their wings to move anywhere, so it's a lot of effort. They can't go too quick. In fact, they're working against their movement by flapping that way, right? Isn't that how it works? They're flapping forward and they're moving. Yeah, they're
aren't they flapping
back.
up though? So it's like they're doing a little hop, right? It looks like they're like. Like my head is so fat, I have to lift it up to move forward, or I'll trip over.
True.
They're like me on crutches right now.
Just give me some wings. You got the Red Bull.
Don't. We're not going to that story. So we do have the tech on the way. Okay, well, this changes things, man. This tempo play by Tunison has skipped, but he's at least playing Age up now. I like that he's not gone for the dive, because that would just then backfire off the back of Curse. So we're just getting a weird macro game in which Ra is the one-on-one TC.
Yeah, I mean, with Aphrodite coming through, Grass forfeits 500 gold that can go into units before he starts having some problems. But he takes away 800 resources from his opponent's army. So, and he gets a Nemean Lion, which is worth 250 gold. So, this is the correct play in all shapes of the word. He's also going to be making a pass bit. So not only is he countering his opponent's army, but he's also, well, he's losing some villagers here as well. That's a great pick there for Tunison. But he's also going to be spending less gold on his units. Hoplites cost more gold, Hippiasts cost more gold, even Toxotes cost more gold than the Hypaspis, right? So this is a great way to push out. However, Tunison going through Sobek, he's going to be wanting to go into those Camel Riders straight away. So what do you then do if you're Grass?
Definitely no Podromos party, I don't think, in this situation. I mean, he's got a good enough eco in theory, right? Given enough time, but time is the issue here. Pressure comes in. Nemean Line doesn't want to get pinched here. Even though he could roar, he'd be surrounded by the time he completes the animation. So, good micro away. Damage done, though, and not easily reparable with this type of build. So that Nemean Line starting to become a liability.
Yeah, and we're still seeing those aggressive obelisks coming up. Just show me what's going on. I don't want you to be able to engage onto my army here and catch me out. But there's only so much you can do when your army's sort of immobile with those Wadgets. We are seeing the Ford Migdol. This is something I've seen before. I feel like I'm rewatching. I'm watching a game again. I'm not sure which one it was. Are you getting deja vu from this as well, or is it just me?
I feel like I've seen this somewhere. I mean, it's not uncommon for Poseidons to misread the greed play and then find themselves in this weird position. But yeah, the Migdal Starvar here, right? Like, he still has gold options on the south side, but that's all been visioned up. Like, every single option is being eliminated, bar one, which is in the far north corner. You'd basically circle north side on the lake to get your gold. But that's such a long trek. He's going to have to make it. He's about to run out of gold.
Well, he doesn't necessarily need to leave his base right now. Poseidon does have the market trade bonus, so he can
True.
trade food, he can trade wood for a little bit longer than everyone else. Plus, you also have to remember, he's got 1,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah.
So he can just take those villages, chuck them onto favor, chuck them onto food, chuck them onto wood, doesn't matter. Spend all those resources at, I can't do the math that quickly at this hour of the morning, but he could probably get up to 175, 180 population very, very quickly here.
Right, coming in, Curse is going to be popped there. It looked like he was maybe trying to catch the camels more so, but unable to do so. The heroes dive into the back though, straight into the wedges. He's still the laser gator as well, but the spearman on top of him, so not able to get that good of a trade. Ends up taking down one myth unit. Losing 2 heroes, but the follow-up damage is good. The top stay targeting them down. One watch is still alive. The Nemean line staying out of the way. Military is favoring Tunison though, and with this Migdal, there's only so far Grass can go to try and get out of his base. Ceasefire activated. He's that desperate for gold, despite the fact he has 600 still.
Well,
What?
that fight went kind of ridiculously well for Grass considering the circumstances. There's a Migdal there firing down. There's all those Wadgets there that are just causing so much pain and problems. Locust was thrown through there as well, which did a significant amount of damage. Why not just go to the bottom gold mine? He didn't scout it out. I think that's the problem.
No, I almost like to think that this is just this is a mind game. He's like, why is he gathering my gold? There must be nowhere else on the map he could access, but I don't think Tunison's going to fall for it. Speedy Spears are in.
Yep. Maybe he won't notice me here.
Yeah, like just blend in, guys. Like when enough of us die and the gold is covered in blood, we will look like we're camoed in this red.
Well, the army's coming through to put some defense in. Grass, he does have a very strong army here to defend this gold line. Hoplites, Oxodes. There's not any axemen out. Slingers are not going to be that. I mean, they're going to be a little bit useful here. There's no ceasefire remaining. There's not. There are 2 Nemean lines, so some good stuns here could be a really, really big help. But the villagers pull off the gold mine. Grass has to fight.
He's kind of going for the roars, but he's getting cut perfectly here. One of those Nemean lines is basically death's door. One more hit and it's down. So yeah, gone. Doesn't even get a good roar. The follow-up one. What was that? Not a winning play. Has to shuffle away. Eco is now in trouble. He's got the stun on cooldown, which means at this stage, Tunison, he can be as aggressive as he wants. A little bit of hesitation sets in, but honestly got to question why. I think that was the dive point.
Is there a red blob of villages in the north side?
There
of the
is.
map
He's
right
on
now?
he's on the food.
Go to the gold. What are you doing? There's a
Can we
free
check
gold
his
mine up
vision?
there.
Because I've got a bad feeling about this one. Oh,
Well, yeah,
oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 gold mines on the map. No excuses.
Now,
Arithmetic. Count
hold on
your
a sec.
gold mines.
hold on a sec. Grass is still a kid, right?
That's
So-
true.
Maybe
Hasn't
he's been
graduated yet.
sleeping in math class. That's all I've got right now, because this is awkward, man. Like, he hasn't even checked for it. It's so awkward when you're on the outer trimmings, but this is just a reminder of why it's so important to scout the entire map.
Or the other option is to just to go with the old auto scout on your Pegasus. But doesn't matter because Tunison here, he is checking that black spot out. He's gonna know there's a gold mine there. He's gonna see no one on that.
Imagine if he
Grass,
discovers it
however,
now.
Imagine. Grass, on the other hand, though, while he doesn't have any gold income, he's still got that trading we were talking about before that he can do. Trading, whatever you want to call it. He's actually got a decent amount of population here.
Big roar, big hit there. Camels have to stand their ground. The back line is doing a lot to assist, but the siege has already gone down. The villagers are able to take it out and get back inside. Smooth moves from the settlement. But the army, debatable whether it's going to be able to hold here. Toxite line is being finned at the backside. The laser gator is still adding a lot of damage in here. And although he has lost the siege tower, he still has the elephant to try and bring this down. Is this failing?
It looks to me like Grass is barely holding, but he has got 52 villagers on wood right now.
It's a deceptive eco lead because you mentioned he keeps trading. Like, that's how he's staying alive. But when you consider that the trades are getting less beneficial over time, right? Like, it doesn't make you feel very good about a 30 eco lead. It's deceptive that way.
Can we see a market? Just A
I don't
market?
think we
Can we
want
see
to
one?
look at a market.
I want to see it. Let me know how much wood is trading for at the moment. Is it 20 at the moment already?
I feel like I barely saw the gold move when he sold. Oh god, that's pretty
32, but
bad.
He's got food. With 50 villagers on wood, you can build a whole bunch of farms, and now we can
Right?
start seeing food for gold. Who needs a gold mine? You've got a market. Just trade. Easy.
But by some miracle, he's come out of this almost neck and neck on military. Still a 30 military lead, but compared to where it was at, Eco also shuffling away at the perfect times. Camels gonna be feeling a little bit robbed. They're gonna run through and go, wait, why is the what? Why was he not on the gold? This has to be the point where Tunison realizes he hasn't scouted it. And the point where we have to play our mini game again, boy. Guess the outcome. Psych, we're in. Big shout out to Vodka. The double PC set up to save us from the inevitable crashes. So, from this position, Tunison, can he breach? Because he's kind of in some way running out of time. Like, by some miracle, Grass has Finley skirted through this. He's bulked up on military, potential to take a fight, and a decent number of farms to give him that late game economy.
Well, all Grass has to do is win one fight here. He's got the other thing is with him not needing, well, with him not having gold, he's actually been able to get a lot of Centaur out because they don't cost any gold. So this is actually giving him a lot to play with here.
Oh my god, especially
Great
when he
start
does
to the
that.
fight. Yeah, great start to the fight. Great start.
Runs into the hours. And there's a recharge, and so Centaurs will probably get another shot. However, that front line is starting to fall fairly quickly here. Centaurs take an early peel back just because they know what's coming. It's going to be Toxite front lining for you. Tunison, that backline essentially unharassed for him. Camels are now dead, though. You see how quickly that ability can wipe them out. And now the backline's starting to get sniped here. Things are looking shaky here for Tunison. You mentioned, like, all it takes is one fight for Grass to win, and it feels like it's impossible for Tunison to get that overwhelming victory he's been looking for every time here. Essentially slinging the slingers into the backline to have something to absorb here. A lack of god units, a lack of mythical units to utilize here. Meanwhile, the Centaurs reign supreme.
Grass is doing a fantastic job here of just making do with what he's got, but now Tunison is throwing villages in. He does have that skin of the rhino tech available to him. I don't know if he's researched it or not, but it does make his villages much stronger. The Centaur getting zoned from the fight by the Pharaoh there as the villagers start taking their knives out and poking each other over there. But population-wise, Tunison he's still got it. He's still got the military lead by a big margin here.
That gap, I mean, think about what Grass has down there, like 20 villages, right? That's most of his lead, just shivving, just fighting, right? Not actually gathering. At that point, they've just been recruited against their will. I mean, I know we have militia that come from the buildings, but they come from the buildings, mate. They're not meant to be the villagers that spawn out of the TCs, and that is going to be enough to crack him. Tunison, able to take the win in this game.
Wow, that was a that was insanely close. I actually think there was Grass probably could have just grabbed, say, 40 villagers at the end, grabbed himself that survival equipment available in the heroic age, gets them a little bit more armor, and then just said, all right, send the boys in. We're going to just lose a whole bunch of economy here. We're going to win the fight, get the gold mine, and then potentially we're in like more of a throw the eco a lead away, but we're in a nice position to continue because we've got a gold mine secure. We won the fight. We're able to push through, but doesn't send the boys in, and Tunison gets away with a win here that I think was very, very bare bones, only just barely getting away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like he was just waiting for Grass to make a mistake. By the same Lou, you could also be waiting for Grass to make a winning play, right? Like, if he had known about that goal in the flank, yes, Tunison did check it on occasion, but his cardinal sin in that game is he never left anyone on that gold, right? So if Grass had intermittently been gathering from there instead of trading thousands upon thousands of wood for pennies on the dollar, we could have been looking at a very different outcome in that opening game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. One unit, or not even a unit. You just send a villager over there, build a barracks, and then head back. Like if you're that stingy on population, yeah, do that.
So, with that in mind, we look forward to the next game. And Grass, I mean, he's like, yeah, Greeks felt good. I like the 2TC. What else can do 2TC this Greek? He's still got Hades in the draft. So Watering Hole's up next. Hades versus Odin. I believe, have we seen this like twice today? I think it might be twice.
No, it's a popular matchup. We've seen a lot of Hades versus Norse.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And we've seen two different styles. We've seen the Cyclops, we've seen the Minotaur. It all works. Norse has got the challenge here. I don't think Norse has found a victory yet against Hades.
No. So, I mean, the question is, can a map like Watering Holes change that, right? Like, do you benefit more from what is usually kind of a weird defensive kind of formation? My instincts say no.
Me too.
Yeah, I think the problem is just like fundamentally, what did Norse want to do? Raiding Cav. Great. Have you met static defenses? It just kind of unshackles Hades from needing to be hunkered down. And while you're looking for a raid comp, we've seen time and time again today, Hades just goes for a killing comp, right? Minotaurs, Hopate, Toxate, and GG.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? Surely there's going to be a moment where Norse players realize I keep losing to these myth units coming at me. Maybe let's think about a way in which we can deal with these myth units, and let's just maybe more than 3 heroes, maybe more than 8 heroes, maybe get 15 heroes, maybe get 20 heroes. At some point, I want to see all the myth units dead, and then the human units have to actually clean up my Herso. Do you know what I mean? Like, just overcommit to it, because if undercommitting clearly isn't working.
I see what you want now. I get it, boy. 15, 20, maybe 30, 40, 50, 60 hero units. But Ragnarok is how we get there. There we go. That's what the Norse players are playing for. The mass conversion. 100 hero units. Issue solved.
So I've got the strat.
Okay, here we go. Cav around the fire, kids.
Heimdall.
Double.
Heimdall into Safeguard, into double village center, put them in the corners of the map near a gold mine where your opponent's not going to know about it. Double. Rick Stuller, heroic Age through Njord in one of the village centers, because he's not going to spot it. He's not going to be able to deny it with some sort of all-in. Walking Woods in the main base, hit the town center, bring the army all the way back, get your hill fort up, Balder, and then we ride. Perfect.
Boy. If I wasn't on Blood Thinners, I would have cleared this in the middle of that strategy. Let's get ready to go. It's time for another game. Game number 2 of this series. Tunison able to take an early lead. Can he extend with Odin, or is he doomed to fall victim, as often many people have, to what's on the other side?
Well, on the other side is a god we've seen multiple times today. It's Hades. It's Grass. Grass has probably been watching the tournament, so he's been seeing what other people have been doing. He is not, however, going for the spicy, fast Vaults of Erebus build that we've been seeing. And if he is, he's going for a different variation of it. So it's already different.
So now, if he loses, everyone is going to do the Vaults of Erebus build against Norse. That's how I read into this one, boy. I mean, it's looked pretty dominant so far today. Pegasus is special, of course, but the more I've been seeing it, the more I'm just convinced. So we'll have to see if Grass can show us a different way. I mean, I guess you could call game 1 a type of creativity, but I want to say we haven't seen the creativity so far from Grass that I think people came to know him for, especially in, for example, the Wallalow qualifiers. Some wild strategies. I remember a particular 4 game, I believe it was, against Matreus, which blew my mind. I called it the Stewie effect. Like, you don't see this, so you don't think it's going to happen. So I'm wondering what unorthodox approach the youthful kid could have for us today.
There is one, like, it looks like the temple is coming up, and he might be going for Vaults of Erebus. Yeah, it's just a different variation. So before we get into some other sort of ideas, there are 3 Hades strategies right now, which revolve around getting Vaults of Erebus at different timings, and they all give a different benefit elsewhere. So you got the rush that Pegasus is going for, which gets it out really, really quickly. You get a delayed one, which Grass is going for, which means you get it out maybe like a minute later, but you're going to get like maybe a nicer classical Age or a little bit less more of efficient spending of the resources or whatever elsewhere. And then you just get the one where you only put one villager on the temple, get the ultra efficient Vault of Erebus build with having no extra villagers on the temple to slow you down. Anyways, there is one other idea basing around myth units, which isn't Minotaur, isn't Cyclops, which is also really, really good with Hades, and that is Nemean Lions. If you can get out 4 Nemean Lions, and you get out the upgrade for them, so it's basically 5 things you need to get out of the temple, minus 1 because you get a free Nemean Lion. When you get to fighting, you can manually queue your Nemean Lions to use their special attack, one after the other. So you can chain stun your opponent's army with 4 Nemean Lions for about 5 seconds. And then after that happens, you turn all of your Nemean Lions onto autocast. And as soon as the special attack comes back up, it automatically does that for you. So you get another 5 seconds after the 15, 20 seconds passes. Really, really strong. We had to see it, but that's something.
You're cooking with the gasoline. I like what you're cooking, but I think we could have leveled that up. We could have began with Ares, built
True.
Cyclopses, got 4 Nemean Lions, and then you are essentially playing 10-pin bowling.
I like 10-pin bowling.
I love
But we've got the Minotaur, and these are literally 10-pin bowling with the headbutts, so we've already got it.
You know, the perfect dream is just getting a Minotaur surround where you can play catch between the two of them, you know? A little rallying, a little bit of tennis back and forth. One of these days we'll get it. Don't know if it's going to be in this particular game, because I'm not even sure if Tunison wants to come out and play with him right now. So Tech Up just came out. We have got Hearses being prepped, so he at least understands the headbutty boys are going to be a problem. The question is whether he's going to fall for the trap, which so many a player do. Not enough Hearses, or is he going to flirt that fine line between the appropriate count and too many to the point you just died to hop a day?
Well, one thing that is happening right now is we aren't seeing any favor income for our main man Grass. And no favor income means no myth units.
Interesting. There's no... He wouldn't try for a second settlement, would he?
It looks like he wants to. It feels like he's... Oh, no, he's making...
Okay, we do have to talk. I was about to say, that it feels a bit sinful here when you know that there's going to be raiding cavalry coming out, right? It's going to be a pressure point, so... Looks like he's going to poke and prod. He has got the Toxite coming behind this. However, considering you just saw raiding cavalry, do you really want to go into the ranged?
Well, he's starting out with them. I guess you want archers, you want infantry.
Just bulk, base. Right? Like the just full infantry comp down the center, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is... Grass is going to get caught out right now. You never really want to run at the Odin player early because you know he's got so much potential to spam units out at the start. He's one of the premier early game civs to spam units because he's got that extra hunting great hunt thing, so he doesn't have to move his villages in the early game. He can really get them all out. But we are starting to see Grass. He's got the defense in, defense advantage with those buildings being nice and close means they're just going to have to bail.
The Lions for free actually really making a difference there, because I think otherwise the body blocks wouldn't have been there, so the Minotaur likely to be brought low enough that I don't want to say you're going to commit the restoration, but it crosses your mind because you don't want to lose it. So good recovery out there. We do have the Toxite starting to be layered in more and more. We do have the Throwing Axeman coming on the other side. Raiding Cavalry looking to get around the back here. So positioning is going to matter a lot here, and this is obviously the value you get in this central area. You're not thinking about raiding. You're not thinking about blocking. And Tunison knows this is an all-in, by the way. Check the second settlement, the natural for Grass. There is a unit there. He has vision on it.
Yeah, and Grass is just being really aggressive here. He's coming in. He wants to fight. The Raiding Cavalry aren't there for the time being, so it's not going to be a bad fight to take. They're coming back in. Grass going to have to get out of here.
And Forest Fire as well to force him north into them. So the body blockers come in. The Minotaur has to clear the way just to try and escape here. But the Micro on point. Restoration is going to be forced, but the Minotaur's already gone down. The backline already exposed here. Toxite not able to stand their ground. And Grass may have just overextended in a cardinal way.
This fight is not over just yet. The population is plummeting here. And this is exactly the situation which Tunison wants to be in.
It's still also the fact you've got a few raiding cavalry left over makes it even worse. This retreat is going to cost you even more. Now we have a conundrum, right? We question mark this. We said, Hades, how the hell do you beat him here as Odin? Apparently, you just give him the runway to run himself off the road.
Yep. Well, Grass down restoration, down an army. He's on the defense right now. He's going to have to get some poking happening with these Toxotes. But it is looking like Tunison is teaching him a little thing or two. He's taking him to school in this one. Not to play too much into the young Grass. I'm sorry.
The young grasshopper, I think is what you're going for there.
Grasshopper.
May have a few things to learn here, and Tunison is willing to educate right now. So pressure is on. Like we said, he's not getting that second base. It'd be known. And the moment he does it is when he get dove. So he might not be aware the Raven's there, but it's better for him he doesn't know. Sentinels come in at home. Good news, you're not going to die now. Bad news, you might in about 5 minutes.
Well, the big question, I guess, for Tunison right now is your opponent's stuck in his base. You've made him get stuck in his base. The army quality is just going to keep on improving for Grass the longer this goes on. So how do you get yourself in front here? You know, the old saying, when you're ahead, get more ahead. What is that? Is it tech? Is it town center? Is it more army? Those are the big questions.
You could probably tech here and go like what? Skadi? Maybe just try to split the army. Because the thing that's actually like keeping Grass alive isn't that his army is too scary to dive. It's that he's able to just about run away, right? So the other option, you could go into Njord. It's not a bad idea. If you force a fight away from home, you sneak in with the Ravens, you summon the Walking Woods. It's Sentinels, right? Like they're gonna do nothing against that. So there is options here if he goes the tech route. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Skadi idea. Frost on the army, trap the army in there so it can't run away. Get some walls up around it. Night to the immobile army against the superior tech with heavy cav, heavy infantry to get an advantage. Grass basically has to just spam units here and try and put pressure on. You can kind of just sit there in your main base and wait, but it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, a little bit inefficient on the scaling, by the way. Grass was missing the fact he's house to lift there, so that has blobbed a lead more. Because we are, well, it feels like heading towards an inevitable like max pop army fight here, right? Tunison will crack that egg first.
Yeah, look at those.
Whoa, whoa, boy, where are we going?
Where are you going?
Apparently half the army really hates this building. The other half is just trying to venture out into the world. Big mistakes being made there. The Minotaur tries to reset things a little bit. The Toxote do just about get back behind the front line, but that discombobulation has a lasting effect here. He's been overwhelmed. The Hoplite no longer here to hold it back. The Toxote's heavily outnumbered. There's enough raiding cavalry to clear him up. Grass, once again, the push is the bane of his existence here.
The army coming through to sweep Grass up for the second time.
Maybe the last.
I don't know. This is going to be... he might not be dead here, but he is battered, he is bruised, and he is on the retreat.
You say that. The raiding cavalry just got in the way. It's about to get a lot worse. They catch up. More Toxote down, so it's going to be reset to practically no army here. I mean, credit to Grass, he did try something really cool there. The Pegasus, he tried to stick it in to absorb the shots of the throwing axemen in the second half. Problem was the fight was too decisive at that point. No cute little micro plays are going to get you away from a swarm that big.
Well, now Tunison well and truly has a lead. Now he can literally do anything. He just has to make a decision on which way he wants to go. He's getting some economic upgrades. He's getting that Valkyrie tech as well, Aurora Borealis. And the gold is coming forward, and it's looking like a heroic age is going to come in. Part of me is actually leaning in now with the military lead being in. Just go Njord, call it a day, get the Mountain Giant in there, get the Walking Woods in there. You get some siege from that, and you just say, night, night, Grass, bedtime. Let's go to game 3.
Well, now that in mind, considering it might be, considering Grass is young and bedtime might be upon us, maybe you just let this go deeper, right? Maybe he's not used to the later hours of the day. Actually, that's not true. He's in America. This won't work. The strategy has flaws, but right now, so does the game. I think, have we got the Miracle Vodka save? We have. Look at that. Oh my god. Norse need to be nerfed. I have never seen a Civ build up a settlement so quickly.
It was very quick. We're back in. We've got the Aphrodite. We've got the Skadi. Everything's coming through right now, but Grassy is still just throwing his army straight forward and having a very, very tough time of it. As the raiding cavalry is searching for gold mines to kill.
Yeah, they're hunting. There's no gold on the east, right? It's just the food. So, like, there's a conundrum here for Grass. If he tries to mirror attack timing, he's just going to get shutted. And, wow, that might be the shot we need to see. Villagers get cut off from the retreat. There's nowhere safe to run here. And you can already see on the minimap, the Grass is just panic rushing into the center, looking for some sort of trade. He can't easily get back here to defend. He needs to find a win in this fight while some of the army for Tunis is not there. But a bigger problem has arrived. The freeze comes in. He's stuck on the spot. The walls are coming up behind him. What he thought was a slam dunk dive into a win just turned into a prison camp. I think this is over, folks. Nemean Lion goes down. There's no assistance. There's no protection for the villagers. And right now, you can see by all the throwing axemen there, Tunison is trying to axe him a question. The question is, why haven't you GG'd yet?
Well, tournament days, you never give up, never surrender. I've seen people coming back from worse than this. Never, ever, ever count a Norse player out from throwing a game. They have the tools to throw.
I mean, there's always the potential that Tunison's PC crashes, the internet cuts out because it feels like it might need that level of miracle. The Hoppate unable to protect the gold anymore. And back in this fight, we can see that the Axemen are having a hell of a ball here. Able to wipe out the army. The curse changed nothing of this. Tunison is on course to close the day with a stomp as he now goes 2-up in this elimination series.
Well, I'm going to be completely frank on this one. This was mistake after mistake after mistake from Grass, and Tunison didn't let him get away with anything. The early push into an Odin here with Hades is just going to get overrun 9 times out of 10. Then the second push after that, he just ran the Toxotes way too far forward. Lets Tunison get that engage, loses the second fight. I mean, if you're going to lose 2 fights as Greek against Norse in the early game, you're just asking for a challenging game there. And Tunison, credit where credit's due, he took those moments and ran with them.
Yeah, I almost feel like he was getting ready to mount his own assault and just saw the Greeks at the edge of his base and went, what are you doing here, right? Like, I get the idea from Grass. Like, he feels like he wants to be on the map. I think, especially after that first game, he had to feel a bit starved, right? Like, it's kind of frustrating when you have to play a super defensive game. You almost want to take the different route because you're convinced that the defensive strategy didn't work. But now, I mean, when I look at this matchup on Ghost Lake, you're probably thinking both are going to play defensive. I don't think that's the case here. We've seen a lot of aggro out of Gaia today. Tunison is very capable of it. The question mark is going to be whether Freya is capable of mirroring that aggression. I think early today we saw an attempt at it. It was the last series we saw Valkyrie into raiding cavalry, but it was well navigated by Hades. Difference here is I feel like with Hades there's this very thin timing you're looking towards when you take that approach, right? Because you kind of went for a slow static comp scaling. I almost feel like Gaia has more flex here. Like you could, for example, play into that creep tumor approach. You could play a slower, more methodical approach, and you wouldn't be weaker for it.
Yeah, having that lush to just spread around with channels. We talk about Ghost Lake being a map which has got gold mines very far away from the base. Go on one side of the map, go on the other side of the map. Everyone's going to be very, very happy to run with that boosted was a 15% move speed. It's kind of a big deal, but I've seen this matchup. I've played this matchup. I've tried to be good with Freya. This is Eco God versus Eco God. Only one God has got
build orders.
I don't. I was gonna say a little bit of advantage eco wise. They've had their vitamins. Their villages are working overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Their units are coming out in a big fat way, and then all of a sudden, a big fat event happens, and everyone gets sucked into a black hole and is erased. This is going to be a challenge here for Grass. I'm really hoping he can come up with something. Freya makes a lot of sense here. I don't like Ulla in this matchup. After that, I guess you've got a Bragi idea. You've also got the Berserk Ragnarok to try and push on a second gold mine. If that ends up happening, you can kind of throw everything at it, and maybe you can find a win there. Especially like, what is it? I guess Bragi with Call of Valhalla is, and I can't remember the tech with Ulla, but I don't know if you want to go Ulla. Gives you the move speed on your infantry nonetheless, so you can get some pretty strong berserks out of it. Just even if you just add a handful with flaming weapons.
Was it Servants of Glory?
Yes.
Yeah.
10 points.
Woohoo! I done something right. But no, this is. I mean, I think you're right on the cavalry approach as well. Like in this matchup, if you go for a static comp, I think you just get determined, right? Like if you have to play raiding cavalry, you have to play Freya to enable that further. In theory, you could hunker down, but like we mentioned, which one of these civs pays off from hunkering down quicker? Is it the one that has a lot of these kind of passive elements, like taking longer to research while getting discounts on them, and cool plays like Ragnarok in the hyper late game with a ginormous fiery wolf that explodes? Or is it the civ that kind of hits age 3 and looks to end the game, still with that backup option of things like implode that you mentioned?
I mean, it's gonna be a challenging one. We've seen how good Gaia can be throughout. I don't even know if we've seen a Gaia loss today. Am I misremembering?
Trying to think now off the top of my head. So it was Gaia versus Set on Watering Holes, which was a win. Then we had in Tunison versus Superfim. Gaia lost on Alfheim to Kronos in the deciding game.
That's right. Kronos is the big fat counter for Gaia with the Prometheans because no Leto. That's right.
Gotta play Leto, folks. And then gotta pray that they don't play Leto too. Oh, I want to see that. I'm curious. Like my brain is telling me, like if you both go Leto, Kronos can still win because he just ruins your timings, right? He takes away the temple and then
he stays he's one automaton in front for the entire game. I mean, that's too much.
Until you go age 3 and traitor, and then you're one automaton ahead.
That's true.
Oh, blimey. All right. Well, curious to see if Grass is going to be able to claw back. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is Grass, very youthful player. I don't like to say that like young people can't have the knowledge on it, but what I will say is like when you're trying to learn all these other branches, all these other gods and perfect them on a new game, Mr. said this, Freya is like, I don't know if he still feels this way. He said he feels like it's the most powerful god, but it's the hardest god to execute, right? It's like, how many games do you have on this? How much have you perfected it compared to things that are more spammable like Gaia, Isis, Poseidon, Hades, these more used civilizations? It's time to find out. Let's see if the kid has found the route to perfection. We hop into game number 3. He needs to be perfect with this. Grass of Aces, manning Freya in the red.
And in the blue, the goddess of economy herself, Gaia, being piloted by Tunison.
Sometimes when we watch this, it almost feels like it's an autopilot. It just feels like you get the chill type of games, and I'm wondering if that's what we're going to say here, because if you think about this idea of just playing that chill, not trying to get too aggressive in age 2, playing for that age 3, you're going to see a lot more potency kicking in at the beginning of that age for Gaia compared to Freya. So I imagine Grass is going to have to go that raiding cavalry route we were discussing before. He's going to have to find a way to be crafty here. One of the challenges, of course, is nothing gets done without being seen. That's the frustration of dealing with the oracles, is unless you want to make a very early investment in things like berserks, it's very difficult to stop them knowing your plays.
Well, we're seeing the opening yet again. The build order that is currently being running through the Fox team. Not just Fox, Mr. also doing a variant on it. He went for a slightly different approach, but this This is the I've seen this one from many of Fox members thus far, and also been seeing some chatter in the Twitch channels, Twitch chats about this one. But making those hero citizens nice and early, still getting a nice advance time. It's mathematically slightly behind getting pickaxe and hand axe quickly, but math goes out the window when you're completely safe to those early myth unit attacks. So, like, for example, I was talking about Freya being an important god pick here for grass. That's not going to get any value against all of the hero citizens. That being said, the Valkyrie, I don't really want it to go into the main base. Tunison, I want it to hunt oracles, take them out. That's a big, big key in this matchup.
Yeah, and to your point of like the build with citizens, right? I'm not crazy about it unless you are threatened by myth units, right? And although a Valkyrie could be a little bit annoying, it's not your typical Promethean rush, right? Where you panic, you need that answer. It's not like a carnivore type issue. So I do wonder. I mean, like, people have been doing the maths on it, and I think there's been a lot of debate around like things like pickaxe and whatnot, just like being more efficient choices instead. We'll just have to see if it actually hurts Tunison at all, because for the time being, we do have the Berserks out, just forcing the Oracles away. But one kind of crazy thing I'd like to see, I don't think we're going to see it here, is like just going a 4th Oracle, because everyone's expected to go 3 Oracles. If the Berserker's chasing away 1, it's almost like he's content when he gets that kill. So you can just smuggle off into the corners while that initial Berserker is distracted.
I mean, at the very least, getting an extra Oracle out is just something you should be trying to do. There's some crazy ideas, like, what, instead of going for a 3-minute 55 advance time, like I think we're seeing here for Tunison, you could go for a 420 here and just get 2-3 oracles out. We see this time and time again from Egyptian players where they say, I'm gonna go for a later advance time, get more monuments, and do a teching play or go mass myth unit idea. Definitely an option for Gaia players and Atlantean players alike to go for, but we are seeing Oceanus and we are seeing Ulla, so no Freya here from Grass. It is a double gold mine Ghost Lake, so maybe there's an idea here to try and play this one a little bit slower with the Ulla and all the advantages that come, and trying to hit a timing a little bit later. But this does play into Gaia's hands just a little bit.
Especially with Caladria play, right? I kind of like this now for him, because I imagine Grass isn't going to bulk up big military, so you can just kind of whittle away at him. And that doesn't mean that Tunison's going to get the map control to have that option. So I'm trying to think there's a way that you try to play Ula aggressively out into the field, right? Like, we've even got Hearses getting added in, but, you know, for what? The Carnivore, I guess, is a bit threatening, but, you know, we have to think about the other God-type units, right? They're going to be airborne. He does at least have the Asgardian 4, so, I mean, you might lean this north side, yeah. Because then you can bridge across to the tree line. You can wall just north of that and secure the hunt in the corner, which should give you enough to easily find your way up into Age 3.
Yeah, and then it all comes down to who can kind of...
Oh.
Hold on, what is this Carnivore doing?
What?
Doing there,
he
bud?
forces the cancel, but it's double hearse here. Okay, this Carnivore is drunk, okay? Like, I'm telling you what happened. Before it came to eat these Vikings, it ate a guy who clearly been through 2 bottles of vodka. It has now absorbed all the alcohol in the system, because that didn't feel like a high-value Carnivore. It did at least delay things, and maybe this was the idea, because he's on the way in with his units. However, the fort is so far along. I'd be surprised if he gets much damage done here. Good start by going onto the Draga. No protection there, so nice snipe. Does delay the secondary building going up, and instead he is going to look to siege into this. That's going to force the build from the Hearses to get it up quicker. Difficult to do when they're well on you from this close by. So Mamilos may prove to be a force in the plan of Grass here.
This Asgardian Bastion takes just so long to go up, and that looks like it's up to like the 3/4 time there. I think it's going to get denied here.
No, this one's going the way of Brexit, British economy. Down it goes. No hope there. And this is problematic. That is basically your god power wasted at this stage. A difficult situation now, as the Hearses are no match for the Mamilos.
And not only that, no hill fort is just, not only is the gold mine open, but all of those units have been idle earlier, and this is just allowing Tunison to get some ridiculous timing in onto grass at this point.
It's going to get much worse than that, boy. Look at that top bar. Carnivora are coming. Okay, so he actually spends on another Caladria. The Carnivora option is going to be there very soon, though, and the more he leans into his backline of throwing Axeman, the more problematic it's going to be about 30 seconds from now, when he could easily just drop that Carnivora on the gold.
Yeah, and he's going to start getting, it looks like he's going to start getting some Terma in now. With that Berserk, hello? Hello, what are you doing, my friend?
Taking on the world, man. Just taking on the world, buddy. Not able to do enough damage there. And now the pressure is going to come in off the production buildings. So, Grass running out of time to try and fight back against this. We are 2 favor away from some plants being slapped down. Is he going to pop it? I think you want him past the choke point, right? Like, if you can expose the hearses slightly, and they don't look healthy, by the way. Like, those hearses are not reliable defense against a Carnivora drop here.
The Carnivore is going to come onto the Thrown Axeman, and the Thrown Axeman is just going to get eaten alive. There he goes. Units retreating back here. Termera in, so the Thrown Axeman aren't even that helpful anymore because they're going to get taken out really quickly.
Caladria slows as well. I mean, I think that Carnivore is very defensive from Tunison. He probably could have put it straight next to the gold and just forced the out of time, but it's still an edge here, right? He's got himself a parking zone, a parking permit throughout the winter, and a big eco lead at this stage, now 7 ahead.
Yeah, it's just going to keep creeping up as well. As the advantage of Atlantean, and part of the reason they get such a big eco lead over their opponents is that their citizens train just a little bit faster than other civs that produce villages. But Grass here, he's finished up on that side. He doesn't need to be on that right side anymore. Gold mine's gone. He can move on to the left side. Now Tunison is going to have to rotate here. There's no point in pushing through the middle of the base. Just go back through the frozen lake and just get onto the other side.
Raiding Cav. Just hop in the manor, hop out the other side. It's like we're never here. We do have catapults now on the way, so aware of the potential for Raiding Cav to come through. The funny part is actually that's not the way Grass is going. He's getting a Berserk strat going.
I do not like Berserks for anything other than Forcetti against Atlantean. You need that extra little bit of armor, or you need some sort of bonus HP from a different tech elsewhere. I'm not sure if that exists outside of Call of Valhalla before they start being effective against these Bite of the Shark Murmillas. They're just doing too much damage. We'll see if it's going to work out for him. He needs to spam stuff at some point here.
He's going to chase him, but he's just going to move back over to Carnivora. He's like, hey, you hungry? Don't mind if I do. Yummy, very likey. Unfortunately, the hearses don't give him the appetite for it, so we'll be able to clean that up fairly cleanly. Basically, the only thing that his hearses are looking to target right now. And we'll force a full retreat. So good signs here for Grass. It's definitely cost him on the eco side, but he's forcing a full retreat. So more catapults are starting to arrive, and that might make him think twice about this. So Grass, happy to get some space, but now the punishment comes in. The Caladria able to provide that maim for a chase down. If they move.
And anytime you're retreating away from an Atlantean army, you're taking pot shots from Terma. And you're just losing HP over and over and over again. But Grass is keeping this one close population-wise. He might be behind on villages, but remember, he's playing as Frere, so his economic upgrades are cheaper, so a little bit of that eco edge, which Tunison's going to have, doesn't really matter that much.
We have another Carnivora option.
Just keep coming back up.
Oh, the Caladria? A little bit. Whoa, okay. So Tunison's trying to get cute. Needs to be careful. Does manage to get it away just in time. The Draugr spawn. Oh, no. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't just go for the poke with the Terma. There's plenty there, but I guess he just doesn't want to risk it underneath the defenses. I mean, we are neck and neck here. 94 to 89 military.
Tunison is still looking. He's still looking for the aggression. He's now got himself that medium upgrade. Ghoul and Bursty is in. Tunison has to retreat.
Move away. Carnivora buys some time to split the formation. However, the main effect is going to be there. Ghoul and Bursty starting to slow down. You can tell this ball suffers from asthma. Not able to keep chasing, so we'll get the disengage. Like, I'll be there soon, guys. Just keep going. I'll catch up.
You know, at this point, he probably could just turn around and fight. It's 20 seconds. That thing is dawdle. It's like
I got it, boys. Don't worry. Where are we going? I got 15 seconds. Why are you so far? Why are you scared? Okay, we're deep into the night. You can tell this one. Watch this, boys. I'll teach you how to lead from
Not
the
even
front.
once back. Too good.
That is, you know what, that is like an alternate version of the Marvel scene where he's like, I can do this all day, but he's like really chubby and out of shape. With an oxygen mask on, like, I can do. You can't do this. What? The Rush settlement with mass berserkers.
Well, he gets it. He gets it up, but that's a big sink in resources. Tunison deciding not to take the fight, and this might just be in favor of Grass now. He's got the town center that sets up a security of the gold mine behind that. He's also. That being said, Tunison is now heroic Age 3. They are. And this just means Contarius or upgraded Mermillo or whatever. He wants the Poseidon Secret, so he wants some cheap Contarius. We see a lot of longhouses and military buildings coming through for Grass. Grass is going egg here, but it's going to be just a little bit of time.
I mean, Aegir, funnily enough, makes me eager in this situation, right? Like, it is a half-static army, so it's something you can punish. Looks like Tunison's just going to accept that this game's going later, but that, you know, that's kind of interesting because, like, usually we see this issue with Norse just going in a bit of a rush to the Age 4. Unless you've got, like, a Ragnarok play, you don't always have that big wham-bam, fanky-bam god power, whereas Atlanteans typically do. However, it's different when you play Freya, right? You have got the giant Inferno that can wipe an entire army, so... I don't think, you know, there's a lot of matchups where I say Norse have to be scared of this going fourth in a rush. This might be the matchup where Grass doesn't need to panic, and I don't think that's, no. Is he just going to rush it? I think Tunison's looking at Age 4.
Why stay Age 3 when you can go Age 4? Your
Numbers is bigger, much better.
This has been a weird, like, internal thing that I've seen in many Age of Mythology games over the years is that town center in the mid game going down. Both players opt to do it, but all it does is just kind of slow everything up enough that a Mythic Age can come through. I think Tunison probably could have got away without going for the town center at all, and just going straight for Mythic Age and probably been in a better position. It takes so long for the town center to pay itself off.
I mean, I prefer to cook with Basil, but apparently Tunison wants to cook with time. He has given time over here, so there is going to be a counter-attack. It is the Tempest play. That is an option on the table. However, that TC, like you said, it just stalemates. It delays things. You can probably kill it. I imagine Tunison wouldn't be in favor, but he wouldn't be against it. Especially when the army's this big, but it looks like he wants to contest it anyway. So Dryads, just standing there saying, am I a joke to you? Please hit me. Cavalry has now arrived. Army is about to be in position, but I mean, the Draugrs are actually surprisingly formidable at this stage. 5 of them with that spread damage. A little bit of a threat.
There's tons of there's no heroes. There's no heroes for Tunison at the moment, but I mean, he just needs to poke, I guess. He's got a whole minute he needs to delay here. Yeah,
just let him walk away, sort of. Like, not fully, but like, you know, flirt with him. I don't think you want to engage, but the moment that implode comes in, I mean, there will be no immediate escape, right? Like, Berserks are fairly fast, but half of this army does not have the ability to walk away from the giant Norse vacuum.
Yeah, I guess the one issue with having these Draugr in the army is they're just really slow. So Tunison can kind of just rotate here. What? He's just taking the fight. What does he do? He's losing all this. That's so much damage.
No, it's like, you have no hero units to deal with these Draugr. Just wait for the giant Dyson.
That's right. Just vacuum them up.
Like, hey, I'm going to do it again. It's another kid metaphor. Grass has been playing with his toys. It's time for Mama to come and clean the room. We are seconds away from the big Mama Gaia herself initiating that implode. And he's building a settlement right now. Split.
You can't.
Vacuum cleaner
Can't garrison away from this. It's all over for this. This army is going to say night. Time for bed. The wrong time. That's kind of funny. Wait, does he get out?
No.
Come join the party. Come join the party. Everyone into the party.
Okay, 6 out of 10 on the landing from the Stone Giant. So he still has an army. They are in desperate need of Medicare, though.
It's expensive. You have to pay taxes for that.
I don't know if he can afford the taxation on this one. Grass, nowhere near an age for himself, so won't be kept warm through the winter by a big wolf. The Berserk is at least playing shenanigans, but... Wait, he's walled him in? He's put racks in? Oh, we said we wanted to see something cute and different. Grass has found a way to be cute and different. However, I am indifferent about his opportunity here. Pressure's coming in. The Dryads able to take out the settlement. And we'll shuffle away. And this is still an age 4 versus age 3 situation.
Yeah, but these citizens getting caught out here. He's going to lose them all. There's no way out. Oh, he's going to chop some wood and try and get out of here. Yeah, let's see how you go with that.
It's a Nico lead, a notable one for Grass, but he's still going to make that age-up choice. That's the bigger challenge for him right now. Gold at least being gathered on the west side. The workers are no more, so a sick play in the corner from Grass. Is it enough to edge him into that final age, that age 4?
Well, the one thing going really well right now for Grass is he's got the eco lead. He's just killed off a ton of citizens. He's killed off the town center. It's 2 town centers to going on 2 town centers for Grass is going to be building it up. But the army is still very, very big here for Tunison. The quality of it, though, all those Terma, I'm not liking that all too much. 3rd town center coming up for Tunison here as Grass is trying to get some of those side builds in. Longhouses all over the map. Very, very strong to get those raids in and just cause some problems. But I need to see Grass getting Mythic Age quick here.
Good shot when Tunison is on 69 food and not feeding his people. Instead, ironically, screwing them over that number. So he needs to sort the food. We have got a pause for a moment. What happens next? Let's find out. Wow, look at that. Bang! And the Atlantean army is gone because they retreated, guys. They backed up. So a good initial fight. He did take out some of them, but the Terma at least survived. The thing that Boyd hates the most here.
Yeah, we have problems, all right? Anything on a horse who's got an arrow, you can shoot an arrow, we got problems with it. Chariot archers, Terma.
You know what?
They're all too strong.
I'm actually a little bit worried that, well, not worried. I mean, we get more game. I think Tunison may have just let this one slip. I mean, Grass, he done well to take it from him, but
Grass is doing fantastic here. He has found his way with this Frere in this map, and I'm surprised, man. Like, Tunison was kicking this game in a really, really good way. I think he's just kind of overestimated his position, and Grass is making him pay for it in a big way right now. It might look like the score is in favor of the Gaia, but you can throw that score out the window when you're playing this Frere Civ, because all of that advantage is hidden because the economic upgrades, they're worth half, but you don't get to see that in terms of the score that comes in. They're all just going to be shooting up. Bronze weapons, all the eco upgrades coming through, all of the units coming, a bunch of those rock giants coming. Bergreezy is in for those rock giants as well, so they're going to get that yum when they eat the buildings.
Yeah, rejuvenation from deletion, but now there we go. He's been holding the Tempest, the Taunt as well to keep him in range. No easy escape from that. So separates the army, divides it in 2 here, able to wipe out, about 20 units here. It's 144 military to about 50 in this game. And this should surely be a brute force through. Eco units are forced to come in for the repair. Still not good enough, and all you're doing is making sure these stone giants get even more rocky goodness in their diets. The mineral overload for them through the roof. And at this stage, I think it's undeniable. We are going to see Grass at least get 1 game here. Tunison is holding on by a thread, and that thread just got pulled.
Yes, indeed. Tunison taps out. Grass gets his name on the board. A little bit of those nerves can get pushed down. It's always a bit of an odd one, right? When you're down 2-0 and you get that first win to push yourself or propel you into that into that kind of reverse sweep. So now Grass sets up, and it's just like forward thinking. He sets up that thought process to Tunis, and it's like, well, if I win the next one, then all the momentum's in my hands. So Tunison's got to stamp that out. He's got to forget this game and get into the next game and just get back to that first level he was going at, that level that the gameplay he was playing, the game number 1 and 2. Get rid of the mistakes, focus on punishing Grass for his mistakes and figuring this one out.
It almost feels like after we had the implode come out, there wasn't an immediate move to counterattack, right? Like I almost feel like the way that Tunison tried to counterattack didn't feel like a counterattack. He tried to run to the opposite side of the map instead of heading towards the main base, right, and shutting down what he could. So he essentially doubled his time to try and do any sort of counterplay, but still can't take anything away from Grass, right? Like something that really set him up for that was that sneaky back racks play. That out of time on the gold stopped Tunison from really getting the quality of units you'd expect in the Age 4 for the Atlanteans. So credit to him. We said we wanted to see these little details that he's known for, the cheekiness of it, and we finally start to see a bit of that Grass character.
Yeah, he's worked it out in this one. But we'll see what is going on in game number 4. Loki versus Isis. Is this not the same matchup of a certain Superfim versus Themis that happened earlier in this tournament here? But we've got two different players on a slightly different map, maybe.
Yeah, so last time it was Tundra. So Blue Lagoon a bit more choked up compared to Tundra, right? So could lean favorably for Isis.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Tunison, he's played a scrim or two, let's just say, against Superfim. So he will have that idea, that strategy, that game plan that Superfim's been showing on lock. At the very least, he's going to know how to do it because he's going to be have watched those recorded games over and over and over again, practiced it himself. Grass, on the other hand, he's got the Mister's playbook.
Yeah.
Because his teammates with him. And that's something big for this matchup. Loki does have a lot of things going for him. And one thing that Mister will tell you is in his game against Superfim, he made a slight error. And that error is tiny. He forgot to build a market, and he probably shouldn't have moved out his base as early as he did. Grass is going to know that. And if Tunison tries to execute what Superfim did, Grass might be able to find the answer.
If he does, a very intriguing final matchup could be on our plate. Savannah, Set versus Kronos. Interesting considering these are considered two of the most aggressive civs that we have in Age of Mythology. So we could just have a bloodbath, very fast concluding game.
Yeah.
But there is the funny navigation of those waters. We've seen a lot of Kronos and even Set in the past going for the macro game instead. So yeah, a lot of potency there. I don't think we often see that particular matchup.
No, I mean, it's an interesting one because Loki has got the bonuses on Hersa, which play into his ability to counter what Isis is known for, which was Isis goes fast heroic, goes for Chariot, just Siege Tail Scorpion Man, answers Eclipse, and then kills you. But you can't do that against Mass Hersa with Hall of Fame, so they just completely kill everything of that build. So you've got to go a different route as Isis. But, Isis has got a lot of different routes she can go.
I'm wondering, what could we be seeing out of Loki in this one? I'm trying to think options off the top of my head. I mean, well, it's been a day of forgetting healing fountains, so let's just give up on the springs coming out. I'm still... Nah, there's no way we get Heimdall. My brain is like, I want to, and you talked earlier about the idea of being a blocker against 2 DC, and if Isis does get greedy, I'm probably asking for too much here. We're not going to get Heimdall. We never get Heimdall.
Yeah, I've already thrown the idea out once. I may as well throw it out again. I'm definitely gonna. Nobody, if you see me playing, if you play me playing Loki or Odin on ladder, just don't scout the corners of the map. Village center in the corner of the map with with safeguard.
I swear to God, I'll open this and I'm on blood thinners, which means within 2 shots, I will be done.
Put that thing off. Put that thing away. We're going for village centers. I've got my pen out. I've got my finger wagging.
Oh, wow, you got your pen out. How
I'm
intelligent
old.
you that sound.
That's
I'm
right.
listening.
That's right. I've got my note. I got my Mr. Notebook with all my strategies. No, I don't. I don't have them. I forget my
Hey,
strategies.
you
That's
need
why I
some
a
glasses,
notebook.
mate, and then you tilt them down like this, and then you like make some typing noises. And you're like, "Well, I've checked all the yeah." Well, that's a different look. Wait, the problem with those now is if you slide them down your nose, you're not you're just gonna send more of a blind guy at the keyboard look. So we're not really gonna get what we're looking for there. But yeah, you gotta look like some sort of official secretary that's checked the records of the archives of the Jedi here, because that would be the most rare and ancient of strategies, but we live in ancient times. Who knows? All I know is I wouldn't mind a game 5. I mean, at this point, we've been live for 7 hours. What's another hour and a half? Let's find out if we get there, though. It's time. We're about ready to hop into the 4th game of the series. Tunison has looked dominant. He keeps the hopes alive, still with the edge, but Grass, just a glimmer of hope. A small shimmering in the night to try and bring him through. He's taken 1 game. Can he take another here with Loki in the red?
And you mentioned it already, but Tunison being on an absolute tear in this series. Grass managing to take that last game, kind of showing that Tunison's got a little bit of weaknesses there. He's found one route through, and it's with the Norse. He's on the Norse again, but Tunison, as Isis this time, changes the script in a big way. Can he make it happen? Blue Lagoon is your map.
Ooh. So, first things first. Who wants to grade? Because I'm looking at the map, I'm seeing what kind of options we have here. Isis. Interesting part about this matchup is like, just because Egypt has historically been a greedy civ, we talked earlier in the broadcast about how they're more Zergy these days. Isis is more, not necessarily Zerg, but has a qualitative approach with these fast tech builds. So on both sides, what you got to be looking for is, where's the kryptonite? What's the exposed resource that's going to get you caught out on the map? The gold is very far forward for Grass. The food is very far out with not much protection for Tunison. So they both actually have some interesting weak points here. Like if you check Tunison's back food, it's not that safe, right? You don't want to have to wall this. It feels really awkward, but it's a long run and easy cutoff for things like the raiding cav. So I think there's options for both players to play incredibly aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it before, but I do think that just Anubis here for Egyptian against any Norse, making out those Anubites, it's just really, really challenging for the Norse players to deal with it. Because you just jump the Anubites onto the thrown axeman, and the spearman axeman that you build just slice up everything else. Micro is very, very challenging in those fights. Life goes really, really well for the Isis player. There's also the Sphinx option for Isis to go for, which is similar, but at the very least, you can take the Sphinx out with some good control in your Norse army, making enough Hersa and all the other good stuff. But like you said, food is very, very difficult to come by on this map. A nice wall at the bottom for Grass to get himself those zebra is going to be a big, big help. There's a potential for Tunison to say, look, I got those back zebra behind that second town center. Maybe I go far second town center and we grab the back zebra. There's a gold mine a short walk away. Could be the way to go as well.
What was the relic in that left corner, actually? Because it's such a stupidly well hit. Okay, okay, no, let's forget about that. I was just
This
thinking
feels like one of those. This feels like one of those relics you see in the campaign. There's just like down a path. There's like a fountain there, and then you go, "What's
Right?
that relic?" And it's like Gales a Quintupler Pass. And you're like, "I don't
okay.
need 15% bonus on my myth units. Go away. Give me something good." It's like nowhere. There's no reason for me to be here.
I mean, maybe we see an all-in with it. No, I'm not gonna go. That's the type of relic you like to ching if you're playing like 5 settlements, just villager-only challenges. So Yeah, the reason I ask is when you get relics that spawn like that, there's one player that's going to see it and one that most definitely is not, right? Like, there's a reason for Tunison to go and be in that corner deep enough to see a relic. There isn't for grass, but it's not an important one. It's not like, for example, I think the monkeys can be very important here because if you're both playing aggressive, it just gives you more bodies in the initial fights that makes it very difficult for your opponent to contest.
Yeah, relics. I think everything is relatively useful, regardless of how. Like, there's different levels of use for all of them, right? Like, you're not going to be super unhappy about having bonus damage on your villages, but you're like,
No.
if I had 6 monkeys, if I had 2 lions, if I had 5% bonus damage on my throwing axeman, you know,
Like, you could
it's
have...
all nice.
You could have like a male, bulky, worked out for years, 28 years old, in a mining shaft helping you like extract diamonds, or you could have like an 8-year-old. One's going to be much more effective at it, right? They all have uses. It's just obviously we want the bulky 28-year-old who's going to actually be able to harvest some things. So, agreed. Some relics are better than others. Every one situation at least has a use.
That of all the analogies that could have been said, that was one of them.
Well, I'd say we went down the rabbit hole, but we more or less went down a mine shaft on that one.
Yeah, we went down the rabbit hole. Yep. But now the strategies are starting to come to quite obvious levels here. Dunison, he's going Sphinx. He's making a second monument. He's making barracks. He's going for those early productions of those units. Grass doing the same thing here. No sneaky, as much as I want to see a sneaky village center at some point from Norse, no sneaky village center. It's just going to be playing a stock standard game. Walls coming up all over the map. Walls are a really important part about defending against classical fight of Egyptian. Egyptian doesn't have those big fat crush damage dealing units, so walls slow them down quite a lot. And Grass is going to be at least able to get those Zebra for free on the back of his base there without any sort of harassment, even with the Sphinx getting very, very strong moving forward. So it's going to be a while before, well, I imagine it's going to be a while before the fight's starting to move out, but it looks like Tunison wants some action here.
Looking to poke. Tunison hoping to just get away from these Axtras. I don't think this is the way he envisioned it opening up. Maybe he's hoping for something a little bit more chill. The troll is also in the way. I mean, the other issue is as you begin to blob like this, which is going to be more useful, the Sphinx or the troll? It's going to be the troll here, right? Because the issue is you haven't been scaling priest to immediately snipe that. Meanwhile, hearses just feels like an inherent part, a bread and butter of every Norse opening these days.
Yeah, it's not just any normal Hearser either. These are Loki Hearsers. They get a little bit more bonus damage against those myth units. Every single unit getting a little bit more bonus damage against what they do best at. So yeah, the Sphinx get cleaned up very, very quickly if the Hearser gets to whack their hammer on the head of that Sphinx a couple of times.
You have the fountain, the springs being dropped here. So Grass, it's not the most aggressive position, but I actually like that it's forward of his base. It just makes it much quicker to retract. He dropped it near the east pond. So I think he had some of his economy out there as well. So I like this because it feels like if you have to back all the way home, the only thing that's going to be healing is Calf, right? So if you are looking at a timing attack here, you don't want to have to run all the way back home with infantry, right? That fails the test of constricting the map. And we do have that move out to the deer we talked about, or rather the zebras here. Sphinx is going to actually scare him away. I'm a little bit surprised he panic rushes off like this, but it's the reinforcing wave of spears that have got him spooked.
Yeah, you're kind of scared of the Sphinx in a way, but really what Grass wants is he wants to get in and out undetected to make something happen. There's just obelisks all over the map. He's got to clean these up.
Yeah, and that's going to force reaction. That's going to buy time, right? So if there's a timing that he's worried about, which would be fair, you're seeing multiple Sphinxes here. No matter how much pressure you think you have on the map, no matter how much control you might think you have, there's always that paranoia that these Sphinxes are going to scale and we are going to get age-free eclipse spam. So you do have to kind of respect that move with some urgency here. Well, throwing axemen coming. Did we check that? What was the comp? I feel like it was mostly spears still for Tunison.
Yeah, it's spears, axe, slingers. He's got the whole kit and caboodle in this army right now.
That's a
the
lot
kitchen
of
sink
axemen,
is being thrown, but Grass doesn't need to do anything. He does not need to. He's got a great amount of units. Population is here. He's still got gold in his main base. But he can kind of sneak up to the top gold mine for a little bit, or he can stay in his main base for a little bit and trade, try and just get him that population edge. That's what he needs. He needs a population edge here. Or at the very least, max pop. At the moment, or also getting some tech.
He's actually getting a population edge. That house going down, Grass didn't clock it. Yeah, he finally panic over booms extra housing there, right? That was a big gap. So missing villager production, missing active military production. It does give a slight edge to Tunison here. He looks to use it to leverage it to push.
This is a great little choke point there for Grass, utilizing that great haul while he's trying to eat these giraffe. He's making a good use case for that healing spring on this spot as well, because if Tunison wants to fight here, he's fighting under those units getting healed.
He has 2 clips. There we go. Goes in. Uses the tornadoes. Needs to pull the Sphinxes back here so they're not front lining anymore. Don't want to use them too quickly. More blasts coming out. And the Priest, they are there to start focusing down that troll. So not able to get an extra boulder to attack out here. Health bars are being lowered. The healing springs. Is it doing enough, though? It looks like he's weathered the storm. The backline is still pretty strong. However, the Sphinxes are starting to reach onto the Axemen. They still haven't been finished off. So a few more wolves come out. He'll finally snipe them down. But there's still a handful of slingers left over. The cavalry should be able to clear up the priests. And with a neck-and-neck situation here, the aftermath surely should favor Grass. Right?
That was...
Definitely.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've heard people telling me the Egyptian army just absolutely dominates this Norse army. But I don't even think Grass microed that particularly well. His Herso were not on the myth units for the entirety of that fight. I mean, that healing spring was it. All you got to do is place the healing spring down.
So wait. So you're telling me you can more easily win with Loki if you just press the button?
I'm telling you, you win if you press the button. Yes, that's it. That's all. You just don't save it for next game. Use it this game.
I mean, it's true though. Like in that fight, you saw it. Tunison was overkilling units. He had to, just to make sure they didn't survive and get that little bit of extra trickle of HP, stay alive for longer. I mean, it's put him into a reset hit. Now, we have to be mindful of the fact it is an economy lead. It is a noteworthy economy lead. The military is rebloating. But Grass now has an opportunity at a critical point in the game, in the series, in fact, to strip map control away from what is a slow composition.
I mean, this is the challenging part. You win one fight here as Norse, and it's big, but the game is not over, and the Norse units are going to zerg straight back out again. Not the Norse units, the Egyptian units are going to zerg straight back out again, and you're going to have to do it all over again. But the big difference is no Eclipse remaining, no big fat Sphinx remaining. We've got Cave Trolls coming in, and now the player who's going to have all of the myth units should probably be Grass moving forward.
I just realized he never used Spy this entire game.
We'll save that for next game.
Yeah,
Got to spy on your opponent's strategy there. It's better with what's his last god?
What options wise? Are you thinking with Tyr?
I don't know what I'm thinking, to be honest.
I mean, what are you looking for? The final age there? Thimble Winter? Yeah, actually, yeah. You spy on them and then you Thimble. No, I don't know what we're going for there. He just doesn't need it. The healing spring's too good, and now the throws of the troll. Big hit. Pushes him back. Heavy damage on the health bars there. And that means gold's going to be forfeit here. Grass on the verge of taking this to decide in game 5. Troll reload. More rocks coming in to shake the foundations of the Egyptian Empire here. A double up in military. A push back in this series. And looking like we are going to get 5 games in this final series of the day.
Grass, what an insanely well-controlled game here. He just cleans the entirety of Tunison. Tunison is now gold starved. He's got nothing remaining. He's got the villagers are down, and he is tapping out. Grass takes game number 4. We're going to game number 5. Don't eat the distance here. All the momentum now shifts into Grass's hands. It was 2-0 at a stage. Now it's 2-2. What a game from Grass. He is showing that he is not easily thrown out. There's no detention today. It is all the way.
Grass got a call from Mama. She said he can stay up for another 2 hours, and he's taken full advantage of it. 5-game series. And not just that, we talked about this in the draft. You look at that 5th game, it's not an outdraft situation. A young player, but not one that's going to fall folly. We have a 5th game that is likely to deliver even more aggression than this one, because it's going to be Kronos versus Set.
Oh my God. It just keeps getting better, doesn't it? It just keeps getting better. Who's on what? Who's Kronos? Who's Set?
I believe it was Set for Tunison. Let's see if I was right. 50-50, right? I was right.
Set
there we
for
go.
Tunison. There you go. We've seen Tunison piloting Set very well. We've seen the Wadjet idea already in this series with Ra. And he managed to convert with that one against the Poseidon at the very start of this series.
Yeah.
Grass, though, Grass is just as much an Atlantean player as Tunison is. So this Kronos, I mean, Grass can play all the gods. I think, honestly, if you had to give Grass like a what's his favorite civs, it's kind of Norse, and then it's going to be the Atlanteans, and then it's going to be the Greeks, and then the Egyptians at the bottom. So he's on one of his very comfort picks towards the end here. Tunison, on the other hand, I think he's Atlantean and then Egyptian. So he's also on his kind of like second comfort pick here in the set. And he's playing against the civ that he is most comfortable with. So he knows the ins and outs of it. So this should be a good situation for Tunison, I would guess. It's on the map, Savannah. Are we going to see some Leto action here from Kronos for the first time ever? No.
You sure you can't just clay, baby? I mean,
I think you can just clay. I think you just go clay.
I think so. I mean, in this type of situation, right, it's going to be a pressure-oriented matchup. You can do the 4-temple build here. It makes a lot of sense. You can kind of ruin Set's timing. I imagine like what Set's probably just going to be trying to go into. You don't want to be. I've got to build spears against the clay babies. So, what Wadgets? I want to say Wadgets feel a little bit weird here because like Kronos will generate so much favor that you can just get a few hero Therma or whatnot together to snipe them out. So I almost want to say like the play for Tunison is to try and destroy those oracles early. Like that's going to be a very telling sign in this game. If he can starve the favor, there's a way that he can just push out into the map and take control. That's key for the Promethean spam.
I guess the problem with that, the only problem is that it's just very challenging to get any Oracle kills as Set. Reason being is if Prometheus has got a choice, then you're like, yeah, let me send a couple of spears out to kill the Oracle, and you finally find one, you get a couple of jabs off, and then suddenly Valor comes down, Oracle back to full HP, Terma come through, and now I lose 2 spears, and you got a hero Oracle to get you even more favor. So, it's not easy. It's not easy from either side to kind of make this one work. But I mean, what else can you do? Do you want to opt into the booming play here from Kronos or Set either? You know, you go for the fast town center as Kronos. It gets up really, really quickly, but you're playing against the shifting sands of Set, so maybe you don't want to do that. But then the Set player might want to go for a second town center quick as well. There are some shifting sand villager rushes which hard counter a fast second town center idea from Kronos. There's lots of scary things in this matchup to be aware of.
I think it's one that missed almost just borderline perfected that village rush you're talking about. Like to me, the problem as well is like if you go for the Promethean opening, you know, if there's not a second group of Prometheans coming out, like that's alarm bells for Tunison, right? And as long as he maybe just positions the animals to scout for the settlement, and he should know where the settlement is quite early, he can just pounce on you. I mean, he'll probably even have the obelisk up to make it even simpler. So yeah, kind of a tricky one. I guess the balance is if you're trying to convert the animal kingdom, but also building additional priests to set up the obelisk, you are delaying your tech timing. So the shifting sands counter window is smaller. So it's almost like you can't be too greedy about your desire to be Dr. Doolittle in this game. Otherwise, Kronos can just get the greed play and you're going to be far too late. In fact, we've seen I want to say 2 times already today where the shifting sands play was on the table way too late, right? Like we had that.
Yeah.
I think Marshes was
Yeah.
the most memorable one where it just would have changed the outcome of the game. Wasn't able to get it, and then we had an earlier one where we were flabbergasted that shifting sands didn't come out, and they chose a macro game instead.
Well, we're going to be getting into the game very shortly. It's all going to become apparent very, very soon. I'm excited to see what's going to be going on here, KP. It's been a long day. This is the last game for EGC TV's day number 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know where we're at anymore. I've
4
lost
if you
track
don't
of
count
everything.
the qualifiers, I believe my maths is correct. We still have day 5 and 6 to round out this event. Reminder, folks, keep that in your calendar. Next weekend, non-stop Age of Mythology action. At that point, we would have thinned the herd down to just 6 potential champions for the first EGC tournament ever, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have one more lower bracket series, one more game to go, and another all the way to a 5-game series. One to decide it. In the red, for Team Aces, it's going to be Grass on Kronos.
And on the right side of the map, the obvious rival clan right now, rival team from Fox, it's Tunison.
I'll have to see if that Fox has a fierce bite, though, because, you know, we're theory crafting this, and on the opening, although Fox's Tunison may be able to get some animals that'll bite, they don't quite come with the same nibble that the Prometheans do. So Grass should, in theory, if he takes the standard route here, have a very aggressive line to open with that can force a reaction from set. And based on that reaction, options open up for the Atlanteans.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking so much about shifting sands, right? Just before. Is there no world where Anubis is really good here?
I feel like we've been trying to manifest it so long. At some point, boy, we just have to give up. Okay? The dogs are gonna get buffed again.
Look, I'm gonna have to sign up for the next one, and I'm just gonna go Anubis every single game. It's the only way to work it
hero
out.
we
The only
need.
way to have it. That's right.
You watch, mate. You just win that tournament. Everyone's like, I haven't practiced Anubites. No one does it.
Yeah, it's not even that hard. You just gotta have to right click on the right thing, and then they do their thing, and they're kind of strong.
I like how we've simplified it to the point where you can just do that with everything. It's like, oh yeah, RTSs aren't that hard. You just press buttons. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how you could just put your face on the keyboard and get wins with
that's
certain
true.
gods. It's just so
Right, like FPSs are easy. You just click heads. You know, just click them. Actually, no. Don't even make it that hard. Just plug in a controller, and the game does it for you. Games nowadays, I'm telling you, boy, they're not made like they used to.
well, you don't even have to shoot them in the head. You just get the knife and get them in the back.
That's true.
Backstabs.
That
Well,
all drags as well.
even
We've
easier.
all played Blops.
Yeah.
Good old Blop
That's
6.
fine. We're watching Age of Mythology here. There's no backstabs in this game yet. Well, that could be a
No.
cool feature, though.
Oh, well, actually, wait, I'm trying to remember the God Order. Like, isn't that is an option in Age 3 for Kronos, right? He can go for the backstabs.
Yes, you can. That's right.
With
Trader
Rare.
is available. It's been a hot minute since we've seen that one. But the lion is in, and that's going to be a little bit of annoyance here. When you're in the archaic age, your animals are they haven't quite grown any claws. They're just like going to be scratching. Or
It's the
I think-
winter. The cat has mittens
Yeah.
on, but as a result,
Yeah.
no sharpness.
hasn't quite worked out where the lethal spots are on the Oracle. Has to wait for the classical age to come through. Prometheus star as the gods of choice going into the classical age. No surprises here. This is the play, and the early game damage is going to be attempted here from Grass. Nice. Gonna have that forward temple, forward Prometheans. Is he going for a town center behind us? It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's staying
No.
one town center. Four
I don't think
villages
you
on
can rush
foot.
the play. Like, with the shifting sands in your mind, right? And it is going to be shifting sands. Like, we wondered, is he a kitty cat fan? I mean, he opened by converting a line. It was always going to go that way. So we will see him just take the standard route for set here. Pressure points for this play for the Prometheans, though. The gold is on the opposite side of the base, so almost feels like he decided to just transfer that temple into the wrong location. He should be able to hit the zebra, though, and that can be an even bigger impact considering this is where the Pharaoh is located. Was
Well,
located. Bye.
Yeah, well, the classical age is now in, which means these Prometheans are going to be greeted by Pharaoh, by Priest.
Deconstruct though. Oh.
Too late.
He was looking for. I mean, this is what it's talking about, right? Like typically we see Egyptians, they set up their temple on the gold because they want to layer around it. Gold is the most important.
Yeah.
Not identifying that in the spawn is costly on this opening for Grass. So sure he gets deconstruct, but the Wadget's here to defend. And I've got a bad feeling Grass might just try for the second settlement now.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly not the worst thing in the world missing this deconstruct. The Wadget's going to come out anyway once it's finished. But what he does manage to get here, as the vision is coming down, ensuring that no town center is coming up just yet. Maybe he can shifting sands right away. Who knows? But what he does slow down is the Wadgets to come afterwards. So that's going to be a little bit later than Sail Away should be.
This is interesting as well. Like Tunison, I mean, the power of that vision is so large. The important detail around that vision is that he saw the buildings, right? He saw the barracks, he saw the counter-racks. So he knows this is a one settlement all-in approach from Grass. So yeah, from that position, Tunison's goal here should just be to hunker down. He has a really good spawn for that. If you look at the east side of his base, he's got gold and food there and an easily wallable area.
Yeah, and when you kind of know what your opponent's doing, he's already run through. Tunison he's given away everything already. So Grass knows what's coming for him. He can kind of just come in, get these pokes off. He's going to get a lot of damage done with those Hero Terma. He's got the ability to make Prometheans a little bit later if he wants to. He can get those Oracles out on the map. You know that Tunison is going to be stuck in his base for quite some time here because you've got the quality Zerg rather than the quantity Zerg. That's even the thing. But
we went over this. This is Zelnaga for the StarCraft people. Quantity and quality Zerg, both things. Especially with Kronos because of the promotions, right? The Prometheus promotions just allows you to very efficiently get to that bulk army. You mentioned earlier today, B really kind of innovated with that idea of the strategy, just select the entire army, upgrade them, right? Like this isn't an immediate full army upgrade, but it is something that snowballs, especially when you have at least 3 oracles. Like look at his favor already, sitting on 40.
Yeah, and you see every single time Tunison wants to move out of his base, these Terma are going to be waiting for him to get some value. This is the critical, important part with playing Atlantean against a one town center Egyptian. It's don't let the Egyptian player leave their base without taking poke damage the entire way. Otherwise, you end up with an Egyptian army in your base as Atlantean, and you take a lot.
And I think the other nice thing here is like your opponent has to then build into priests, which feels terrible because you aren't doing a Promethean all-in, right? If he was doing a Promethean all-in, forcing your opponent to build priest bad. But now it just kind of edges you towards a larger comp that should be capable of taking a big win in the fight. We are, however, seeing slingers slowly being layered in here. So Tunison is gradually getting towards that clear answer. Terma can't just be the full bread and butter of this comp for Grass.
No, he does have himself a handful of Murmillo, but his plan is get Heroic Age at some point, right? He needs to get Contarius out to give him some advantage. He needs that Chaos as well. Stay tier need to come through. All of those units are going to be very, very important. But Grass is yet again noticing the army pop out, and there's the little poke, and Tunison says, all right, we're not going forward just yet. I see your units. No worries. Let me pull back. Gets the obelisk set up, which will give him a little bit of line of sight.
Really paranoid, but he should now have alarm bells going off, right? With the comp, the way it's designed, the gathering as it is, it starts to become obvious that the way out for Grass, I mean, you can't just keep scaling Terma into slingers. It has to be that age-free chaos that he's aiming for here.
Is there ever a world where you're just shifting Sans' army into your opponent's base right now, or do you just wander forward and say, well, I can see how little? I don't know, man.
You're the guy who drinks 2 whiskeys and wants to brawl with everyone. I can tell. Like, it's, I mean, it's a cool idea, but it is very definitive in a deciding game. Like, I would say if you're ahead, you take the gamble. And I'm a big believer in killer instinct here, right? But, like, I don't think the victory is clear if you do that dive. So, yeah, instead, it's going to be the tech play on both sides.
Yeah, it's a big resource sink right now for our main man Grass here, which does allow Tunison forward. We saw this similar thing with Kvoth getting absolutely dominated by a very, very aggressive Mr. Set push here, and Tunison is moving forward. The difference is that Grass has got a decent amount of units up. He's got his watchtowers, and he's gone for a counter raid while this is all going on.
Well, the difference in that game is that Mr. stayed age 2. He didn't do what Tunison's doing. Like, Tunison built an army, right? But it's kind of different in the approach. In that game, it was wear your opponent down until he has no military resistance, then tech. This is very different. You already highlighted that he's got an army to work with. He has a way of fighting back. So this story hasn't been written to its conclusion yet. There's a lot of slingers in the mixture. The Chaos, if he targets it right, could remove the immediate threat to the Terma.
Yeah. There's shifting sands on the table for Tunison, so he can just run
Count the
away
Chaos
and then heal
by
back
leaving.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, just run away and then heal up. That's the best response right now that Tunison's got to that sort of a situation. And then he can push back forward and have a really healthy army and put some pressure on. But that'll give lots of time over to Grass to muster out these Contarius.
A lot of them queued up right now. So the other problem is you can't over-threaten here. Sure, you got those shifting stance you talked about, but it's not the way you want to have to use them here. Priest feeling a little bit ambitious today, aren't we? Army is going to react. A little bit of a slow pull away there, Grass. He's buying time, though.
There is a really, really dangerous time ahead for Grass. He is... I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, but he is cutting villages. No, there he goes. He's starting them up. Okay, he's just forgotten the villages, but he was cutting the villages at this point because he needs to get out of his base, and he needs to get everything into military. Differential in military prop is dark at the moment. But has Grass snuck a... Oh, he's got 0 on gold as well, so this is going to be very, very challenging for him.
He's going to try to take this bash. Contarius are going to move in. Baits him forward. Chaos hasn't been committed just yet. The lines are going to spread out here. What is he waiting for?
He's waiting for the army to get a little smaller so he gets more value out of the Chaos is the only thing I can think of here.
The Sayer's alive, so that's good for him, right? The Sayers are critical to clearing up the comp here. He's forcing the retreat away. Shifting sands to come out here. He screws up, though. He leaves half the army behind. A big fumble here by Tunison. And one that Grass will be quick to pounce upon.
Who needs Chaos? Save it for next game.
The Chaos is leaving half your army behind, my friend. We have got a turn of the tides and a big one in that. The Zerg has lost its momentum. 78 to 67 military. And do not be deceived. He may have had the icon of a god up on that queue for the last 4 minutes, but he never triggered it. Tunison is locked into Age 2.
Yeah, he's locked into Age 2. He's on a second gold mine. Chaos still available. The army quality for Grass is insane with heavy cavalry being in already. The Satyr also can just dominate everything which Tunison has. The fact of the matter is when you're stuck in the classical age as Egyptian, your priests, the range is only 12, which means how do you kill a 20 range Satyr? Because a Satyr, as soon as it gets targeted, it just walks back, and then suddenly your priest is face to face with a big javelin holding knight deadly Contarius.
I've got the answer. You shifting sands on top of the Satyrs.
That's the answer, but you've already used it. It's gone. You don't have it anymore. There's not enough favor. You're spending it all on widgets.
Pray to gods, then. That's the only other option. The Contarius at least going to be kept at bay for now. However, more Satyrs are being stacked up, and I would definitely, if I was a better man, bet on them over the power of the Wedgeets here, especially considering that Chaos is still on the table for Grass. A little raid attempt coming in, but mirrored moves, so no hits for free here to try and claw Tunison back in.
That was a disgusting Satyr volley there, but what Tunison's doing is pretty smart here for the time being. He's distracting, he's throwing some units away to make it happen, but he's moving around the map and it's kind of working out for him in a way, but we're gonna have to jump in onto a cheeky little...
This is Grass versus Tunison, not Looney Tunison, so we will be able to get back into the action shortly, don't worry folks. So we're just going to prep that, check on that. I think we are just having a quick reboot and then we should hopefully get in. You know, the importance of these freezes is it's just Age of Mythology, checking you guys are paying attention and wanting to get your thoughts on who you think is going to win that. Grass, press 1. Tunison, press 2. And then when you're done pressing one number, what you want to do is you want to press another 15 for your credit card details to enter them and then subscribe to the channel so that we can get Vodka a 4th PC so that in the event of a crash, he has another one to fall back on. There we go. Yeah, apologies, folks. It's not ideal, unfortunately. This is the limits of the game right now that we're working on. So we're going to see if we can get back into that. We definitely want to see the resolution. Really, really looking like Grass is going to edge it out. I mean, talk me through the path to recovery for Tunison in that one, boy.
Yeah, the path to recovery is a long one. You got to distract. You got to distract. You got to get to that heroic age. So at least you're getting priests which can deal with the satyr. If you can't kill the satyr, then you're just going to get zoned for the rest of the game. They can literally just sit outside. As soon as the priests wander forward, you just pull the satyr back, and then the Pontaris come and sweep in and kill everything else off, and you really, really challenging. So he's got to get next stage. And then after that, Ancestors maybe holds for a little bit longer. And long term, the only real moment where the power and balance comes back into the favor of the Egyptian in this matchup is Horus.
Well, I think what we're doing, guys, because of the limitations of the observing tool, it's hard to fast forward your way through. Like, if you try to go too fast, the thing with the game is you run into a hurdle, trip over, and break your teeth. So we are going to be running through the game. I think actually what we should probably do, maybe hop back into the game, and that way people at least have the dynamics of kind of seeing how things broke out. Should we say almost like a pseudo action replay that way? That might work a bit better. So yeah, apologies, folks. We are running it back again. Now, looking back, and this is kind of the interesting thing, because we can actually treat this a little bit like a weatherman section here, boy. Like, we've already seen the future. We could just predict everything perfectly, and then we can make this through the YouTube recording, so we're geniuses. Or we could take this as an educational opportunity to talk about what could have been done differently, right? Like, Grass, it's fair to say the beginning of this game, I don't want to say it was atrocious, but it was very much less than good, right? Compared to what we've seen out of Kronos, everything seemed a little bit off on the Promethean timing.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really looking for damage. I think arguably you can't get damage against the top level player with those two Prometheans early. You can move the villagers around a little bit, but if you're not going to get a villager kill when there's a priest and there's a pharaoh there. So I think the thing that he should be looking for there is as fast of a find on the temple as he can. Slow that Wadget down, force the villager to get onto the temple to rebuild it earlier than he might like. And then with the temple being deconstructed and the Wadget getting denied, then you have that opportunity to potentially get a second town center up if you really want to go for it, or like go into something else. And on the flip side here, Tunison, I mean, he defended this pretty well. He got into a good position, but you know, he had this. There's just nothing here that he's going to be able to get beyond getting the deconstruction down.
I mean, watching it back as well, I think that was less than a second. That was like 0.5 seconds difference between the deconstruct and the Wadget timing coming out. Like, that's how close it was. So I can show you just how aggressive and effective this Promethean open can be. Like, this was just unfortunate. He guessed the wrong side of the base. He wasn't able to have enough time to scout because oracles are not like Greek scouts. They're not fast moving. And then, you know, when we got to this stage, I think the thing that felt a little bit weird at times was, I want to say that Tunison, he could see he had military edge after he'd done the scout. He was very reluctant to come out, but this is usually one of the double-edged elements of playing Wadgets, right? Like, Wadgets are really strong, but because they take so long to scale, you don't tend to rush out of the base with them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can't, and just the handful of Terma which Grass has got keeps Tunison in here until Tunison has the confidence to move out across the map, right? And then once that happens, then Grass, I don't know, he's just got to distract, and that's what he's doing. Little pokes here, prods. This is just perfect from Grass. He's getting a lot of value with just a handful of Terma here. Arguably, Tunison probably could have been a little bit more aggressive there. Not really any huge reason to retreat, but he's going to take more and more damage, and that can be a very frustrating thing to be subject to as the Egyptian player.
The interesting thing is just how good of a job Grass done of minimizing Tunison's vision on the map. Like with a Civ like set, typically you do see a lot, but if we checked it, you'd see like he only ever really saw things when he uses God Power. An expensive investment of that to keep snooping on the potential town center play. It wasn't until this deep in the game where we finally see an Obelisk go up and we finally see some vision. And something that's cool, actually, is because he's posturing like this, the back right corner, when Tunison moves out for his eco there, he's actually scouted by the Oracle. Because the army's halfway out, you can't just raid now. You actually have to use the Terma to chip away.
Yeah, there's definitely no raids that can happen, but all you want here is the prayer, but the set player stays classical age, and you get satiric. Once that happens, we've talked about it, but 12 range priest versus 20 range satyr equals dead Egyptian army.
Now, the funny thing is 840 that he queued up age 3. Tunison this is, right? 840. Watch how deep we get into the game, and watch how long that remains a pipe dream. At this stage, he must have known the tech up was coming. He felt the need to commit, but I mean, I think maybe the shifting sand should have been used aggressively. We'll get caught up in a second for the catastrophic moment in this game. I mean, I feel bad for Tunison because it's going to get played twice on this stream, but that fumble essentially cost him all control. Like, I don't blame him for the hesitation here. Grass is doing a good job of like just posturing right, and you can see Tunison always has to bring the entire army because he needs that chaos to last as little time as possible.
Well, that's the other thing here. Is like Tunison is waiting for chaos to be used. You see that he doesn't really want to take this fight. He's kind of pulling back. He's just, do I want to take it? Like, he's going to cast chaos on me. I'll shipping sands away. And he just knows chaos comes in. The actual the Carabalis on the back of this army, funnily enough, with the combination of the satyr carrying him.
Yeah, like the say is it's one of the most lethal points in the game. Like people always talk about the chaos for good reason, but we've seen actually most fights get turned by Satyr because it's just impossible to dive into those choke points, especially when you're playing a Civ that is based on clumping and going. Those choke points in the base kill you in these type of situations. So we are close to caught up. We just basically had one final raid around the back where Satyr Smash took out half the Spearman Raiders. And then we should be back to live. Apologies about that, folks. I know today we've had more crashes than you'll see at a NASCAR race, but Age of Mythology are working on the king. So hopefully they'll have a patch out soon. And this will be a thing of the past.
Well, big raid coming through for Tunison. He needs every little bit of economic damage he can possibly get going here. And every little bit of distraction he can get going here gives him more time on this gold. This is everything he needs to do to stay alive in this game is distract. But that's Satyr. We saw it once. Going to be able to snipe down a bunch of those spearmen in a big way. Vision being used on cooldown does give him a lot of information.
It means you're not going to be able to get into myth units easily, right? So if that was part of the defense strategy, that is simply not going to be there. Then again, I guess you don't really want to build budgets now that your opponent's an entire age ahead.
Vision is free when you have that clairvoyance thing, so that's why.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, my brain.
It's been a long stream.
It has. We have got age 3 just around the corner. It looks like Tunison is finally going to try to pull the trigger. He does have the military lead again.
Yeah, military lead, but chaos still on the table, and no shifting sands available anymore.
I actually think you just bring the Kentaris to this fight. Like this is.
Yeah, he's coming. He sees the army there. Like you can play this a little bit like Norse and get a 3-way surround, 2-way surround on this army. And the better part of it is you cast chaos as you get the surround, and the army can't even reposition to help out.
Just trying to come from both sides here, but it's getting a little bit awkward. It's just going to be a rematch of the boys. The Satyr line is what scares me here. Like we could easily see just 30 pop disappear for Tunison, and I think he's aware of it. He needs to somehow delay. It's popped. He's ready for the final gold drop-off, so we should have Heroic coming soon, but not before the fight is going to be triggered here. Skatarius are just going to head in. Chaos kicks activates. There you go. An absolute mosh pit of death here. The Egyptians, no easy way out. It is short-lived, though, due to the amount of units. but it looks like it has been enough to start to stem the tides here. Kentaurus reaching the back line. The Slinger is now fully counted. The Terma have been wiped out, but their story, their chapter in this has already been written. It's all about the heavy cap.
I don't know if you saw, but there's one priest slinging balls of fury at the satyr there, and it was tickling those satyr. It's just that's all she wrote. Dude doesn't want to play any longer. Grass gets the reverse sweep here, KP.
What a way to finish the day. Worth the replay run back there. A fantastic performance by Grass, a very youthful player. I think our youngest player playing here in Genesis Retold. Back up against the wall. 2-0 against him. Looks like the easiest, breeziest, quickest stomp of the day. And then the turnaround. Back to back to back. Grass keeps his dream alive of an S-tier tournament win.
Well, I mean, commiserations to Tunison. It was a real solid, hard-fought, best-of-5 series. It was a long day for everyone involved, and all you can say is better luck next time. But Grass goes on through, and he is going to be meeting the stiffest competition yet in the competition next week.
I mean, there's no easy way to go about this. I mean, obviously, he can at least dodge a potential death there. I think most people look at Mister right now quivering their boots, because I believe the side of the bracket that he's looking at is either Magic or Rapple, but as I said, that upper bracket is stacked, right? Those names, we'd all expect them there. We've got the 2 grand finalists from Red Bull, Wololo, El Renado, and then we have legacy players here. Magic, just a pinnacle within the Age of Myth community. And Rapple, I mean, I just feel like this guy's been leveling up week after week after week, a dominant threat, and well, series that you won't want to miss, folks. All of that, of course, is going to be happening next weekend when we'll resolve everything across 2 days. The winner bracket, the loser bracket, and that best of 7 grand finals.
I just want to point one thing out right now. I didn't realize it. The only player who's gone undefeated this tournament thus far is Magic.
Oh.
He's got a point to prove in this tournament. Either that or Rapple's going to send him to the loser bracket next week. Oh, dear.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, I think Magic will probably be feeling disappointed. I think he won't mind me saying, like, when you look at the performance in Red Bull Wololo's qualifier, it's not really the Magic we come to know. Like, I don't know if I'd say that the strategy seemed outdated or whatever, but it seemed like he wasn't keeping pace. I remember I heard about, like, him doing some practices in prep before the qualifiers, and they didn't go well, right? He's losing a lot of games. So I think that maybe bumped the confidence a little. I'm glad to see he's able to quickly recover for Genesis Retold, and looks like a seriously big threat to anyone in this bracket. But man, crazy weekend. Apologies for the tech issue, folks. It's one of those things when a new game releases. I always say, like, you can't rush esports scenes. It's very difficult. I can use another example called Deadlock. I've literally been involved in tournaments there where you can only have one observer in lobby, and anything, like, just basically the server sneezing could crash the entire thing. So kinks to be ironed out there, but I'm glad we got to catch a lot of the games. Boy, I think we can speak testament to the quality of games here. Everyone we did see, most of the series delivering nail-biter close sets.
Yeah, it was this today was an insanely competitive day. I don't think there was very many lackluster performances from anyone, and yeah, credit to the players. Congratulations to everyone going through. See you next week.
All right, folks. Well, same time as always. Saturday, Sunday. Mark it in your calendar. We'll all be back to decide, to discover who will be your first EGC TV champion in Age of Mythology. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.